Military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host of Saturday Night Live.
Ooh.
Really?
You're not the first Egyptian host either.
Let me go again. Okay, I am thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host named Rami to host Saturday Night Live. No.
Rami Malek.
Me.
Rami Youssef finding it harder than expected to make SNL history in the first promo for this weekend show. The comedian and Poor Things star will make his debut in Studio 8H alongside musical guest Travis Scott. With the popularity of women's sports soaring, one small business in the Midwest is raising the bar for fans. Our Emily Ikeda raises a glass to the love of the game.
In the heat of March Madness, it's not the men's bracket driving this winding line outside of a Minneapolis bar. Customers here are seeking out women's sports. Female athletes exclusively cover all 12 screens inside a bar of their own. A reference to the 1992 hit movie. Jillian Hiscock founded the bar that she says is a first in the state.
What inspired you to open the doors?
I just knew that, like me, there were lots of women's sports fans in Minneapolis and in the surrounding area that have tried for years to find women's sports on TV and not get them.
Not even a month in, and the bar already has regulars.
I think this is like our 8th time here, and they've been open for, 3 weeks?
Customers range from pro athletes to budding sports fans to girl dads.
It's lovely for me to be inspired by it, and even more so my girls.
Shooting phenom Caitlin Clark has boosted women's basketball viewership to record levels. And last August, an unprecedented 92,000 people attended Nebraska's volleyball match. Analysts see this as a marquee moment for women's sports. Still, they made up just 15% of all sports coverage in 2022. Hiscock hopes businesses like this will be a game changer.
Is this just the beginning?
Absolutely.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Minneapolis.
Lego has asked the Southern California Police Department to stop using the company's toy heads to hide suspects' identities in photos posted on social media. The edited photos gained attention last week after the department posted an explanation saying that they needed to censor the photos per a new state law. All right, the Powerball jackpot has climbed closer to $1 billion, and with no big winner in last night's drawing, the prize is now $935 million. It is now the 5th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The next drawing is Saturday night. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. A tragic discovery in the catastrophic bridge collapse in Baltimore. 2 more bodies recovered from the wreckage. The search now shifting from recovery mission to a salvage operation. We're live as investigators work to figure out what went wrong. President Biden and Donald Trump both heading to the Big Apple today. The former president attending the wake of a police officer killed in the line of duty. The split screen comes amid rising safety concerns in New York City. Women sharing their stories of getting punched in the face in broad daylight. From a penthouse to prison, the man once hailed as the king of crypto will learn his fate today. We're live ahead of the sentencing of former FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried after his multi-billion-dollar fraud conviction. Baseball fans, the wait is finally over. We'll step up to the plate with a full slate of games for opening day. And a bar that's in a league of its own. Fans raise a glass to the popularity of women's sports, rising popularity. It's Thursday, March 28th. Early today starts right now. Glad you're with me this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the latest in that deadly bridge collapse in Baltimore. The remains of 2 construction workers have been found. There are 4 others missing, other men, and they are presumed dead. Officials now say it's too dangerous for divers to navigate around the wreckage. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now with the latest. Bree, what do we know about these recovery efforts?
Good morning, Francis. So in their latest update, the Maryland State Police now say this is a salvage operation. They have been using sonar to scan the area, and they believe the vehicles that are still trapped underwater are encased in concrete and surrounded by the structures that came crashing down. The 6 workers who vanished into the water are being remembered as devoted family men who came to America from Mexico and Central America. Maryland Governor Wes Moore says he met with some of their families.
They had no idea that them going to work was going to turn to a deadly occurrence. But, you know, when I had a chance to speak with their families and pray with and for their families, they just reminded me of who they were as people. They were fathers. They were sons. They were husbands. They were people who their families relied on.
President Biden met with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to discuss the response to the bridge collapse, saying that the White House will be with the people of Baltimore for as long as it takes. The NTSB says that they have recovered the black box recording from the container ship that crashed into the bridge. The agency also says there were 56 containers of hazardous materials on board the ship, and some have been breached. The crew of the ship is still on board, and they do have power. Federal investigators went on board to begin interviewing them. This investigation could last 1 or 2 years. Francis.
Still so many questions to be answered. Bree, thank you. In Illinois, 4 people were killed and 5 others wounded in a rampage in and around the town of Rockford. Most, but not all of the victims were stabbed in an attack across several locations beginning around 1 p.m. local time. The police chief called them heinous crimes.
This is a pretty painstaking event. My heart goes out to the families right now who are suffering a loss.
The dead have not been identified, but we know that a 15-year-old girl is among them. One of the wounded is in critical condition. The other 4 are stable. Authorities say they have arrested a 22-year-old man, and a motive is under investigation. Turning to Virginia, where 2 women were shot at a daycare center in Springfield after a gunman fired through the door. Police say the man tried to speak with one of the women with whom he had a relationship, but she refused to let him in. Both victims were rushed to the hospital with what was believed to be non-life-threatening injuries. More than 70 children were inside the building. Luckily, none of them were hurt. After an hours-long manhunt, a 41-year-old suspect was arrested. There has been a troubling string of violent incidents in New York City. Several women have recently posted on TikTok describing the terrifying moments they were punched in the face on the street by unprovoked men. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face.
Stories from New York City women going viral on TikTok.
I literally just got punched by some man on the sidewalk.
Their videos detailing how they're allegedly getting punched in the face completely unprovoked. Several women have posted these videos describing similar allegations in just the last week. Hallie Kate posted about an assault on Monday. She says she had to be treated at a local medical facility for injuries to the left side of her face.
Oh my God, it hurts so bad. I can't even talk.
Olivia Brand posting updates on her own experience earlier this month after commenters on TikTok started connecting the 2 cases.
I did just get a call from the New York Police Department detective.
The NYPD says it's investigating the incidents, but says it's unclear right now whether they're connected. Police announced 1 assault arrest related to Hallie's case, 40-year-old Skyboki Stora, taken into custody. Other users posting videos expressing shock, fear, and even sharing tips for staying safe, like not being distracted on your phone while you're out and about. It's not the first time this type of incident has been reported in the city.
When videos like that first started popping up, everyone was sending them to me and commenting and adding me and saying look, this girl went through something similar.
Elio Wagner says she was punched in the face by someone she didn't know last September.
So we were kind of walking toward each other, and he didn't seem crazy or scary or anything. And then before I knew it, he kind of went at me in the face and ran that way.
NYPD data from last month shows many crimes are down in the city compared with last year, including shootings, burglaries, and murders. But felony assaults are up. Broken down by week, misdemeanor assaults are up 10% compared to the same period last year. However, this data is not broken down by gender. And some women, like Elio, who carries a self-defense kit, saying in light of recent attacks, they don't feel safer.
I love New York, but as a woman, it is very scary. So I kind of feel safer, like carrying something with me to defend myself. That way, in case this happens again, I'm not completely defenseless.
Our thanks to Stephen for that report. President Biden and former President Trump could cross paths in New York City today. The NYPD says it expects Mr. Trump to visit Long Island this afternoon to attend the wake of a slain officer. Officer Jonathan Diller was shot and killed Monday in Queens when he approached a driver parked illegally. The Trump campaign says the former president was moved by the invitation to attend today's wake. Meanwhile, President Biden will be at Radio City Music Hall for a star-studded fundraiser tonight. The event will include a discussion with former presidents Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, which will be moderated by Stephen Colbert. Other celebrities expected tonight include Lizzo and Mindy Kaling. Disney and Florida officials have reached a settlement in a state court fight over how Walt Disney World is developed in the future.
Everything we've done has been in the best interest of the state of Florida, and we have been vindicated on all those actions. Going forward, we're going to continue to govern with the best interests of the state of Florida.
The battle began after Governor DeSantis took over the body that governs the theme parks district when Disney came out against the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law. Jeff Vall, the president of Walt Disney World Resort, said the agreement opens a new chapter of constructive engagement with the new leadership of the district. The country is remembering a political trailblazer this morning. Former Connecticut Senator and vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. Kelly O'Donnell has a look back.
Devoted to public service and his deep personal faith, Joseph Lieberman was a four-term U.S. Senator from Connecticut and a man of history as the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, Al Gore's running mate in 2000.
Tonight, I am so proud to stand as your candidate for Vice President of the United States.
Senator Lieberman died in New York. A statement from his family said his passing followed complications from a fall. A hawk on defense. His support of the Iraq War cost him among Democrats. Lieberman became an independent, later a founder of the No Labels organization, and his friendship with John McCain was part of his break with the Democratic Party.
I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party.
An Orthodox Jew, Lieberman often walked to critical votes in the Senate, moved by faith and a desire for common ground.
And our thanks to Kelly for that report. Global warming has slowed the rotation of the Earth with possible consequences for how we measure time. A study published in Nature magazine yesterday found that ice loss is redistributing the Earth's mass enough to make it spin slower. So this means that humanity could lose 1 whole second by the end of the decade to keep coordinated universal time in lockstep with the Earth's rotation. All right, on to more simple things. April showers might bring May flowers, but today's rain to round out March is bringing potential floods to the East Coast. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Francis. And yeah, it's been a soggy March. I mean, by the time we're done with this rainstorm, areas like Hartford and Providence will have their second all-time wettest March month. So, yeah, it has been wet. It's not just you. And it continues to pour this morning, especially now eastern North Carolina northwards. We have flood watches that are up from Maine to Boston to Providence, and also the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area down through New Bern and Raleigh. And we're going to see isolated flooding. It's not going to be widespread. Some areas could still pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain, especially towards the Outer Banks and right along the East Coast. Notice that we're not going to get a lot more additional rain in D.C. New York, just some light rain, heavier stuff to everything all day long, especially in Boston. So how do we look as we head towards the weekend? Middle of the country on Friday. Tomorrow looks great. We clear out that storm in New England early tomorrow to the East Coast coast looks good. All our attention this weekend will turn to the west. This will be where the new big storm will be coming in with some heavy rain, and mountain snow will continue Saturday. By Sunday, we start to push that into the Rockies and also into the Four Corner regions. That's the next big weather event. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, you want to talk about a beautiful spring day. Much of Texas into Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, gorgeous. We'll take it from Louisville to Indianapolis all the way back up into Ohio. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s will feel nice compared to what's going on the East Coast. Yeah, the weekend will be a lot better than today for the Eastern Seaboard, Francis.
That is good to hear for those who celebrate Easter especially. Kay Bell, thanks. Coming up, we'll take you out to the ball game with a preview of opening day. But first, sentencing day for Sam Bankman-Fried. How long he faces for the multi-billion-dollar crypto scheme that rocked the industry.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From the king of crypto to a convicted con man, Sam Bankman-Fried will finally learn his fate today. Sentencing is scheduled for the FTX co-founder, whose massive fraud scheme brought down the company and sent shockwaves through the cryptocurrency market. For more, let's turn to CNBC's Charlotte Reed in London. Charlotte, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Was indeed Sam Bankman-Fried, also known as SBF, is returning to court today in Manhattan to receive the sentencing for what is seen as one of the largest white-collar crime in history. Almost 5 months ago, he was found guilty of fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy by a jury after the collapse of his cryptocurrency exchange FTX back in 2022, when roughly $10 billion in deposits from customers went missing. Now, the collapse of FTX, as you were saying, sent ripples through the crypto world, sending Bitcoin prices sharply down, as well as several other companies also going bankrupt. Now, during the trial, several former FTX executives testified that SBF misappropriated those billions of dollars in customer funds from investment, a lavish lifestyle, as well as repaying lenders, and they're also generating some false financial statements. So they all pleaded guilty, those former executives, to those similar federal charges are expected to be sentenced in the coming month. Now, SBF is expected to go to prison. The question is for how long. Prosecutors are requesting 40 to 50 years, while his defense is requesting 5 to 7 years. And the key element here in the sentencing will be whether some of those FTX customers will be able to recoup some of their money and how much. Francis.
I'm sure that's
More
what they're
than
hoping
700 tons of corrosive,
Charlotte, thank
flammable.
You. Still to come, previewing MLB opening day, and Caitlin Clark might be saying today was a good day when she sees the offer one upstart basketball league just made her. That's coming up right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In their 63rd season. It's happened! The Texas Rangers win the World Series!
Nearly 5 months after that last pitch, America's pastime is making its grand return. MLB opening day begins just after 3 p.m. today with the Angels facing the Orioles. So here's what we got. You got the Texas Rangers beginning their title defense at home versus the Cubs, while across the Lone Star State, the Astros renew their rivalry with the Yankees this afternoon.
Good way to
and
start.
then this big one, too. Everybody watching Shohei Ohtani as he'll make his official Dodgers debut when L.A. takes on St. Louis. Normally, all 30 clubs would take to the field today, but as this guy already knows, they're listening to you. The weather is already postponed. The home openers, Mets and Phillies.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get the Orioles game and the rain will hopefully exit in time. So,
okay.
Yeah, I know. Not a promise, but we're hoping. Turning now to two teams in the nation's capital extending their terms. On Wednesday, it was announced that the NBA's Washington Wizards and NHL's Washington Capitals will remain at Capital One Arena in D.C. through at least 2050. The district is planning to invest over $500 million to revamp the venue. Last December, if you remember, the owner of the two franchises, Ted Leonis, announced plans to move both to a new arena in Northern Virginia. Well, those negotiations with the city of Alexandria ended up falling through, which state officials blamed on personal and political agenda. So they were going to get a big, shiny new home, and now instead they're just going to try to make the current one better.
Time to make yourself comfortable. It's going to be where you're staying put.
Yeah.
Okay, Caitlin Clark not staying put for at least, for the future. She may be destined for the WNBA, but one rapper turned sports mogul is trying to change that. On Wednesday, Ice Cube, one of the co-founders of the Big Three Basketball League, confirmed on X that the league offered the Iowa superstar $5 million, right, to come and play for for them. Cube added that he intended for the offer to remain private during the NCAA tournament and later said on ESPN that Clark has yet to respond to the upstart league's offer. NBC News was also not able to immediately reach representatives for Ice Cube or Caitlin Clark on Wednesday afternoon. But can you imagine just your future laid out for you and the options that you have? Do you go with the money, with something, that the brand that's not so well known, or go?
She's already doing mainstream commercials.
Yeah.
And I've already heard that tickets for the WNBA games next year for her first games are like $400 a piece just to see her.
Well, look who's watching now and the ratings that are pulling in even now. All right, when we come back, why driving in the Big Apple is going to cost you even more. And later, grab a drink at this bar dedicated to women's sports. We'll be right back.
We report live from Tel Aviv.
We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5-7. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliverances.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv.
We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Back now with what you need to know early today. Popular and pricey drug Ozempic costs thousands, but a new study from Yale found it could be made for less than $5. The study comes after years of pressure from manufacturer Novo Nordisk to cut the cost of diabetes care. New York City has approved the nation's first congestion pricing program. The controversial plan would charge cars $15 to drive into the heart of Manhattan. Officials say it's aimed at reducing traffic and pollution and could take effect as early as June. Beyonce is showing her hand, revealing the track list for her 8th studio album, Cowboy Carter. The new titles include Levi's Jeans, American Requiem, and Jolene. Cowboy Carter drops on Friday. Famed Motown singer Martha Reeves now has her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer was the lead singer of the legendary girl group Martha Reeves and the Vandellas.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It's the threat it took for all this damage to occur.
Report live from Tel Aviv.
We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone.
you were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host of Saturday Night Live.
Oh.
Really?
You're not the first Egyptian host either.
Let me go again. Okay, I am thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host named Rami to host Saturday Night Live. No.
Rami Malek.
Me.
Rami Youssef finding it harder than expected to make SNL history in the first promo for this weekend show. The comedian and Poor Things star will make his debut in Studio 8H alongside musical guest Travis Scott. With the popularity of women's sports soaring, one small business in the Midwest is raising the bar for fans. Our Emily Ikeda raises a glass to the love of the game.
In the heat of March Madness, it's not the men's bracket driving this winding line outside of a Minneapolis bar. Customers here are seeking out women's sports. Female athletes exclusively cover all 12 screens inside a bar of their own. A reference to the 1992 hit movie. Jillian Hiscock founded the bar that she says is a first in the state.
What inspired you to open the doors?
I just knew that, like me, there were lots of women's sports fans in Minneapolis and in the surrounding area that have tried for years to find women's sports on TV and not get them.
Not even a month in, and the bar already has regulars.
I think this is like our 8th time here, and they've been open for, 3 weeks?
Customers range from pro athletes to budding sports fans to girl dads.
It's lovely for me to be inspired by it, and even more so my girls.
Shooting phenom Caitlin Clark has boosted women's basketball viewership to record levels. And last August, an unprecedented 92,000 people attended Nebraska's volleyball match. Analysts see this as a marquee moment for women's sports. Still, they made up just 15% of all sports coverage in 2022. Hiscock hopes businesses like this will be a game changer.
Is this just the beginning?
Absolutely.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Minneapolis.
Lego has asked the Southern California Police Department to stop using the company's toy heads to hide suspects' identities in photos posted on social media. The edited photos gained attention last week after the department posted an explanation saying that they needed to censor the photos per a new state law. All right, the Powerball jackpot has climbed closer to $1 billion, and with no big winner in last night's drawing, the prize is now $935 million. It is now the 5th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The next drawing is Saturday night. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. A tragic discovery in the catastrophic bridge collapse in Baltimore. 2 more bodies recovered from the wreckage. The search now shifting from recovery mission to a salvage operation. We're live as investigators work to figure out what went wrong. President Biden and Donald Trump both heading to the Big Apple today. The former president attending the wake of a police officer killed in the line of duty. The split screen comes amid rising safety concerns in New York City. Women sharing their stories of getting punched in the face in broad daylight. From a penthouse to prison, the man once hailed as the king of crypto will learn his fate today. We're live ahead of the sentencing of former FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried after his multi-billion-dollar fraud conviction. Baseball fans, the wait is finally over. We'll step up to the plate with a full slate of games for opening day. And a bar that's in a league of its own. Fans raise a glass to the popularity of women's sports, rising popularity. It's Thursday, March 28th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with me this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the latest in that deadly bridge collapse in Baltimore. The remains of 2 construction workers have been found. There are 4 others missing, other men, and they are presumed dead. Officials now say it's too dangerous for divers to navigate around the wreckage. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now with the latest. Bree, what do we know about these recovery efforts?
Good morning, Francis. So in their latest update, the Maryland State Police now say this is a salvage operation. They have been using sonar to scan the area, and they believe the vehicles that are still trapped underwater are encased in concrete and surrounded by the structures that came crashing down. The 6 workers who vanished into the water are being remembered as devoted family men who came to America from Mexico and Central America. Maryland Governor Wes Moore says he met with some of the families.
They had no idea that them going to work was going to turn into a deadly occurrence. But, you know, when I had a chance to speak with their families and pray with and for their families, they just reminded me of who they were as people. They were fathers. They were sons. They were husbands. They were people who their families relied on.
President Biden met with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to discuss the response to the bridge collapse, saying that the White House will be with the people of Baltimore for as long as it takes. The NTSB says that they have recovered the black box recording from the container ship that crashed into the bridge. The agency also says there were 56 containers of hazardous materials on board the ship, and some have been breached. The crew of the ship is still on board, and they do have power. Federal investigators went on board to begin interviewing them. This investigation could last 1 or 2 years. Francis.
Still so many questions to be answered. Bree, thank you. In Illinois, 4 people were killed and 5 others wounded in a rampage in and around the town of Rockford. Most, but not all of the victims were stabbed in an attack across several locations beginning around 1 p.m. local time. The police chief called them heinous crimes.
This is a pretty painstaking event. My heart goes out to the families right now who are suffering a loss.
The dead have not been identified, but we know that a 15-year-old girl is among them. One of the wounded is in critical condition. The other 4 are stable. Authorities say they have arrested a 22-year-old man, and a motive is under investigation. Turning to Virginia, where 2 women were shot at a daycare center in Springfield after a gunman fired through the door. Police say the man tried to speak with one of the women with whom he had a relationship, but she refused to let him in. Both victims were rushed to the hospital with what was believed to be non-life-threatening injuries. More than 70 children were inside the building. Luckily, none of them were hurt. After an hours-long manhunt, a 41-year-old suspect was arrested. There has been a troubling string of violent incidents in New York City. Several women have recently posted on TikTok describing the terrifying moments they were punched in the face on the street by unprovoked men. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face.
Stories from New York City women going viral on TikTok.
I literally just got punched by some man on the sidewalk.
Their videos detailing how they're allegedly getting punched in the face completely unprovoked. Several women have posted these videos describing similar allegations in just the last week. Hallie Kate posted about an assault on Monday. She says she had to be treated at a local medical facility for injuries to the left side of her face.
Oh my God, it hurts so bad. I can't even talk.
Olivia Brand posting updates on her own experience earlier this month after commenters on TikTok started connecting the 2 cases.
I did just get a call from the New York Police Department detective.
The NYPD says it's investigating the incidents, but says it's unclear right now whether they're connected. Police announced 1 assault arrest related to Hallie's case, 40-year-old Skyboki Stora taken into custody. Other users posting videos expressing shock, fear, and even sharing tips for staying safe, like not being distracted on your phone while you're out and about. It's not the first time this type of incident has been reported in the city.
When videos like that first started popping up, everyone was sending them to me and like commenting and like adding me and saying like, look, this girl went through something similar.
Elio Wagner says she was punched in the face by someone she didn't know last September.
So we were kind of like walking toward each other, and he didn't seem crazy or scary or anything. And then before I knew it, he kind of went at me diagonally and punched me in the face and ran that way.
NYPD data from last month shows many crimes are down in the city compared with last year, including shootings, burglaries, and murders. But felony assaults are up. Broken down by week, misdemeanor assaults are up 10% compared to the same period last year. However, this data is not broken down by gender, and some women like Elio, who carries a self-defense kit, saying in light of recent attacks, they don't feel safer.
I love New York, but as a woman, it is very scary. So I kind of feel safer, like carrying something with me to defend myself. That way, in case it happens again, I'm not completely defenseless.
Our thanks to Stephen for that report. President Biden and former President Trump could cross paths in New York City today. The NYPD says it expects Mr. Trump to visit Long Island this afternoon to attend the wake of a slain officer. Officer Jonathan Diller was shot and killed Monday in Queens when he approached a driver parked illegally. The Trump campaign says the former president was moved by the invitation to attend today's wake. Meanwhile, President Biden will be at Radio City Music Hall for a star-studded fundraiser tonight. The event will include a discussion with former presidents Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, which will be moderated by Stephen Colbert. Other celebrities expected tonight include Lizzo and Mindy Kaling. Disney and Florida officials have reached a settlement in a state court fight over how Walt Disney World is developed in the future.
Everything we've done has been in the best interest of the state of Florida, and we have been vindicated on all those actions. Going forward, we're going to continue to govern with the best interests of the state of Florida.
The battle began after Governor DeSantis took over the body that governs the theme parks district when Disney came out against the state's so-called Don't Say Gay law. Jeff Vall, the president of Walt Disney World Resort, said the agreement opens a new chapter of constructive engagement with the new leadership of the district. The country is remembering a political trailblazer this morning. Former Connecticut Senator and vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. Kelly O'Donnell has a look back.
Devoted to public service and his deep personal faith, Joseph Lieberman was a four-term U.S. Senator from Connecticut and a man of history as the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, Al Gore's running mate in 2000.
Tonight, I am so proud to stand as your candidate for Vice President of the United States.
Senator Lieberman died in New York. A statement from his family said his passing followed complications from a fall. A hawk on defense. His support of the Iraq War cost him among Democrats. Lieberman became an independent, later a founder of the No Labels organization, and his friendship with John McCain was part of his break with the Democratic Party.
I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party.
An Orthodox Jew, Lieberman often walked to critical votes in the Senate, moved by faith and a desire for common ground.
And our thanks to Kelly for that report. Global warming has slowed the rotation of the Earth with possible consequences for how we measure time. A study published in Nature magazine yesterday found that ice loss is redistributing the Earth's mass enough to make it spin slower. So this means that humanity could lose 1 whole second by the end of the decade to keep coordinated universal time in lockstep with the Earth's rotation. All right, on to more simple things. April showers might bring Mayflowers, but today's rain to round out March is bringing potential floods to the East Coast. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Francis. And yeah, it's been a soggy March. I mean, by the time we're done with this rainstorm, areas like Hartford and Providence will have their second all-time wettest March month. So, yeah, it has been wet. It's not just you. And it continues to pour this morning, especially now eastern North Carolina northwards. We have flood watches that are up from Maine to Boston.
Bluffton to Providence, and also the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area down through New Bern and Raleigh. And we're going to see isolated flooding. It's not going to be widespread. Some areas could still pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain, especially towards the Outer Banks and right along the East Coast. Notice that we're not going to get a lot more additional rain in D.C. New York, just some light rain, heavier stuff to everything all day long, especially in Boston. So how do we look as we head towards the weekend? Middle of the country on Friday. Tomorrow looks great. We clear out that storm in New England early tomorrow, so the East Coast looks good. All our attention this weekend will turn to the west. This will be where the new big storm will be coming in with some heavy rain, and mountain snow will continue Saturday. By Sunday, we start to push that into the Rockies and also into the Four Corner regions. That's the next big weather event. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, you want to talk about a beautiful spring day. Much of Texas into Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, gorgeous. We'll take it from Louisville to Indianapolis all the way back up into Ohio. Temperatures in the 50s to 60s will feel nice compared to what's going on the East Coast. Yeah, the weekend will be a lot better than today for the Eastern Seaboard, Francis.
That is good to hear for those who celebrate Easter especially. Kate Bell, thanks. Coming up, we'll take you out to the ball game with a preview of opening day. But first, sentencing day for Sam Bankman-Fried. How long he faces for the multi-billion-dollar crypto scheme that rocked the industry.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just did.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From the king of crypto to convicted con man, Sam Bankman-Fried will finally learn his fate today. Sentencing is scheduled for the FTX co-founder, whose massive fraud scheme brought down the company and sent shockwaves through the cryptocurrency market. For more, let's turn to CNBC's Charlotte Reed in London. Charlotte, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Was indeed Sam Bankman-Fried, also known as SBF, is returning to court today in Manhattan to receive the sentencing for what is seen as one of the largest white-collar crime in history. Almost 5 months ago, he was found guilty of fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy by a jury after the collapse of his cryptocurrency exchange FTX back in 2022, when roughly $10 billion in deposits from customers went missing. Now, the collapse of FTX, as you were saying, sent ripples through the crypto world, sending Bitcoin prices sharply down, as well as several other companies also going bankrupt. Now, during the trial, several former FTX executives testified that SBF misappropriated those billions of dollars in customer funds from investment, a lavish lifestyle, as well as repaying lenders, and they're also generating some false financial statements. So they all pleaded guilty. Those former executives to those similar federal charges are expected to be sentenced in the coming month. Now, SBF is expected to go to prison. The question is for how long. Prosecutors are requesting 40 to 50 years, while his defense is requesting 5 to 7 years. And the key element here in the sentencing will be whether some of those FTX customers will be able to recoup some of their money and how much. Francis.
I'm sure that's
More
what they're
than
hoping
700
for.
tons
Okay,
of corrosive,
Charlotte, thank
flammable.
you. Still to come, previewing MLB opening day, and Caitlin Clark might be saying today was a good day when she sees the offer one upstart basketball league just made her. That's coming up right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In their 63rd season. Hey, it's happened! The Texas Rangers win the World Series!
Nearly 5 months after that last pitch, America's pastime is making its grand return. MLB opening day begins just after 3 p.m. today with the Angels facing the Orioles. So here's what we got. You got the Texas Rangers beginning their title defense at home versus the Cubs, while across the Lone Star State, the Astros renew their rivalry with the Yankees this afternoon.
Good way to
and
start.
then this big one, too. Everybody watching Shohei Ohtani as he'll make his official Dodgers debut when L.A. takes on St. Louis. Normally, all 30 clubs would take to the field today, but as this guy already knows, they're listening to you. The weather is already postponed. The home openers, Mets and Phillies.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get the Orioles game and the rain will hopefully exit in time. So,
okay.
Yeah, I know. Not a promise, but we're hoping. Turning now to two teams in the nation's capital extending their terms. On Wednesday, it was announced that the NBA's Washington Wizards and NHL's Washington Capitals will remain at Capital One Arena in D.C. through at least 2050. The district is planning to invest over $500 million to revamp the venue. Last December, if you remember, the owner of the two franchises, Ted Leonis, announced plans to move both to a new arena in Northern Virginia. Well, those negotiations with the city of Alexandria ended up falling through, which state officials blamed on personal and political agenda. So they were going to get a big shiny new home, and now instead they're just going to try to make the current one better.
Time to make yourself comfortable. It's going to be where you're staying put.
Yeah.
Okay, Caitlin Clark not staying put for at least, for the future. She may be destined for the WNBA, but one rapper turned sports mogul is trying to change that. On Wednesday, Ice Cube, one of the co-founders of the Big Three Basketball League, confirmed on X that the league offered the Iowa superstar $5 million, right, to come and play for them. Cube added that he intended for the offer to remain private during the NCAA tournament, and later said on ESPN that Clark has yet to respond to the upstart league's offer. NBC News was also not able to immediately reach representatives for Ice Cube or Caitlin Clark on Wednesday afternoon. But can you imagine just your future laid out for you and the options that you have? Do you go with the money, with something, that brand that's not so well known, or go?
She's already doing mainstream commercials.
Yeah.
And I've already heard that tickets for the WNBA games next year for her first games are like $400 a piece just to see her.
Well, look who's watching now and the ratings that are pulling in even now. All right, when we come back, why driving in the Big Apple is going to cost you even more. And later, grab a drink at this bar dedicated to women's sports. We'll be right back.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. People all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with what you need to know early today. Popular and pricey drug Ozempic costs thousands, but a new study from Yale found it could be made for less than $5. The study comes after years of pressure from manufacturer Novo Nordisk to cut the cost of diabetes care. New York City has approved the nation's first congestion pricing program. The controversial plan would charge cars $15 to drive into the heart of Manhattan. Officials say it's aimed at reducing traffic and pollution and could take effect as early as June. Beyonce is showing her hand, revealing the track list for her 8th studio album, Cowboy Carter. The new titles include Levi's Jeans, American Requiem, and Jolene. Cowboy Carter drops on Friday. Famed Motown singer Martha Reeves now has her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer was the lead singer of the legendary girl group Martha Reeves and the Vandellas.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host of Saturday Night Live.
Oh.
Really?
You're not the first Egyptian host either.
Here you go again. Okay, I am thrilled to be the first ever Egyptian host named Rami to host Saturday Night Live. No.
Rami Malek.
Me.
Rami Youssef finding it harder than expected to make SNL history in the first promo for this weekend show. The comedian and Poor Things star will make his debut in Studio 8H alongside musical guest Travis Scott. With the popularity of women's sports soaring, one small business in the Midwest is raising the bar for fans. Our Emily Ikeda raises a glass to the love of the game.
In the heat of March Madness, it's not the men's bracket driving this winding line outside of a Minneapolis bar. Customers here are seeking out women's sports. Female athletes exclusively cover all 12 screens inside a bar of their own. A reference to the 1992 hit movie. Jillian Hiscock founded the bar that she says is a first in the state.
What inspired you to open the doors?
I just knew that, like me, there were lots of women's sports fans in Minneapolis and in the surrounding area that have tried for years to find women's sports on TV and not get them.
Not even a month in, and the bar already has regulars.
I think this is like our 8th time here, and they've been open for, 3 weeks?
Customers range from pro athletes to budding sports fans to girl dads.
It's lovely for me to be inspired by it, and even more so my girls.
Shooting phenom Caitlin Clark has boosted women's basketball viewership to record levels. And last August, an unprecedented 92,000 people attended Nebraska's volleyball match. Analysts see this as a marquee moment for women's sports. Still, they made up just 15% of all sports coverage in 2022. Hiscock hopes businesses like this will be a game changer.
Is this just the beginning?
Absolutely.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Minneapolis.
Lego has asked the Southern California Police Department to stop using the company's toy heads to hide suspects' identities in photos posted on social media. The edited photos gained attention last week after the department posted an explanation saying that they needed to censor the photos per a new state law. All right, the Powerball jackpot has climbed closer to $1 billion, and with no big winner in last night's drawing, the prize is now $935 million. It is now the 5th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The next drawing is Saturday night. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday.
Right now on Morning News Now, a recovery mission, now a salvage operation. The remains of 2 construction workers along with a black box pulled from the water following that catastrophic cargo ship collision and collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge.
It's difficult to overstate the impact of this collision. Any private party that is found responsible and liable will be held accountable.
Now, new questions about what went wrong and how it could have been prevented. We're going to bring you the latest. Also this morning, the political world paying tribute to Joe Lieberman. The former senator and VP candidate has died at the age of 82. We'll look back at his life and his history-making career in Washington. Plus, contagion concerns. Cases of the measles rising across the U.S. as vaccination rates go down. What doctors want you to know. And we're flipping the script with Abbott Elementary star William Stanford Davis. That show was his big break, and now at 72 years old, he says his career in Hollywood is just getting started. Inspiring conversation we look forward to bringing you a little bit later on this Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. We're going to begin with the bridge collapse in Baltimore, where the recovery mission has now turned into a salvage operation. Officials say it is no longer safe for divers to navigate or operate around the debris created by the fallen Francis Scott Key Bridge. The NTSB released new video giving us a closer look at the damage left behind after a cargo ship crashed into the bridge's pillar early Tuesday morning. Divers have recovered the data recorder from the ship. Searchers in the Port of Baltimore found 2 victims yesterday who were inside a red pickup when the bridge collapsed. 4 others are presumed dead and are still missing. The investigation into the accident is expected to take up to 2 years. The NTSB chair who's leading the investigation says crews are working to salvage as much as they can.
Our entire focus on scene is to collect the perishable evidence. That's documenting the scene, it's taking photographs, it's taking any sort of electronics or components, whatever goes away once the scene is cleaned up. We need to collect that information for our investigation.
We have full coverage this hour, including our conversation with a former Navy diving chief to help us better understand the recovery mission. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Baltimore. Antonia, good morning. So what's the latest on the investigation as this salvage operation gets underway? And what more are we learning about the contents of what was on the ship?
Good morning, Joe. Well, we know investigators are now boarding the ship after for the initial hours they were unable to do so. And we know that there are about 56 or so dozens of containers with potentially hazardous materials on them, oil, other flammables. We also know, of course, that there is still immense amounts of cargo and other goods that certainly they're going to be looking for logs going through what they know is actually still salvageable there. And then we know that they got access to the voyage data recorder. And, you know, that's essentially kind of the black box that you would hear about on an airplane. And what they're going to do is they've already brought it back to a lab, and they're going to use that data to essentially create a play-by-play, a timeline of all that they know about what was happening with and on the ship in the moments leading up to this tragic collision. And you should take a listen to some of the words of the NTSB chair, who has been very clear with reporters here on the ground that this is a very methodical and at times slow information gathering process. Take a look.
56 containers of hazardous materials. That's 764 tons of hazardous materials, mostly corrosives, flammables. Some of the hazmat containers were breached, We have seen sheen on the waterway. The federal, state, and local authorities are aware of that, and they will be in charge of addressing those issues.
Officials have been very clear here, Joe, that it is going to take a while, and they're not frankly comfortable at this point giving an exact timeline or estimate about when things like the port might be open or jobs that depend on this area and this local economy will be right back and up to normal. And that's because every step of this is going to be very complicated. The cleanup effort and the information recovery effort, all of what's going to really be a multinational investigation as they coordinate with different corporations and companies involved in just this one vessel here. So the only thing people seem to be very sure of is that we have a long road ahead right now, Joe.
And Antonia, let's talk about the victims. 2 were recovered yesterday. Another 2 have been identified. What are we learning about those who lost their lives in this tragedy?
Well, we've learned just last night from the governor and other officials right here that they recovered 2 victims in a pickup truck submerged about 25 feet in the water. The victims were Alejandro Hernandez Fuentes, 35 years old, and Dorlian Castillo Cabrera, 26 years old. And NBC News has had the opportunity, and also Telemundo, to speak with family, loved ones, friends of the victims. We've learned that they are men, fathers from places like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico, that they came here to build up their families, to contribute to this country and to the community of Baltimore. And, people here have just had an outpouring of love and support for these grieving families. And the immigrant community here has also really stepped up. Organizations that provide them with support, rights, friendships, church, and all the basis of community here. They're trying to step up right now and offer people support, counseling, and just an opportunity to process all of this as really a thanks to their memory and to the service they were providing that night, trying to do repairs on this bridge, something that everyone in this area would benefit from. And people don't want that to be forgotten, Joe.
No doubt. Certainly we are thinking of their friends and families as well. Antonia, thank you so much for your reporting this morning. For more, we're joined now by former Navy diving chief, retired Captain Bobby Scully. Thank you so much for joining us. Now that this has transitioned from this search and rescue to a salvage recovery mission, what does that mean for search crews?
Well, thanks for having me, Joe. And I want to also convey my deepest condolences to the families of the victims. As divers, that's always our priority, is to recover the victims so that the families can get closure. But even though it's switched over to a salvage recovery, I think the divers will still have in the back of their minds that the priority is to bring back those victims. But as it shifts over to the salvage phase, the divers are going to have to switch modes and think about the stability of the debris field and how they're going to start lifting that structure up to the surface. And that's a whole different ballgame. They're going to have to survey the scene and look at the safest way of getting the rigging around that structure and bring it to the surface and get it out of the way. And that's going to take a lot of engineering skills and a different type of diving, shifting from scuba diving, which is allows them to move freely in the water. They'll probably have to bring in surface-applied hard hat diving for protection, possibly underwater cutting, which is a whole different skill set. And then, of course, a lot of topside equipment, cranes and barges. So it's a huge operation.
And so many challenges they're facing. How long could this recovery mission take?
It's going to take weeks, possibly months. I think back to the large-scale operation that I was involved in, TWA Flight 800. It took us 4 months to get the bulk of the aircraft, although that was deeper water. We're talking relatively shallow here, no deeper than about 50 feet. So the depth of water isn't quite as bad, and the structure is all in one location, and we know where all the structure is. But this is very heavy debris. The concrete and the metal is very heavy, and it's all interconnected. So that's going to pose some problems. So, in my opinion, we're talking at least many weeks, maybe even into some months. But I'm sure the Unified Command is going to put together a very experienced team, whether it's commercial or government, and get to it as quickly as possible.
All right, Bobby Scully, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise.
My pleasure.
Former U.S. Senator and Democratic vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. His family says that he passed away yesterday after suffering complications from a fall. The four-term Connecticut senator started his career as a centrist Democrat and was the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, running with Al Gore in 2000. Later, he became an independent, endorsing his friend, Republican John McCain, in his run for the White House in 2008. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is here with us in New York to talk more about the senator's legacy. He is someone who is known as a centrist, a long, complex career. What is he being remembered for most this morning?
So many things. I mean, his career in the Senate was 24 years. Like you said, he was the first Jewish member of the Senate. He also was the first Jewish American to be on a presidential ticket as the vice presidential nominee for Al Gore in 2000, and later became actually the first Jewish member again, or American, to run for president, right? It was unsuccessful 4 years after he was on the Al Gore ticket. But look, his time in the Senate was really transformational, and you could see that by the statements of remembrance yesterday from Republicans and Democrats. He forged partnerships across the aisle. He spoke out in favor of the U.S. invasion in Iraq after 9/11. He really shepherded so many important pieces of legislation, and most recently, he was the public face of the No Labels effort to try and get this unity ticket for 2024. So really, he touched all parts of politics.
He could reach across the aisle. Maybe sometimes he could even upset Democrats with things that he said or stances that he took. What were the things that were most important to him, the issues he focused on most?
Well, look, he changed, of course, his affiliation to an independent Democrat in 2006, in part because he wasn't supported by the Democratic Party after he, like I said, supported the invasion of Iraq, sided with Republican colleagues like John McCain, Lindsey Graham, his two close friends when he was in the Senate. But even though he was an independent, he still was a Democrat on economic issues, on climate issues, on many social issues. After 9/11, he really was the legislative father, if you will, of the Homeland Security Department. This was an agency he felt was so important to create after the terrorist attacks in this city all those years ago. But later on, many criticized him for sort of standing in the way. President Obama's most signature piece of legislation, the Affordable Care Act, for example, trying to pull back certain pieces of that when it came to a public option and so forth. And he angered Democrats as well in 2008 when he endorsed John McCain over Barack Obama, who was a new colleague to him at the time in the Senate. So he really transformed politics. He's a rare voice. We don't see many like him nowadays.
Especially nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he's being remembered as such, too.
Are we hearing from Al Gore at all this morning?
We are. And, Al Gore really chose Joe Lieberman as his running mate, really after all the allegations against Bill Clinton, who, to be clear, Lieberman was a fan of his administration. And I want to read you a part of what Al Gore had to say today. You see it on your screen. He said, Joe was a man of deep integrity who dedicated his life to serving his country. He was truly a gifted leader whose affable personality and strong will made him a force to be reckoned with. And, Gore chose him because Lieberman was an independent voice. He spoke out very strongly in those allegations against Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky, sort of causing a rift with many Democrats, even though he voted not to convict him ultimately in the Senate trial. But he was really an independent voice, and certainly Al Gore saw him as such, too.
All right. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. Good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us. Former President Trump is ramping up social media attacks against the judge in his New York hush money case, less than a day after that judge issued a partial gag order. In Tuesday's ruling, Judge Juan Merchan said that Trump must refrain from making public statements about the court staff witnesses and other figures in the case, but it failed to mention the judge or the judge's family. And it did not take long for Trump to take to his social media platform, Truth Social. In a flurry of posts, Trump labeled Merchan as a hater, repeated his call for the judge to recuse himself from the case. He also took aim at the judge's daughter for working in progressive politics. Trump claimed it is, quote, completely impossible for him to get a fair trial. Last August, Merchan declined to recuse himself from the case and said he is certain of his ability to be fair and impartial. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now with more on this. So, Danny, Judge Merchan issued this gag order, but it looks like Trump maybe found a loophole, you could say. I mean, tell us about that and just how common is a gag order like this? It's an issue we've talked about a lot over the last few months.
On the one hand, gag orders are pretty rare, and they're always controversial because they bring head-to-head several different competing, directly conflicting constitutional concerns. On the one hand, you have the liberties of the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. But then on the other hand, the court needs to preserve the defendant's and the public's right to a fair trial, which is somewhat ironic because here the person arguably threatening that fair trial is the person that the amendment was designed to protect, which is Donald Trump. But nevertheless, that's what gag orders do, and that's why they're always controversial, because they're always arguably violating some constitutional concern. And in a case like this, the judge actually did, I think, a wise thing, leaving that loophole, which I think was probably deliberate, because gag orders, the constitutionality of them, depends not only on who you're protecting, but it also depends on who you're targeting. So, for example, lawyers are the easiest to gag because we're officers of the court. We've already kind of consented to that kind of control. On the other hand, members of the press are much harder to gag. Those will almost always be unconstitutional as prior restraint.
So do you expect the judge is going to amend the gag order to include himself or include his family, or do you think he's going to say, no, I'm fair game, I'm not going to add myself to this?
I don't think so. I think the judge will keep the gag order the way it is, but I think Donald Trump will continue to push the limits. Yes, you could call this a loophole, but I don't think it was accidental. I think the judge deliberately left a carve-out for himself. After all, judges are politicians. They do get scrutinized, but let me just make completely clear. There are two reasons why what Trump is doing is a horrible idea. Number one, you should never criticize judges because I think ethically, at least for a lawyer, it's not right. But number two, it's a horrible idea for your case because you turn the judge against you. And I know a thing or two about annoying judges, so I can tell you it is not a good idea, and I've regretted it every time I've done it myself.
I have trouble believing that, Danny. I feel like
you have no idea.
All of the judges love you. So you mentioned this. There's this issue here. You're balancing safety versus right to free speech and First Amendment rights, especially when the person on trial is a former president who's running for president again. But if Mr. Trump does violate the gag order, what are some of the penalties that could be enforced here?
A judge has a number of different remedies. There's this inherent power of the court to control the courtroom and protect people like witnesses and jurors, which is critically important. And that will also go into the factors of whether or not a gag order is valid. So you have everything from a verbal reprimand all the way up to, at the other end of the spectrum, is incarceration. You can find someone in criminal contempt and send them to jail. But I got to tell you something, Joe. No judge wants to try and send Trump to jail for contempt or for violation of a gag order. It would be an administrative nightmare. No judge wants that, and I think Trump knows it, and I think that's why he's pushing the limit. He'll take a $10,000 fine, whatever. It's worth it. It's money well spent in his mind, and I think he's just daring these judges to send him downstairs to the holding cell, and I just don't think any of them would want to do that. I certainly wouldn't if I were a judge.
All right. Danny Ceballos, appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you as always. The White House says Israel wants to reschedule a meeting with U.S. officials aimed at discussing Israel's planned ground offensive of Rafah in southern Gaza. Earlier this week, Prime Minister Netanyahu canceled a visit to Washington by a senior Israeli delegation. That's because instead of vetoing a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages, the U.S. abstained. The State Department says it hopes to persuade Israel against attacking Rafah, which is home to more than 1 million displaced Palestinians.
We do think it's important that that meeting happen. As we've said, we think that the plan that Israel has said it intends to pursue with respect to Rafah is one that would be a mistake, that would have enormous, a terrible impact on the civilian population there and would weaken Israel's security. And we think there's a better way. And we want to have the opportunity to present that better alternative to Israel.
Let's bring in NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's in Tel Aviv. So, Raf, do we know why Israel is reversing its decision to take part in this meeting? Are U.S. officials hopeful they can still try and stop this ground attack on Rafah?
Yeah, Joe, some real whiplash here. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very publicly canceling this meeting and then quietly trying to get it back on the schedule. Now, he was hosting a couple of Republican senators in Jerusalem yesterday. He spoke to the media. He said he canceled that meeting as a message to Hamas. Now, the logic there, not totally self-evident, but he seems to be saying that he is not going to allow Hamas to wait Israel out diplomatically, wait for Israel to be pushed into a ceasefire by the United States without releasing those hostages. The fact that he is now trying to reschedule this meeting might be an indication that he is concerned about the strains in the U.S.-Israel relationship right now. He may also have called off this meeting partly for domestic political reasons to show that he is standing up to the Biden administration, something that is important to a lot of Netanyahu's right-wing voters. That is the politics. In terms of the substance here, the fact that this meeting looks like it is going to be rescheduled suggests that Israel is going to hold off on any major ground offensive in Rafah, at least until the other side of this meeting. It is not at all clear, though, that American officials are going to be able to dissuade the Israeli government from moving ahead in Rafah. You've heard the Prime Minister say again and again he believes the only way Israel can win this war is to go in on the ground in Rafah in a major way to destroy what he says are 4 Hamas battalions hiding in the city. The goal of the Biden administration is to try to convince him that there is a more surgical, a more targeted approach that Israel can take that will still achieve its objectives, but spare those million-plus civilians sheltering in Gaza. Jeff.
So, Raf, even though this ground offensive has not yet started, Israel has been bombing Rafah for months now. Our NBC News team in Gaza did capture video of the latest Israeli airstrike that hit homes there. What more can you tell us about that? And just what is the overall situation right now in Rafah?
Yeah, Joe, so you're looking at the aftermath of strikes that happened Tuesday into Wednesday. As you said, Israel has not gone into Rafah on the grounds yet, but it has been bombing intensively for a long time. 11 people were killed in these strikes, according to witnesses who spoke to our unbelievably courageous NBC colleagues who are on the ground in Rafah right now. Part of the reason these strikes are so deadly, Joe, is that several of them happening at night. So people are asleep. There is no time to get out, 3, 4 a.m. in some cases. And also just when you have 1 million-plus people packed into Rafah, even if Israel is targeting very surgically, just the chances of civilians being caught up in that bombing is very high. It's also worth saying these strikes happened just about 24 hours or so after the UN Security Council passed that resolution which called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It called for Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release the hostages. And this is just a really grim reminder of how little impact that Security Council resolution is actually having on the ground. Jeff.
Raf, I also wanted to ask you about the UN human rights expert on the occupied Palestinian territories. This week, she released a report saying that there were reasonable grounds to say that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Now she's talking about threats she's receiving. What's going on here?
Right. So this is a similar argument to the one you heard South Africa make in front of the International Court of Justice. Basically, when you look at the scale of the civilian casualties, when you look at the scale of the devastation in Gaza, and when you look at some of these statements made by Israeli officials, especially in the early days of the war, talking about cutting off all food and water, this expert is arguing there is a reasonable case that Israel is committing genocide. Take a listen to what she had to say yesterday.
I've always I've been attacked since the very beginning of my mandate. I don't say that it's been a pleasant journey. Most of the pain comes from where I have to observe and monitor and investigate day by day. Yeah, I do receive threats. Israel's executive and military leadership and soldiers have intentionally distorted, using bellow principles, subverted their protection functions in an attempt to legitimize genocidal violence against the Palestinian people.
Now, Joe, I should say Israel is saying this report is an obscene inversion of reality. They are dismissing it completely. This expert also is not a UN official in the sense of being the head of one of the major UN agencies. She is an outside expert. She is controversial. She has a history of picking fights on Twitter, and she was condemned for some comments she made last year suggesting that October 7th was not an anti-Semitic attack. Joe.
Raph, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Time now for your morning News Now weather forecast. Our good friend Bill Cairns is here with us with a look ahead. Bill, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Joe. And I'm going to trust, because you're an outstanding anchor and reporter, that you've noticed it's been a little wet this morning.
I did notice rain. My journalistic skills kicked in, and I noticed that I was wet as I came into work.
Yeah, and you're not alone. The East Coast has been soaked. It's soaked this morning. And now we're getting into almost like record territory in a few areas. So Providence, Rhode Island, so far this March, not including what's rained since midnight, we're up almost to 10 inches. It's already the second wettest March you have on record. We're not going to beat the all-time record. That was back in 2010. I don't know what happened there. I go back and look, but 16 inches of rain. So we're not going to beat that, but we are going to get another probably about 1.5 inches to 2 inches with the storm that's currently ongoing. So as we go throughout the day today, here's at 2 p.m. So you notice that rain is ending in areas of South Carolina, still pouring in the Outer Banks areas all the way through the Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds, right through coastal regions. Now, notice Washington, D.C. We also have a baseball game. The Orioles game is going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Looks like showers ending at that time. And then steadier rains continue up from New York to Boston, even through the evening rush hour. Anywhere from the Jersey Shore, Long Island, up into New England, you'll be going home in the rain today. And it pours all evening long in areas of northern Maine. Because we've had the recent rainfall, we do have flood watches that are up. We haven't had any bad flooding as of now, but we think later today some of the higher totals will come in, and that's when the rivers could rise a little bit. So additional rain on top of what you already had. Another inch possible in New Bern, the Norfolk, Virginia Beach areas. New York City, not much more. D.C., looks like you're just about done. Boston, though, another 1.5 inches as we go throughout the day today. So how does this all shape up as we head towards the weekend? Friday, we watch that storm exit. Beautiful Friday from the plains all the way to the East Coast. The next big storm will be coming into the west. That's where we'll have to deal with Saturday with a flood risk, some storms in areas of Southern California. And then by the time we get to Sunday, that mess will be heading into the Rockies. But it looks like a really nice Easter Sunday for the East Coast. Much of the South should have no problem either. Problem areas, if we're going to have any, will be areas, say, Chicago to Indianapolis and other areas down there to the south. Should be doing just fine as far as the sunshine goes. A little wandering here.
Bill's giving you a tour of the studio this morning. Bill, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. All right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. He's flipping the script with his breakout role in the hit show Abbott Elementary. My conversation with actor William Stanford Davis, who says he waited decades before his big break. Up first after the break, it is sentencing day for the so-called king of crypto turned convicted conman, Sam Bankman-Fried. We're going to break down what to expect next. Stay with us.
democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's a day of reckoning for convicted CEO Sam Bankman-Fried. The former crypto king will be sentenced in a New York courtroom this morning for his role in the multi-billion-dollar fraud that led to the collapse of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange. In November, the 32-year-old was found guilty by a federal jury of fraud and conspiracy. Prosecutors want Bankman-Fried to serve up to 50 years in prison, with one U.S. attorney calling it, quote, one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. Here with more is NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. So, Brian, first of all, give us a reminder how we got to this point here.
Yeah, we have to rewind to 2022 when this really big crypto exchange where people were trading Bitcoin and other types of currencies spectacularly collapsed. Now, the CEO at the time, Sam Bankman-Fried, he was alleged to have used $10 billion in customer funds to fund a lavish lifestyle in the Caribbean, and then also use the money to try to make some risky bets that ultimately didn't work out, which led to the collapse of this company. Now let's fast forward to about 4 months ago in November, when a court found him guilty of 7 charges, including fraud and conspiracy. Now today is going to be the end of that whole court proceeding in the form of that sentencing. Now the challenge here is whether or not they should go with what the prosecutors are recommending of 40 to 50 years in prison, or if they want to go with what his attorneys are arguing should be a max of 6.5 years. So where does the judge kind of land in the middle of that? That remains to be seen. We'll find out later on.
Do we have any insight into what the judge could do, what the options are here, and could contrition from SBF play a role here?
Well, I mean, certainly that's what his attorneys are hoping for, right? That if Sam Bankman-Fried can show the judge, or has already shown the judge, that he feels guilty about the whole situation, then maybe they'll give him a more lenient sentence. Now, again, it's likely going to be somewhere between that 6.5 or 40 to 50 years. But again, it's going to depend on how they look at the merits of the case. Now, those that are arguing, again, on the prosecutor's side, that he should get many decades in prison, they have pointed to the tens of thousands of people who have lost a lot of money. Again, it was $10 billion in customer funds that were gambled away by FTX. And, you know, the allegation there is that, well, if he was so callous and was using that money to hobnob with celebrities and party it up in the Caribbean, then it doesn't show that he really feels all that guilty about it. But then his attorneys are saying, actually, if you look at his diary, which has been submitted in the record, you can see a picture of a person who has deep social anxiety, a lot of concerns about whether or not he could actually fit into those social circles. So that's going to be very, very much part of the decision there.
What about that $10 billion?
Yeah, well, I mean, for right now, there's a court down in Delaware because there was a bankruptcy administrator that was put in place after the 2022 collapse of this company that has been trying to figure out a way to recuperate the billions of dollars that were lost. They haven't recuperated dollar for dollar. They've gotten a good amount back. And they say, based off of filings, that they will make people that have legitimate claims whole in terms of how much money they get back. How long does that take, Joe? That remains an open question.
No doubt investors paying close attention to that. All right, Brian Chung, we know you'll stay on this throughout the day. Thank you so much. We're getting an inside look at the unfolding crisis in Haiti. The Biden administration is facing increased pressure from advocates to extend protected status to Haitian migrants who are trying to flee their country or have already made it here to the U.S. But officials tell NBC News there are no plans to change course. The effort to suspend deportations comes as gang violence in Haiti surges, wreaking havoc on communities there. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber spoke with concerned mothers at an orphanage.
Violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. Police and gangs battling it out in the streets of Haiti's capital city as innocent people hide and run for cover. We traveled to the country's north.
Where we are, it's more than 5 hours away by car from Port-au-Prince.
Within the gates of Mission Life International's orphanage and birthing center, you don't hear gunfire. You hear children laughing, playing, dreaming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
She says she wants to be a doctor. Outside of the birthing center, mothers are waiting to check in. Sarah Elle is just 3 months old. She's Jean's 4th child, the first girl.
Do the brothers like having a sister?
A lot. She tells us she's a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. She has a pharmacy, but these days doesn't sell much, and supplies are hard to come by.
You can see they have stuff here, but it is a bit sparse. That is in part because most of the ports in this country are currently controlled by gangs, and that means getting aid in to people who need it the most, medical supplies to places like this. It's very difficult.
For all of the families here, finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe?
Every day, she tells me, every day, we pray God will keep us safe.
Haiti can be fixed by Haitians.
They say they do not want to live in a Haiti like this.
We need help.
They want some help from the international community to reestablish security, but ultimately they tell us true change will come from Haitians. We don't like people to give us fish, teach us how to fish, Jean tells me.
Because Haitians are able to do it themselves.
Yes. Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Let's get more on the pressure facing the Biden administration over dealing with Haitian migrants from Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. So, Julia, hundreds of human rights groups have reached out to the Biden administration, pushing them to rethink how to handle Haitian migrants. First of all, take us through what they're calling for and what is the current policy.
Well, Ellison's piece perfectly lays out a lot of the reasons why they're calling for more protected status for Haitians who are already living here, as well as Haitians who are trying to flee. The Biden administration has interdicted Haitians at sea trying to flee and sent them back. When they send them back, they don't send them to Port-au-Prince, but outside of that, saying that that might be safer. But what these 481 organizations are saying is exactly what Ellison experienced. It's really not safe anywhere because the country is so unstable. So they're saying that the U.S. should suspend its policy of repatriating Haitians that they interdict at sea, and that they should allow people who are here already to be able to stay under temporary protected status, allow them to live and work here legally, much as they did after the 2010 earthquake, and also just like they did this summer for Venezuelans. They say that the crisis in Haiti right now is much worse than what the crisis was in Venezuela in July, but that simply the Biden administration was under political pressure to grant that status so that cities like New York could get Venezuelans working again. They say that the time right now in Haiti is so dire that they should change course.
So how is the Biden administration responding to all this pressure? What are you hearing from U.S. officials?
Look, I think there are a lot of people saying this is a really hard place to be, that there are no easy choices. Some people described it as heartbreaking. Some people said, look, I really don't have a way to defend this policy, but we're not changing it. Essentially, DHS is going to continue with its policies, although they are not running deportation flights to Haiti right now, but they haven't formally suspended them. It's basically just that they don't have a place to land a plane inside Port-au-Prince because the gangs have taken over the airport. So right now they're continuing to interdict people at sea. They're not granting TPS. They have absolutely no plans to change course, Joe. They say they always look at contingency plans, but right now the U.S. is actually leaning more on the State Department, trying to give aid. They say that the U.S. remains the #1 provider of humanitarian assistance to Haiti, and they've been able to provide over $100 million, about $170 million since October of 2022, helping 1.5 million Haitians. But those advocates say, look, a lot of what's happening in Haiti right now is because of a history of bad policies from the United States that have propped up certain governments, and that they think that the U.S. should now be able to welcome these Haitians who are fleeing the violence that they say is partially U.S. caused.
In what situations is temporary protected status usually granted? Do we have an idea of why not here?
Yeah, it's usually granted if there's been some kind of major catastrophe that you wouldn't want to deport someone to that country. That could be political upheaval. It could also be a major natural disaster like the earthquake of 2010. Why not here? They don't want to trigger more migration. Now, that doesn't seem like it would make any sense, because what TPS does is it means everyone's here by a certain date. If you made that March 28th, 2024, that means no Haitians coming in tomorrow could actually stay here legally. But what they think it does, and I've heard this in the past for other countries, is they think that the message gets misconstrued, and it does create more of a pull factor for more migrants thinking, well, if I can just get in, they'll extend it, they'll change that date, and then I'll have the same luck as my friends, my family that made it to the United States. So they're not granting it in this case because they don't want to encourage more Haitian migration. It's something President Trump has falsely claimed is already happening. There's really been had very little immigration to Haiti, from Haiti to the United States since this crisis broke out in late February, but they don't want to send any signals that they're encouraging any Haitians to come to the United States.
And real quickly, advocates for the migrants, what are they saying about that?
Well, they say that and in some terms I can't repeat here, but that just doesn't hold up, that's not true, that these people are desperate and that it is so hard to get out of Haiti. They say for the lucky ones who are able to get on a sailboat because they don't even have the fuel to power an actual power boat, that those people should be taken in, given immediate assistance, and be taken in and given asylum in the United States.
All right, Julia Ainsley, as always, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Coming up, a growing threat. Cases of the measles going up as vaccination rates go down. We're going to talk to a doctor about how you can keep your family healthy next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The CDC is tracking the growing number of measles cases in the U.S. as vaccination rates continue to fall. The agency has recorded 64 cases across 17 states. That number is up from the 59 total cases recorded in 2023, a sign that as vaccination rates drop, the highly contagious viral disease is posing a growing threat. Abby Dodge from our Kansas City affiliate takes a closer look.
Doctors in the metro do not have waiting rooms full of patients with measles. The most recent case was tracked through KCI by a Liberty resident in mid-January. But the state of Missouri is taking note of a rise in cases nationally. Cities like Chicago and Miami have reported multiple cases in children. Dr. Todd Fristow is a St. Luke's family medicine physician.
I don't think we want to scare people and make them alarmed. Oh, we're all going to get, measles and have all kinds of trouble, but have people be aware of it.
Doctors recommend kids get their first MMR dose at 12 to 15 months. That has a protection rate of 93%. The second dose bumps up that rate to 97%. Children typically receive their second dose from 4 to 6 years old. Dr. Fristow says that he's gotten more questions about vaccines in the last few years.
It's very important as healthcare professionals to validate their concerns. That doesn't mean you agree with all of their concerns, but you validate them and you understand that they truly are concerned for the well-being of their family or their children or their loved ones.
Measles is a highly contagious virus. If I have measles and show up to a meeting with 10 other colleagues who haven't been vaccinated or haven't had measles before, up to 9 of them could contract the virus. Say you forgot your phone at that meeting and come and grab it an hour or two later. the measles virus is still hanging in the air.
So it's very easily contracted if you're exposed to someone with measles.
A 95% vaccination rate is recommended for herd immunity. DHSS in Missouri says public schools are reporting a 90.5% MMR vaccine rate for kindergartners this school year. That's down from 95.4 in 2016. Some pediatric offices require all patients to be vaccinated. Dr. Fristow says sometimes it takes few visits before patients are comfortable with a vaccine.
It's just all about being respectful to that other person and listen to their concerns and then try to guide them to accurate sources of information.
Abby Dodge, thank you for that report. So let's bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal for more on this. So let's talk about how is it you spot measles in kids? What makes it more likely to spread and contract?
Yeah, so Joe, anyone unvaccinated is at risk for measles. And the reason, we hear about it more in kids in terms of these outbreaks are a couplefold. The first, most adults actually have immunity to measles in this country. Secondly, when we talk about what kids are doing in school, a lot of them are closely congregated. They're sort of, sharing things, a lot of germs flying around. So that's another reason we hear about this so much in kids. But also, Joe, kids are at highest risk of severe disease, particularly those under the age of 5. Now, some adults also are included in this, those over the age of 20 and those with, immunocompromised conditions. But like you heard in that package, if you were to walk into a room, you can imagine in kindergarten, if you are somebody who has measles and you walk into a room and there's 10 unvaccinated people in that room, 9 of them are likely to get sick. So this is a really, really contagious disease and why everybody's, really alert about this.
And that is incredibly eye-opening to know just how contagious it is. What are the risks associated with measles?
So the symptoms of measles first are, fevers, rash, cough, things that we see with other viruses as well. But really the risk, the reason we're so worried about this, Joe, about 1 in 5 unvaccinated people can be hospitalized. About 1 in 1,000 can develop encephalitis or inflammation of the brain. About 1 to 3 in 1,000, this disease does prove fatal. And there is something else that is unique to measles that I think a lot of people should know that a lot of people don't know is that if you get measles and you recover, measles can actually dampen your immune system and weaken your immune system, making you more likely to get things that you would fight off normally, like pneumonias or other bacterial infections. So a lot of complications, Joe, with this one.
Conquering childhood measles really was like a public health success story. Yeah. And, this year we've only seen 64 cases. Could be a bigger number, but still it's concerning. What's most concerning is seeing a 5% vaccination drop in 5 years, which is kind of what's opened the door here. If we see another 5% drop in another 5 years, what could that mean?
Yeah, so we have some numbers on this, Joe. So 95%, like you heard in that report, is the sort of gold standard we want for herd immunity, meaning that the spread can be kept at bay. Nationally now, we're seeing that number dip to 93%, which doesn't sound like a huge drop, but if you a small percent of that is still a large number. About 250,000 kindergartners are at risk just with that small drop in vaccination. So, this is a vaccine that, unlike other vaccines, if you do get the vaccine, you are less likely to spread it. So it is something that, you get at about the age of 12 to 15 months, another dose about 4 to 6 months or 4 to 6 years of age. And most adults, fortunately, have had the vaccine in this country.
All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. Coming up, regulating AI. Up next, the new rules just announced by the White House that could impact how federal agencies use the technology. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now. Welcome back. New this morning, the White House just rolled out its first set of government-wide guardrails for AI. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so the White House laid out new requirements for federal use of artificial intelligence this morning. Agencies that want to use AI will have to designate chief AI officers and establish governance boards within 2 months. The Biden administration will also require them to establish safeguards for the use of the emerging technology and public annual reports on how they're managing AI risk. TikTok is taking its fight for survival to American TVs. The social media company launched a $2.1 million advertising campaign with a message for senators. Block the House bill that would effectively ban the app in the U.S. According to analytics company AdImpact, TikTok plans to air the spots in Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. All 5 of those states are represented by vulnerable Senate Democrats running for another term. People in New York, Massachusetts, and Minnesota can also expect to see the ads. And Canada's maple syrup supply is at a 16-year low, but thankfully you won't have to find an alternative for your pancakes just yet. The reserve, which is housed in Quebec, only contains about 7 million pounds of syrup right now. That's the lowest it's been since 2008. Industry officials say the supply has been hit by a large international demand for syrup, as well as warmer weather, which disrupted production. But for now, they don't forecast any supply issues for customers. Oh, my goodness, Joe. What am I going to put on my chicken and waffles?
Pancakes and waffles. Rejoice. Hopefully no issues in the near future. Right. Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, we are flipping the script with actor William Stanford Davis, better known as Mr. Johnson in the hit show Abbott Elementary, why he says his big break was worth the decades-long wait. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some news that's got the beehive buzzing. We're, of course, talking about Beyonce, who just posted the track list for her upcoming country album, Cowboy Carter. It includes a cover of Dolly Parton's 1970s classic Jolene, as well as a guest appearance from legend Willie Nelson. Now, as we reported, Queen Bee is set to tap into the country genre in this follow-up to her smash hit, the Renaissance album. But Beyonce says it's not a country album, it's a Beyonce album. Cowboy Carter is set to drop at midnight. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter William Stanford Davis. His friends call him Stan, but these days he's best known as Mr. Johnson, the custodian on the award-winning ABC sitcom Abbott Elementary. He's just one of many hilarious characters in the show, which centers on a group of teachers and staff at a public school in Philadelphia. Now, Stan is 72 years old and says he has been waiting a lifetime for a role like this, proof that hard work and patience truly do pay off.
Mr. Johnson, sorry to interrupt whatever this is, but these kids need to stay with you.
Well, it looks like Ava switched this day from Ferris Bueller's Day Off to the Breakfast Club.
How's life right now for you, Stan?
Oh, man, it's like I'm living in a dream. I'm still in pitch myself mode.
Is it fair to say it took a few years to achieve this dream?
Just a few. But, you know, that's any dream worth dreaming is worth putting in the time and the work and the effort. The plot thickens.
How old were you when you decided I'm going to move to LA and I'm going to try to break into Hollywood?
I got here when I was 32. I'm 72 now.
40 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I worked in a brickyard. Then I worked as a short order cook in a truck stop. I worked as a telemarketer. I drove limousine. I drove some of the people that I work with now.
Can I just draw?
Whatever it takes to keep you out of my hair.
Sir, you are bald.
His big break came a few years ago when he auditioned for the role of the school custodian, Mr. Johnson, on Abbott Elementary. He was only supposed to appear in the pilot, but the show's creator and star, Quinta Brunson, just kept bringing him back, making him a series regular. The man behind the mop finally rose to the top.
I cried, my wife cried, my dog cried. I thought the neighbors were going to call the police. There was so much noise being made in my house.
What has Quinta Brunson meant to you?
Oh, man, there's no words to describe. She's such a kind, just smart, kind person. And as I told her at the end of season 1, I said, Quinta, you changed my life. You know, all you want to be is a working actor. That's all I ever wanted to be. All these things that have happened, all these accolades and things, they're just, man, sometimes I get emotional thinking about it.
The story that Abbott Elementary is telling, how important is that? Because it's maybe a story that a lot of folks haven't had the opportunity to see before.
This story should have been told when I was in elementary school because it hasn't changed very much. Teachers are important. They're as important as doctors. They're as important as policemen, you know, and because they impact lives. They change lives like Quinta changed my life. When I encounter teachers out in the world, they tell me how much truth is in what we're doing, along with the comedy. You know, we don't want to get political in any kind of way. We just want to tell the truth about what's happening in schools and how important they are.
Oh, whose cat is this? I don't know. I just found him in here. He won't budge. I think I'll get some bacon from the lunch lady to try to lure him out.
Cats are pescatarians.
You telling me this cat believes in God?
There's a giant billboard for Abbott Elementary near Times Square. It's huge. Yeah. And you're on it. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have. Man, I'm on a billboard in Times Square. Can you believe that? I've had friends send me pictures of it. I never thought that. When I see a bus go by with the show on in the bus, I'm like, oh my God, look at what has happened. What is this? This is amazing.
So at age 72, do you feel like your career is just getting started?
I feel like it's just getting started. Abbott is part of the journey. I'm really praying that it's part of the journey. I hope it's not the destination. All actors would like to do it until they can't do it anymore. And that's the way I feel about it. As we say on the streets, I'm going to ride till the wheels fall off.
When I asked what advice he would give aspiring actors of all ages, Davis quoted Duke Ellington saying there are 2 rules in life. Number 1, don't quit. Number 2, never forget rule number 1. William Stanford Davis is certainly proof of that. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, we have taken the show outside of our studio and outside of 30 Rock. That's because of what's across the street here. You see, that's Radio City Music Hall. Some of the biggest performers in the world have taken the stage there. The Radio City Rockettes, have their Christmas spectacular there every year, but today it is the center of the political universe. President Biden is having a huge star-studded fundraiser there. Two former presidents are going to be there, former Presidents Clinton and Obama, along with a cavalcade of celebrities. It's a sign that the race for the White House is really kicking into high gear, not just the effort to try and get voters, but also to try and collect money. Millions of dollars could be raised today. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who's made his way here to New York. You know, Gabe, typically a rainy Thursday like this, that alone would slow down traffic in Midtown. We're about to see a traffic nightmare when they cut off many of the roads here, right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. This whole area will be locked down in just a short time. Security is actually already ramping up, and as you said, the Biden campaign is billing this as a historic first-of-its-kind event. The campaign expects about 5,000 people to be here, and they expect the event to rake in more than $25 million. But former President Trump has other plans.
This morning, the Biden campaign is preparing to host a star-studded fundraiser with three presidents, Biden, Obama, and Clinton, in a conversation moderated by late-night host Stephen Colbert. The event also set to feature appearances by Lizzo, Queen Latifah, and Ben Platt, among other celebrities, as Democrats set their sights on the general election.
I've never been more optimistic about our future. I know I'm only 40 years old. Times 2 plus 1.
The president's poll numbers are ticking up, but are still shaky. At this time in 2020, Biden was leading Trump by an average of 6 points. Now most polls show a statistical tie or a Trump lead. So the president and vice president are ramping up their travel. Former President Obama is also taking an increasingly active role in the campaign.
Right now, the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party for president says he wants to repeal the entirety of the ACA.
Mr. Trump is firing back, saying he doesn't want to terminate Obamacare, just make it better, even though he's previously said repeatedly that he wanted to replace it.
We're repealing and replacing Obamacare.
While the former president escalates his attacks on the judge presiding over his hush money trial in New York, he's also trying to highlight violent crime in the city and planning to attend the wake of NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, who was shot and killed this week in the line of duty. Today, both candidates heading to high-profile events. Another split-screen moment as the campaign intensifies.
So, Gabe, so far, Democrats have been outpacing Republicans when it comes to fundraising. I have to imagine this is going to help with that.
Yeah, certainly. Democrats have, over the last couple months, doing very well. The cheapest tickets for this event at this iconic venue have gone for about $250, but the largest contributions, Joe, have actually come from people who have given up to $500,000.
That is a huge price tag right there. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, appreciate your reporting this morning. Good to see you here in New York. Let's turn now to the latest from Baltimore. We're learning new information this morning about that deadly collision involving a cargo ship involving the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The bodies of two victims have been pulled from the water, but crews have called off the search because conditions are just too dangerous. It's now shifting to a salvage operation. NTSB officials have been able to board and speak with some of the crew on the ship. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest from Baltimore.
Yeah, good morning. So we have an awful lot of moving pieces here at the Baltimore port. To begin with, this is now a salvage operation. They have now decided that it's simply too risky to try to go in and find the individual bodies of those who have perished and are still in the water. And so they're going to have to bring in just massive cranes to lift the superstructure up and out of the water. At the same time, they need to prioritize getting this port open as quickly as possible. But the immediate focus today, at this hour here in Baltimore, is on the families of those 6 who died. In Baltimore this morning, a clearer picture now emerging of the disastrous crash that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. NTSB investigators have for the first time boarded the cargo ship, still covered in mangled metal.
It's just utter devastation.
Along with initial interviews of the crew, investigators have now downloaded the ship's voice data recorder, or VDR. The initial timeline shows alarms started sounding at 1:24 a.m. Tuesday. 2 minutes later, the ship's pilot made an urgent call for any nearby tugboats to assist. The pilot radioed again a minute later, saying the ship had lost all power. Traffic cameras showed the ship approaching the bridge before the feed cuts out 2 minutes later when the massive vessel struck the span. The ship had no tugs at all, helping it navigate through the waters before it hit the bridge?
That's correct. It's a straight shot through the channel. So there are no tugs with the vessel at that time.
Police dispatch audio shows officers radioed to stop traffic less than 30 seconds after that distress call, showing officers discussing the crew on the bridge in the moments before the collapse.
Once you get here, I'll go grab the workers on the key bridge and then stop the outer loop.
213 dispatch, the whole bridge just fell down.
Nearly 25 feet below the water surface, dive teams have discovered a pickup truck with 2 victims inside. Authorities have now called off the search for 4 remaining victims, calling it a salvage operation, saying the water is simply too treacherous, filled with dangerous debris. Maryland's governor sharing how one survivor managed to walk away from the terrifying ordeal.
We literally saw the bridge fall right after he moved off. It was because it was a first responder who was telling him to move off of the bridge.
Now the focus shifts to the daunting task of reopening this vital port. With 8,000 workers directly impacted and concerns of supply chain disruptions.
We are concerned about implications that will ripple out beyond the immediate region.
And TSP investigators today hope to be back on the bridge, interviewing the 2 local pilots who were on board to try to navigate their way, and the ship's way, I should say, through the port. At the same time, the Army Corps of Engineers talking about bringing in a lot of people, a lot of expertise, and that massive crane to eventually raise the wreckage up out of the water. There is no timeline from when this port could open. We're talking weeks at least, and in the meantime, rebuilding the bridge, probably years. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. This morning, mounting gang violence in Haiti is raging on, with Haitians and foreign nationals fearing for their safety and pleading for help evacuating the country. So far, the U.S. government has helped hundreds evacuate. NBC's Ellison Barber reports from the Dominican Republic on the border with Haiti.
The violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. So far this month, more than 33,000 people have been forced to flee the capital city.
This morning, fierce violence continues to grip Port-au-Prince. Criminal gangs are intensifying their rampage, targeting citizens and critical infrastructure, causing chaos across the country. Once a sanctuary for children, this school intentionally set on fire by armed gangs, according to UNICEF. The United States is evacuating their citizens almost daily. But with the country's biggest international airport closed, most Haitians are unable to leave. Americans Missy and John Tennant are working tirelessly to try and get their adopted teenage Haitian sons home.
Begging, screaming at the top of our lungs, just saying, please help us get our children out of this deadly situation.
More than 480 human rights organizations are asking the Biden administration for a new designation of temporary protected status for Haitians in the United States and a pause on deportations. But 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News the Biden administration is not planning to change course. At Mission Life International's birthing center, we met mothers trying to care for newborns with their country on the brink of famine.
Because gangs currently control the majority of the ports in this country, and most of them are closed, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, it isn't getting in as fast as it's really needed in places like this.
Sarael is just 3 months old. She's Jean Erlande Cadet's 4th child. Jean tells us she is a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. And finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe?
Every day, she tells me, every day we pray God will keep us safe.
This week, the Biden administration approved a proposal to provide Haiti's national police with weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, and helmets, all of it coming from a Department of Homeland Security stockpile. It's worth $10 million, and it is aimed at trying to help Haiti's police restore order in the capital city. Joe?
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. Former Connecticut Senator and Democratic vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. Known as someone who would work across the aisle, Lieberman became an independent and formed strong alliances with other centrists in Congress. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has a look back at Senator Lieberman's storied career.
Devoted to public service and his deep personal faith, Joseph Lieberman was a four-term U.S. Senator from Connecticut and a man of history as the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, Al Gore's running mate in 2000.
Tonight, I am so proud to stand as your candidate for Vice President of the United States.
Senator Lieberman died in New York. A statement from his family said his passing followed complications from a fall. A hawk on defense. His support of the Iraq War cost him among Democrats. Lieberman became an independent, later a founder of the No Labels organization, and his friendship with John McCain was part of his break with the Democratic Party.
I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party.
An Orthodox Jew, Lieberman often walked to critical votes in the Senate, moved by faith and a desire for common ground.
Our thanks to Kelly O'Donnell for that report. Joining us now to talk more about Senator Lieberman's legacy is Eugene Scott. He's a senior politics reporter at Axios. Good to have you with us. So Senator Lieberman, he served 24 years in the U.S. Senate, spent 16 years in state government before that. What is his legacy?
You know, Joe, his legacy is primarily being an independent thinker. I tend to think of him as the Democrats' version of John McCain in terms of, you know, being a maverick and not being afraid of going against his party. But the reality is that he did so in a way that probably attracted, you know, quite a bit of criticism from those in his party because he did it so publicly and boldly in ways that had real consequences and captured headlines in a manner that many Democrats would prefer they not, find themselves in the midst of.
So the fact that he went from top of Democratic ticket to this independent, to someone who endorsed John McCain, he was known for reaching across the aisle. How did that impact his work in the Senate?
Well, it was very beneficial initially. As you know, the Senate is a very small body. And so Democrats frequently work with Republicans to get things done. I mean, at least that was the norm back when Lieberman was in the Senate. But because things are so close and people know each other, the criticism, quite frankly, that he received because he was so critical of some people in his party was hard to ignore. I mean, for him to be in the Senate as a Democrat and not endorse the Democrat who was running for the president from the Senate was no small matter. And it made it very difficult for him to work with other Democrats in the Senate as his career continued.
Let's talk about his life more recently. His group, No Labels, it's this group that's trying to get a third-party candidate to run. So far, not successful in that endeavor. But how is that factoring into this current election? How does that also play into Lieberman's legacy?
Well, it arguably is making his legacy, you know, a bit mixed. I mean, in his final days, he was trying his best to find someone who could run against Joe Biden and Donald Trump, something that Democrats, you know, are probably not going to forget for quite some time. Now, mind you, No Labels has not been successful. They've really struggled to find someone. And he's made the case they want, you know, a split party ticket, maybe a Democrat running as president or a Republican as vice president or vice versa. But nevertheless, he spent his final days not supporting the incumbent president, even though it's worth noting that while his final Senate tenure was as an independent, he did register as a Democrat when he left Connecticut and moved to New York. So he believes that he still was pretty consistent and faithful with his support for the party, even though many of the people in the party don't agree. agree.
All right, Eugene Scott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. We turn now to a disturbing new trend that has been popping up all over social media. Several women in New York City have reported being punched in broad daylight while simply walking down the street. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is taking a closer look at this growing number of assaults. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, what's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh, my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home. He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Overnight, the NYPD released a statement, Joe, saying that the person that they arrested is a repeat offender. He's actually been arrested 3 times in the last 6 months for similar crimes. That he is what the police call a recidivist. And I had conversations with the NYPD, not just on this story, but on others, including the spate of subway crime that's been going on. They say one of their biggest issues are repeat offenders.
And do they have any idea why this person is doing this, or is it just tough to say at this point?
It's tough to say. They also said that it's not the same person.
Got it.
That they believe at this point it's not the same person.
All right, very good. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns with your Morning News Now forecast. It's opening day, so Bill, time to play ball. I'm having trouble imagining some places like, around the country with the snow and the rain and everything. It might not be a great opening day, but...
Yeah, but it's a big day. Like some families and some fans, it's like a holiday. Like they take off of work, school. It's like a tradition in some families. So opening day, the forecast has not cooperated for a few games, and those games have already been postponed. And that was the Phillies games against the Braves. The Mets game has already been postponed too. We have rain in the Baltimore area and cloudy, damp conditions. And that's the first game of the day. We think that's going to move out. It'll be cloudy. We're going to get that game in. Just bundle up. Chicago looks fine for the White Sox. Home opener there, and Cincinnati looks pretty good. Some of these are in the domes here, so the Tampa game obviously is fine. Same with Houston. World champion, Texas Rangers. That's 72 degrees. That sounds like a beautiful start to your season. Kansas City looks very nice. We are going to see for that Red Sox games with the Mariners a little bit of rainy weather. They should be able to get that in also. Ohtani, Los Angeles. All headlines will be on that as they take on the Cardinals. 65, no problems in L.A. Phoenix looks good. San Diego looks good, too. So a lot of games will get in today without weather problems. Of course, they canceled the ones that needed to be. And all because of this rain streaming up the East Coast here. We've had some very heavy heavy rain in eastern North Carolina. Right now, we got some steady rain in the Boston area. Check the airport delays. They're doing okay. We haven't had really too many big problems out there so far. And as we go through the day, it just kind of stays dreary and wet. I don't think we're going to get the heavy enough rain for any significant flooding. But if you're going through this evening, especially driving on I-95 here, heading for Providence, the loop outside of Boston, that's where the steady rain will be. New York City, it'll be ending right around 7 to 8 p.m., but it's going to be light. And it looks like in Washington, D.C., you're just about done. So flood watches continue from Providence to Boston, to Bangor, Maine to Portland, from Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all the way back down to the New Bern area, still under those flood watches. And additional rainfall, D.C., it looks like you're pretty much done. Raleigh, you're just about done, too. It's really going to be the Outer Banks and areas of down east Maine and also southern portions of coastal New England that'll have the steadier rainfall. So what does this all mean as we head towards your Easter forecast weekend? So that storm clears. So Friday, Good Friday, it looks very nice. We'll call it a spring delight here. They haven't seen the sun in a couple days in many areas here in the East Coast, so that should be good. Middle of the country continues. It's a beautiful day today. No problems tomorrow into Friday. The next storm comes into the west. That's the one that's going to cause some problems in California this upcoming weekend. Saturday, we're going to have that flood risk in a few isolated areas, maybe some debris flows. It's not like the big, huge storms we got over the winter, but for this time of year, it's a little unusual. So high elevation snows, too. Then by the time we get to Easter Sunday, that storm system begins to head into Arizona, the Four Corner region. Snow in the higher elevations. California will slowly begin to clear out, kind of dreary, and 59 degrees in L.A. with clouds and showers isn't the best Sunday forecast for you for Easter, but at least the heavier, steady rain will be over. The beautiful weather, though, continues throughout the South. And the East Coast, after a pretty miserable March, it looks like we're going to be starting the trend to April. It looks a lot better, Joe, and it can't look worse.
Yeah, I was about to say, we will take it. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the mega mystery this morning. Who won that $1 billion lottery jackpot in New Jersey? But first, after the break, it's a different kind of spring break that may not involve beaches or palm trees, but it's still got a whole lot of sun. The travel boom over that upcoming solar eclipse that now has the FAA warning passengers of more delays. Stay with us.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Welcome back. It's been a busy spring break travel season, but the FAA is predicting things will actually get busier. Still, the agency warning that rural towns like Radar Base in Texas and Russellville in Arkansas are set to become hotspots. They might not be Miami Beach, but they're ranked among the top places in the country to catch a glimpse of the total solar eclipse that will cast a shadow all over North America in about a week and a half. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from another eclipse hotspot. That is Cleveland. Jesse, Cleveland, has it ever been so busy during spring break? What can travelers expect over the next week, both by the beach and also across the Midwest?
Yeah, so, Joe, I think this is definitely not your typical spring break season because as opposed to when everyone's trying to get to the sun, a lot of us are trying to be getting away from the sun. They want to see that thing disappear behind the moon when we have that total solar eclipse on April 8th. And when you look at that pathway, right, some of the cities in the pathway, Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, where I am, Burlington, Vermont, Buffalo, New York, these are all cities that probably have some people scratching their heads if they were to look and see at all the flight traffic they're going to be getting. But the FAA is saying that in the run-up to the eclipse, we're expecting the peak of the spring break travel season, almost 100,000 flights combined between next Thursday and Friday in the days before the eclipse. And the FAA is saying that some of the airports in this pathway are going to be seeing unusually high traffic for this time of year. So they're asking people to be keeping an eye out for the possibility of delays.
Eclipse tourism. So which days do we think are going to be the busiest when it comes to travel?
Yes, we talked about Thursday and Friday today as well. The FAA says today alone more than 50,000 flights are expected. And then again, Thursday and Friday, that is the peak. Take a look at the numbers there, almost 100,000 combined on those 2 days next week. The eclipse is on April 8th, so this is right before the eclipse weekend. And I can tell you that here in the Cleveland area, for example, there are multi-day events planned. So this is not just on Monday when the eclipse happens. There's going to be stuff going on throughout the weekend, so you can expect people to be, continuing with the influx in the run-up to the actual eclipse day.
Yeah, they're not just going for one day. They're going to soak in everything they can surrounding the eclipse. So how can people travel safely? And remind us, what's NASA recommending to everyone, no matter where you are, to protect yourself during this eclipse?
Yeah, so a couple things to keep in mind. You're going to be outside until that moment of totality. There is sun, so have sunscreen, have protective clothing like you would if you're spending a lot of time outside. But eye protection is absolutely paramount during the eclipse. The only time that NASA says it is safe to be looking directly at the sky with the naked eye is when the sun is completely obscured by the moon. That is the moment of totality. So make sure you know when totality is happening. At every other moment during the eclipse, when it's a partial eclipse, you must have your eyes covered. Otherwise, you risk severe injury to your eyes. So there are special glasses that you need to have. There's an ISO rating to be keeping an eye out for. NASA's information on this on its website. And if you're going to be using a telescope, binoculars, a camera, you need a special filter for those things. Do not use the eclipse glasses with your telescope because that can also damage your eyes. So this is, no joke. You want to make sure you have the right protection if you're going to be enjoying this safely, Jeff.
And Jesse, do you know, in case folks from the eclipse a few years ago when we went through all this, if they happen to keep their glasses, I would guess maybe you shouldn't be using those. Do you know?
So it's funny, this is something that we asked NASA about, Joe, and turns out they say you can use your eclipse glasses again. So if you have a glasses from 2017, I have a pair. I was in Carbondale, Illinois at that eclipse, and I still have the glasses from the eclipse. Those are still good to use, according to NASA, as long as they have not been damaged. So if you kept the keepsake from 2017, make sure it's in good condition. You can test it out by looking at a light in your room, for example, like a desk lamp, something like that, to see as a test, and just incrementally make sure they're working right and make sure there's no visible damage, punctures, anything like that. But as long as they are in good shape, they are still good to use, Joe.
All right, good to know. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Let's get to international news now, starting with the latest out of Ukraine. A new wave of Russian aerial bombs hit the city of Kharkiv for the first time in nearly 2 years. NBC's Claudio Lubanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Local authorities in Ukraine said at least one person or civilian was killed and 16 others were injured after Russia carried out a series of airstrikes on the city of Kharkiv. Now, the airstrikes hit several residential buildings and caused widespread damage. Kharkiv is a strategic city and region as it cuts across the front line between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The latest airstrikes follow an escalation in the attacks by Russia, including a recent missile barrage on the capital, Kyiv, that caused severe damage against the country's energy infrastructure. Now let's go to Colombia, where authorities announced they seized almost 4 tons of cocaine worth more than $113 million. Now, the cocaine shipment was seized from a boat in the Caribbean Sea of Colombia in a joint operation between the Colombian Navy, the Colombian Air Force, and the Joint Interagency Task Force of the United States Southern Command. After a dramatic chase that spanned several miles, the boat was finally intercepted off the island of San Andres. 3 people who were on board the speedboat were detained. Authorities say this is the largest cocaine seizure of the year so far, at least. Well, let's end this tour of the world in Thailand, which could become the first country in Southeast Asia to legalize equal rights for marriage partners of any gender. Now, on Wednesday, the lower house of parliament overwhelmingly approved a marriage equality bill, which changes the words man and women and husband and wife to individuals and marriage partners, effectively paving the way to equal rights between heterosexual and LGBTQ+ couples. Now, the bill is now widely expected to be approved by the Senate and the King before it becomes law. Back to you, John.
All right, cool to see that. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, a hateful encounter in Idaho, casting a sobering light on those March Madness celebrations this morning. After the break, the Utah players, who police say were the targets of several racial outbursts off the court. We've got more on that investigation next.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with outrage over alleged incidents of racism in Idaho. The University of Utah women's basketball coach says that the team received several racial threats while they were in town to kick off March Madness. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena.
Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of 2 trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
3 years ago, the NBC News family celebrated a very special moment when our colleague Kristen Welker and her husband John announced they were having a baby with the help of a surrogate. Little did the Meet the Press moderator know just how many people the story would touch. That included Fox sportscaster Erin Andrews. This morning, Kristen is telling us more about their connection and how it led Andrews to use her platform to help families explore fertility options and surrogacy.
Hey there, I was so moved when I heard Erin Andrews on the Today Show last summer saying my story brought her some solace during her own fertility and surrogacy journey. So we connected on the phone soon after her son was born, and now we finally met. Both of us now mothers with the help of angels, as we say.
You know how much I cried over you?
And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning, thinking about this conversation.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, YouTube breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating like debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing. Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF. I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy. Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice. The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat. All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. Yeah. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real-life angel, so I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it. Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias, do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle. Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season. He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach, said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me. All Erin, who is ever the interviewer. How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're going to talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that. The best part about this, Erin and I are now committed to finding ways to make fertility services more accessible to families all across the country. Back to you.
All right, Kristen and Erin, thank you both for sharing your stories. As if New Yorkers needed to see more price hikes, the cost of driving in Manhattan, it's about to go up. That's because the Transportation Board approved a controversial plan to charge drivers a congestion toll. The idea is to reduce traffic and pollution in the city, although it's now bringing major backlash. Reporter Andrew Siff from our New York affiliate WNBC has the details.
Promised for years as the solution to gridlock and an antiquated subway system.
Give us the tools. We'll get it done.
The MTA board took a vote today.
Strongly, yes.
This is a true victory for our city and for our region.
With a lone opponent.
I'm voting no.
The motion is approved.
The 11-to-1 passage means congestion pricing gets the green light unless there's a court order. Cars face a toll of $15. Trucks between $24 and $36, starting June 15th. The only exemptions, school buses, commuter buses, and essential government vehicles.
We're not talking about commissioners' vehicles. We're not talking about elected official vehicles. Those are specifically and categorically not exempt.
Commuters in the nation's largest mass transit system have been promised the $15 billion raised by congestion pricing will modernize the system.
We'll see. We'll see if it happens. I'd love to see it.
Drivers have been told their new expense is worth it because roads will be unclogged.
We have to adjust. Hopefully, the overall cost of living will increase.
But opponents pointing to next week, that federal court hearing a lawsuit from New Jersey leaders and the New York City Teachers Union, whose president predicts gridlock will move to other neighborhoods. Quote, it is going to be up to the courts to prevent the huge environmental injustice.
The court process has been scheduled to be resolved before we are going to start congestion pricing. We're very confident about the outcome.
Our thanks to Andrew Siff for that report. Stay with us. We've got much more morning news now, right after the break.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. Soon you might need to take a closer look at the price tags at your neighborhood dollar store. Dollar Tree announced this week that there will be a new maximum price at stores. More than 300 items will now range in price from $1.50 to $7. That's according to the company's most recent earnings call. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has more on what's behind the hike.
Hey there, once upon a time there was penny candy, the dime store, and of course today the dollar stores. It can be an eclectic array of items, all super cheap, but inflation and a rich new clientele have come for those price tags.
Everything's $1, so everybody leaves happy.
Call it the dollar-ish store. At Dollar Tree, true dollar prices are a thing of the past. The discount giant is raising prices again, some items as high as $7. The company also announced sister brand Family Dollar will close nearly 1,000 stores starting this year.
Tell me the truth. Are you still going to be shopping at Dollar Tree when prices raised to $7 an item?
Shoppers taking to social media to complain about higher prices.
Yo, at this point, I am just so sick of everything.
Okay, change the name. Wealthy Tree. Fortune Tree.
In a call with investors last week, the company said to expect a $5 bag of dog food next to a $1.25 bag of pet treats, calling it a multi-price assortment. The reason? A combination of inflation and an influx of higher income customers who can better afford it.
Why are people who are making $100,000 a year or more shopping at a dollar store?
So there's a lot of price pressures that are impacting consumers. They're going out to buy goods and services and looking for places to cut.
It's been a few years since things were actually $1 at the dollar store. After 35 years in 2021, a dollar minimum price became $1.25 at Dollar Tree. Now, over 300 new items will range from $1.50 to $7. Other famously cheap deals also undergoing recent changes. Trader Joe's raising single banana prices from 19 to 23 cents. And what about that $1.50 Costco hot dog and soda combo? According to Axios, an outgoing Costco executive says proof of membership will soon be required at some outdoor food court locations. At dollar stores, the most likely price hikes will be on food, pet supplies, and personal care items.
Once you have the consumer in the door, they are going to make that purchase.
More than a pretty penny for many cash-strapped families.
When it comes to deciding between a trip to the grocery store or the dollar store, think about what you're planning to buy. Canned goods, for example, might be cheaper on sale at a regular grocery store or big box store. But for household items like wipes or diapers, a dollar store may be the better bet. Back to you.
All right, some good advice, Christine. Thank you. Even more money news now. The Department of Labor just released its latest unemployment numbers. CNBC's Silvana Henao is here to break that down for us, along with other news that affects your wallet. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, we are getting a fresh read on the economy. Initial filings for unemployment benefits total 210,000. That's lower than the 211,000 expected by economists. Still, we're seeing kind of this strength in the job market. We'll see what this means for the Fed at the next meeting. All right, Walmart is reportedly withdrawing and refiling antitrust paperwork connected to its $2.3 billion deal to acquire TV maker Vizio. The move is meant to give federal agencies more time to review the proposed acquisition. Now, that's according to an SEC filing, which also says the decision follows informal conversations with the Federal Trade Commission and Justice Department. Walmart announced the deal back in February. The retailer hopes to grow its high-profit ad business through Vizio's free streaming service. And if you ever ordered a hot dog and wished you could get the water along with it, well, you're in luck. 7-Eleven has teamed up with Miracle Seltzer to create a lineup of sparkling waters that will include a flavor based on the convenience store's Big Bite hot dog. If you're not feeling that adventurous, well, you can try a more traditional flavor like lemon lime or sweet orange. Joe, I think I just threw up in my mouth.
Who wants that? Name one person who wants
know.
hot dog water.
Oh, God, I don't know.
All right, well, oh, no.
I guess somebody wants it.
I will taste test just about anything, but not that. So,
Not that.
all right.
Not that. The thought of it is just, it's gross.
All right. We'll see how that goes. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, well, the vast majority of us who have to head to work this morning, one person from New Jersey could cash in on a $1 billion lottery jackpot. Now, it's been more than 32 hours since that winning Mega Millions ticket was sold. No one's come forward yet to claim it. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is on the case.
Hey there, well, I live in New Jersey and can tell you who definitely did not win. Lottery officials know where and when that winning ticket was purchased and even who sold it. But the person who is now $1.13 billion richer remains a mega mystery.
The Garden State just got a little greener. Someone who purchased a lottery ticket Tuesday in Neptune Township, New Jersey, won the Mega Millions jackpot. But the $1.13 billion question this morning, who?
Right now, sign the back of the ticket, take a picture of it, make a copy of it, and put it in a safe place.
A 2020 New Jersey law allows lottery winners to remain anonymous, and James Carey encourages the winner to do just that.
Tell only your closest loved ones that you were this lucky winner, and then I would urge you, go out and talk to a lawyer and maybe a financial advisor.
While the winner remains a mega mystery this morning.
There were so many people that came through, I cannot remember. I always say, like, you know, you're the lucky one. I'm going to get a ticket. I'm going to win.
Tiana Bambada is the next closest thing.
Somebody won.
She printed out the winning ticket at this ShopRite less than an hour after she sold one to her own mom.
It should have been my ticket. I said, you're going to sell the winning ticket. And what did she do? She sold the winning ticket.
The newly minted billionaire did not use randomly selected numbers through Quick Pick, but instead individually chose them. 6 decisions that proved to be life-changing.
Let's see if I can make you a billionaire tonight.
At $1.13 billion, this marks the 5th largest prize in Mega Millions history. When purchasing the ticket, the winner opted to receive 30 annual payments. Those will start at $11.5 million after taxes. Sam Rossi has his own winning ticket for
$10
and is ready to test his luck again.
I'm buying a Powerball ticket here. It's good luck.
Well, sorry to say, Sam, you didn't win Powerball either, but no one else did either. So that jackpot is now at $935 million. By the way, the store that sells the winning ticket also gets a prize. The owner of the ShopRite is donating his $30,000 to a local food bank. Back to you.
So close to selling that winning ticket to her mom. Emily, thank you so much. Coming up, baseball fans, your time has finally come back around. It is the MLB's opening day. But what sort of changes are on the rule roster this season, and what can fans expect when players take the field? We're going to step into the batter's box next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
Welcome back. Whoopi Goldberg has confirmed that Sister Act 3 is still in development after it was initially announced back in 2020. She told People that the long-awaited movie is still coming, adding it's percolating. The original hit movie came out back in 1992, then a sequel came out the following year. Sister Act has also become a musical on Broadway. For this new movie, Goldberg is set to reprise her role as Dolores, and she's co-producing with Tyler Perry, and as you may have guessed, no release date or filming start has been announced yet, but we're certainly looking forward to it. Finally this hour, it is time for baseball fans to rejoice. Grab those peanuts and Cracker Jack. Today, of course, is opening day across MLB, so cue those dreams of your favorite team winning it all in the Fall Classic. Boys of Summer are finally back in action after a busy offseason. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the home of the reigning World Series champs, the Texas Rangers. Morgan, good morning.
And Joe, good morning. No better place to be than inside a ballpark on opening day. So many baseball fans excited to see the sport finally back. And even though the first pitch of the 2024 season hasn't even been thrown, I have to tell you, Joe, that there are new rules, new uniforms, and more than enough drama to go into extra innings. This morning, baseball fans counting down. Now just hours from the official start of opening day.
I'm off today, tomorrow, and Friday.
Seoul, South Korea, hosting a soft launch between the Dodgers and Padres. But today, it's batter up for MLB's other teams.
It's a religious holiday for me.
The 2023 World Series champs, the Texas Rangers, set to unveil their championship banner. Four-time World Series winning manager Bruce Bochy telling his team to soak up every second.
How special is it going to be when you look up and you see that banner come down?
I mean, chills will go down your spine.
The new season also bringing new rules focused on speeding up the pace of play. Mound visits adjusted from 5 to 4. Any pitcher who warms up must now face at least one batter. And the polarizing pitch clock lowered from 20 to 18 seconds with runners on base. Player uniforms changing too, designed for performance in that sweltering summer heat. But not everyone, including players and fans, are giving them the green light.
I don't know what to think of them.
And the show must go on for the Dodgers' $700 million man, Shohei Ohtani. The two-way superstar still dealing with fallout from a gambling scandal involving his longtime interpreter. And if baseball isn't enough, some fans getting a show too. San Francisco's Oracle Park unleashing one-of-a-kind lights for night games.
We will be the first MLB ballpark to have spotlights.
In San Diego, how about pickleballing at the Padres Park? If you work up an appetite, hold the beer and Cracker Jacks. Executive chefs now man the grill at many ballparks. The Seattle Mariners offering a Dungeness crab pizza, while White Sox fans can indulge in empanadas, smash burgers, and yes, Jack and Coke floats. And back out here live in Arlington, the humble but beloved ballpark nacho. Joe, a little bit of baseball trivia for you. This beloved dish actually made its big league debut right here at a Rangers game back in 1976. And, you know, we have those new rules going into effect this year. I checked the rule book, Joe. There is absolutely nothing that says you can't dig into some nachos and enjoy them for breakfast on opening day. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful
totally
day.
Allowed. No cheese on the shirt or anything, and everything truly is bigger in Texas, including the nachos.
We're good.
Morgan, thank you so much. Happy opening day. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, a recovery mission, now a salvage operation. The remains of 2 construction workers along with a black box pulled from the water following that catastrophic cargo ship collision and collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge.
It's difficult to overstate the impact of this collision. Any private party that is found responsible and liable will be held accountable.
Now, new questions about what went wrong and how it could have been prevented. We're going to bring you the latest. Also this morning, the political world paying tribute to Joe Lieberman, the former senator and VP candidate, has died at the age of 82. We'll look back at his life and his history-making career in Washington. Plus, contagion concerns. Cases of the measles rising across the U.S. as vaccination rates go down. What doctors want you to know. And we're flipping the script with Abbott Elementary star William Stanford Davis. That show was his big break, and now, at 72 years old, he says his career in Hollywood is just getting started. Inspiring conversation we look forward to bringing you a little bit later on this Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. We're going to begin with the bridge collapse in Baltimore, where the recovery mission has now turned into a salvage operation. Officials say it is no longer safe for divers to navigate or operate around the debris created by the fallen Francis Scott Key Bridge. The NTSB released new video giving us a closer look at the damage left behind after a cargo ship crashed into the bridge's pillar early Tuesday morning. Divers have recovered the data recorder from the ship. Searchers in the Port of Baltimore found 2 victims yesterday who were inside a red pickup when the bridge collapsed. 4 others are presumed dead and are still missing. The investigation into the accident is expected to take up to 2 years. The NTSB chair who's leading the investigation says crews are working to salvage as much as they can.
Our entire focus on scene is to collect the perishable evidence. That's documenting the scene, it's taking photographs, it's taking any sort of electronics or components, whatever goes away once the scene is cleaned up. We need to collect that information for our investigation.
We have full coverage this hour, including our conversation with a former Navy diving chief to help us better understand the recovery mission. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton in Baltimore. Antonia, good morning. So what's the latest on the investigation as this salvage operation gets underway? And what more are we learning about the contents of what was on the ship?
Good morning, Joe. Well, we know investigators are now boarding the ship after for the initial hours they were unable to do so. And we know that there are about 56 or so, dozens of containers with potentially hazardous materials on them, oil, other flammables. We also know, of course, that there is still immense amounts of cargo and other goods that certainly they're going to be looking for logs, going through what they know is actually still salvageable there. And then we know that they got access to the voyage data recorder. And, you know, that's essentially kind of the black box that you would hear about on an airplane. And what they're going to do is they've already brought it back to a lab, and they're going to use that data to essentially create a play-by-play, a timeline of all that they know about what was happening with and on the ship in the moments leading up to this tragic collision. And you should take a listen to some of the words of the NTSB chair, who has been very clear with reporters here on the ground that this is a very methodical and at times slow information gathering process. Take a look.
56 containers of hazardous materials. That's 764 tons of hazardous materials, mostly corrosives, flammables. Some of the hazmat containers were breached. We have seen sheen on the waterway. The federal, state, and local authorities are aware of that, and they will be in charge of addressing those issues.
Officials have been very clear here, Joe, that it is going to take a while, and they're not frankly comfortable at this point giving an exact timeline or estimate about when things like the port might be open or jobs that depend on this area and this local economy will be right back and up to normal. And that's because every step of this is going to be very complicated. The cleanup effort and the information recovery effort, all of what's going to really be a multinational investigation as they coordinate with different corporations and companies involved in just this one vessel here. So the only thing people seem to be very sure of is that we have a long road ahead right now, Joe.
And Antonia, let's talk about the victims. 2 were recovered yesterday. Another 2 have been identified. What are we learning about those who lost their lives in this tragedy?
Well, we've learned just last night from the governor and other officials right here that they recovered 2 victims in a pickup truck submerged about 25 feet in the water. The victims were Alejandro Hernandez Fuentes, 35 years old, and Dorlian Castillo Cabrera, 26 years old. And NBC News has had the opportunity, and also Telemundo, to speak with family, loved ones, friends of the victims. We've learned that they are men, fathers from places like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico, that they came here to build up their families, to, contribute to this country and to the community of Baltimore. And, people here have just had an outpouring of love and support for these grieving families. And the immigrant community here has also really stepped up. Organizations that provide them with support, rights, friendships, church, and all the basis of community here. They're trying to step up right now and offer people support, counseling, and just an opportunity to process all of this as really a thanks to their memory and to the service they were providing that night, trying to do repairs on this bridge, something that everyone in this area would benefit from. And people don't want that to be forgotten, Joe.
No doubt. Certainly we are thinking of their friends and families as well. Antonia, thank you so much for your reporting this morning. For more, we're joined now by former Navy diving chief, retired Captain Bobby Scully. Thank you so much for joining us. Now that this has transitioned from this search and rescue to a salvage recovery mission, what does that mean for search crews?
Well, thanks for having me, Joe. And I want to also convey my deepest condolences to the families of the victims. As divers, that's always our priority, is to recover the victims so that the families can get closure. But even though it's switched over to a salvage recovery, I think the divers will still have in the back of their minds that the priority is to bring back those victims. But as it shifts over to the salvage phase, the divers are going to have to switch modes and think about the stability of the debris field and how they're going to start lifting that structure up to the surface. And that's a whole different ballgame. They're going to have to survey the scene and look at the safest way of getting the rigging around that structure and bring it to the surface and get it out of the way. And that's going to take a lot of engineering skills and a different type of diving, shifting from scuba diving, which is allows them to move freely in the water. They'll probably have to bring in surface-applied hard hat diving for protection, possibly underwater cutting, which is a whole different skill set. And then, of course, a lot of topside equipment, cranes and barges. So it's a huge operation.
And so many challenges they're facing. How long could this recovery mission take?
It's going to take weeks, possibly months. I think back to the large-scale operation that I was involved in, TWA Flight 800. It took us 4 months to get the bulk of the aircraft, although that was deeper water. We're talking relatively shallow here, no deeper than about 50 feet. So the depth of water isn't quite as bad, and the structure is all in one location, and we know where all the structure is. But this is very heavy debris. The concrete and the metal is very heavy, and it's all interconnected. So that's going to pose some problems. So, in my opinion, we're talking at least many weeks, maybe even into some months. Okay. But I'm sure the Unified Command is going to put together a very experienced team, whether it's commercial or government, and get to it as quickly as possible.
All right. Bobby Scully, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise.
My pleasure.
Former U.S. Senator and Democratic vice presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. His family says that he passed away yesterday after suffering complications from a fall. The four-term Connecticut senator started his career as a centrist Democrat and was the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, running with Al Gore in 2000. Later, he became an independent, endorsing his friend, Republican John McCain, in his run for the White House in 2008. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Serkin is here with us in New York to talk more about the senator's legacy. He is someone who is known as a centrist, a long, complex career. What is he being remembered for most this morning?
So many things. I mean, his career in the Senate was 24 years. Like you said, he was the first Jewish member of the Senate. He also was the first Jewish American to be on a presidential ticket as the vice presidential nominee for Al Gore in 2000, and later became actually the first Jewish member again, or American, to run for president, right? It was unsuccessful 4 years after he was on the Al Gore ticket. But look, his time in the Senate was really transformational. And you could see that by the statements of remembrance yesterday from Republicans and Democrats. He forged partnerships across the aisle. He spoke out in favor of the U.S. invasion in Iraq after 9/11. You know, he really shepherded so many important pieces of legislation. And most recently, he was the public face of the No Labels effort to try and get this unity ticket for 2024. So really, he touched all parts of politics.
You know, he could reach across the aisle. Maybe sometimes he could even upset Democrats with things that he said or stances that he took. What were the things that were most important to him, the issues he focused on most?
Well, look, he changed, of course, his affiliation to an independent Democrat in 2006, in part because he wasn't supported by the Democratic Party after he, like I said, supported the invasion of Iraq, sided with Republican colleagues like John McCain, Lindsey Graham, his two close friends when he was in the Senate. But even though he was an independent, he still was a Democrat on economic issues, on climate issues, on many social issues. You know, after 9/11, he really was the legislative father, if you will, of the Homeland Security Department. This was an agency he felt was so important to create after the terrorist attacks in this city all those years ago. But later on, you know, many criticized him for sort of standing in the way. You know, President Obama's most signature piece of legislation, the Affordable Care Act, for example, trying to pull back certain pieces of that when it came to a public option and so forth. And he angered Democrats as well in 2008 when he endorsed John McCain over Barack Obama, who was a new colleague to him at the time in the Senate. So he really transformed politics. He's a rare voice. We don't see many like him nowadays.
Especially nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he's being remembered as such, too.
Are we hearing from Al Gore at all this morning?
We are. And, you know, Al Gore really chose Joe Lieberman as his running mate, you know, really after all the allegations against Bill Clinton, who, to be clear, Lieberman was a fan of his administration. And I want to read you a part of what Al Gore had to say today. You see it on your screen. He said, Joe was a man of deep integrity who dedicated his life to serving his country. He was truly a gifted leader whose affable personality and strong will made him a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, Gore chose him because Lieberman was an independent voice. He spoke out very strongly in those allegations against Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky, sort of causing a rift with many Democrats, even though he voted not to convict him ultimately in the Senate trial. But he was really an independent voice, and certainly Al Gore saw him as such, too.
All right, Julie Serkin, thank you so much. Good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us. Former President Trump is ramping up social media attacks against the judge in his New York hush money case, less than a day after that judge issued a partial gag order. In Tuesday's ruling, Judge Juan Merchan said that Trump must refrain from making public statements about the court staff, witnesses, and other figures in the case, but it failed to mention the judge or the judge's family. And it did not take long for Trump to take to his social media platform, Truth Social. In a flurry of posts, Trump labeled Merchan as a hater and repeated his call for the judge to recuse himself from the case. He also took aim at the judge's daughter for working in progressive politics. Trump claimed it is, quote, completely impossible for him to get a fair trial. Last August, Merchan declined to recuse himself from the case and said he is certain of his ability to be fair and impartial. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now with more on this. So, Danny, Judge Merchan issued this gag order, but it looks like Trump maybe found a loophole, you could say. I mean, tell us about that and just how common is a gag order like this? It's an issue we've talked about a lot over the last few months.
On the one hand, gag orders are pretty rare, and they're always controversial because they bring head-to-head several different competing, directly conflicting constitutional concerns. On the one hand, you have the liberties of the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. But then on the other hand, the court needs to preserve the defendant's and the public's right to a fair trial, which is somewhat ironic because here the person arguably threatening that fair trial is the person that the amendment was designed to protect, which is Donald Trump. But nevertheless, that's what gag orders do, and that's why they're always controversial, because they're always arguably violating some constitutional concern. And in a case like this, the judge actually did, I think, a wise thing, leaving that loophole, which I think was probably deliberate, because gag orders, the constitutionality of them, depends not only on who you're protecting, but it also depends on who you're targeting. So, for example, lawyers are the easiest to gag because we're officers of the court. We've already kind of consented to that kind of control. On the other hand, members of the press are much harder to gag. Those will almost always be unconstitutional as prior restraint.
So do you expect the judge is going to amend the gag order to include himself or include his family, or do you think he's going to say, no, I'm fair game, I'm not going to add myself to this?
I don't think so. I think the judge will keep the gag order the way it is, but I think Donald Trump will continue to push the limits. Yes, you could call this a loophole, but I don't think it was accidental. I think the judge deliberately left a carve-out for himself. After all, judges are politicians. They do get scrutinized. But let me just make completely clear. There are two reasons why what Trump is doing is a horrible idea. Number one, you should never criticize judges because I think ethically, at least for a lawyer, it's not right. But number two, it's a horrible idea for your case because you turn the judge against you. And I know a thing or two about annoying judges, so I can tell you it is not a good idea, and I've regretted it every time I've done it myself.
I have trouble believing that, Danny. I feel like
you have no idea.
All of the judges love you. So you mentioned this. There's this issue here. You're balancing safety versus right to free speech and First Amendment rights, especially when the person on trial is a former president who's running for president again. But if Mr. Trump does violate the gag order, what are some of the penalties that could be enforced here?
A judge has a number of different remedies. There's this inherent power of the court to control the courtroom and protect people like witnesses and jurors, which is critically important. And that will also go into the factors of whether or not a gag order is valid. So you have everything from a verbal reprimand all the way up to, at the other end of the spectrum, is incarceration. You can find someone in criminal contempt and send them to jail. But I got to tell you something, Joe. No judge wants to try and send Trump to jail for contempt or for violation of a gag order. It would be an administrative nightmare. No judge wants that, and I think Trump knows it, and I think that's why he's pushing the limit. He'll take a $10,000 fine, whatever. It's worth it. It's money well spent in his mind, and I think he's just daring these judges to send him downstairs to the holding cell, and I just don't think any of them would want to do that. I certainly wouldn't if I were a judge.
All right, Danny Savalos, appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you as always. The White House says Israel wants to reschedule a meeting with U.S. officials aimed at discussing Israel's planned ground offensive of Rafah in southern Gaza. Earlier this week, Prime Minister Netanyahu canceled a visit to Washington by a senior Israeli delegation. That's because instead of vetoing a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages, the U.S. abstained. The State Department says it hopes to persuade Israel against attacking Rafah, which is home to more than 1 million displaced Palestinians.
We do think it's important that that meeting happen. As we've said, we think that the plan that Israel has said it intends to pursue with respect to Rafah is one that would be a mistake, that would have enormous, a terrible impact on the civilian population there and would weaken Israel's security. And we think there's a better way. And we want to have the opportunity to present that better alternative to Israel.
Let's bring in NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's in Tel Aviv. So, Raf, do we know why Israel is reversing its decision to take part in this meeting? Are U.S. officials hopeful they can still try and stop this ground attack on Rafah?
Yeah, Joe, some real whiplash here. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very publicly canceling this meeting and then quietly trying to get it back on the schedule. Now, he was hosting a couple of Republican senators in Jerusalem yesterday. He spoke to the media. He said he canceled that meeting as a message to Hamas. Now, the logic there, not totally self-evident, but he seems to be saying that he is not going to allow Hamas to wait Israel out diplomatically, wait for Israel to be pushed into a ceasefire by the United States without releasing those hostages. The fact that he is now trying to reschedule this meeting might be an indication that he is concerned about the strains in the U.S.-Israel relationship right now. He may also have called off this meeting partly for domestic political reasons to show that he is standing up to the Biden administration, something that is important to a lot of Netanyahu's right-wing voters. That is the politics. In terms of the substance here, the fact that this meeting looks like it is going to be rescheduled suggests that Israel is going to hold off on any major ground offensive in Rafah, at least until the other side of this meeting. It is not at all clear, though, that American officials are going to be able to dissuade the Israeli government from moving ahead in Rafah. You've heard the Prime Minister say again and again he believes the only way Israel can win this war is to go in on the ground in Rafah in a major way to destroy what he says are 4 Hamas battalions hiding in the city. The goal of the Biden administration is to try to convince him that there is a more surgical, a more targeted approach that Israel can take that will still achieve its objectives, but spare those million-plus civilians sheltering in Gaza. Jeff.
So, Raf, even though this ground offensive has not yet started, Israel has been bombing Rafah for months now. Our NBC News team in Gaza did capture video of the latest Israeli airstrike that hit homes there. What more can you tell us about that? And just what is the overall situation right now in Rafah?
Yeah, Joe, so you're looking at the aftermath of strikes that happened Tuesday into Wednesday. As you said, Israel has not gone into Rafah on the ground yet, but it has been bombing intensively for a long time. 11 people were killed in these strikes, according to witnesses who spoke to our unbelievably courageous NBC colleagues who are on the ground in Rafah right now. Part of the reason these strikes are so deadly, Joe, is that several of them happening at night. So people are asleep. There is no time to get out, 3, 4 a.m. in some cases. And also just when you have 1 million+ people packed into Rafah, even if Israel is targeting very surgically, just the chances of civilians being caught up in that bombing is very high. It's also worth saying these strikes happened just about 24 hours or so after the UN Security Council passed that resolution which called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It called for Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release the hostages. And this is just a really grim reminder of how little impact that Security Council resolution is actually having on the ground. Jeff.
Raf, I also wanted to ask you about the UN human rights expert on the occupied Palestinian territories. This week she released a report saying that there were reasonable grounds to say that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Now she's talking about threats she's receiving. What's going on here?
Right. So this is a similar argument to the one you heard South Africa make in front of the International Court of Justice. Basically, when you look at the scale of the civilian casualties, when you look at the scale of the devastation in Gaza, and when you look at some of these statements made by Israeli officials, especially in the early days of the war, talking about cutting off all food and water, this expert is arguing there is a reasonable case that Israel is committing genocide. Take a listen to what she had to say yesterday.
I've always I've been attacked since the very beginning of my mandate. I don't say that it's been a pleasant journey. Most of the pain comes from where I have to observe and monitor and investigate day by day. Yeah, I do receive threats. Israel's executive and military leadership and soldiers have intentionally distorted, using bellow principles, subverted their protection functions in an attempt to legitimize genocidal violence against the Palestinian people.
Now, Joe, I should say Israel is saying this report is an obscene inversion of reality. They are dismissing it completely. This expert also is not a UN official in the sense of being the head of one of the major UN agencies. She is an outside expert. She is controversial. She has a history of picking fights on Twitter, and she was condemned for some comments she made last year suggesting that October 7th was not an anti-Semitic attack. Jeff.
Raf, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Time now for your Morning News Now weather forecast. Our good friend Bill Cairns is here with us with a look ahead. Bill, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Joe. And I'm going to trust, because you're an outstanding anchor and reporter, that you've noticed it's been a little wet this morning.
I did notice rain. My journalistic skills kicked in, and I noticed that I was wet as I came into work.
Yeah, and you're not alone. The East Coast has been soaked. It's soaked this morning. And now we're getting into almost like record territory in a few areas. So Providence, Rhode Island, so far this March, not including what's rained since midnight, we're up almost to 10 inches. It's already the second wettest March you have on record. We're not going to beat the all-time record. That was back in 2010. I don't know what happened there. I go back and look, but 16 inches of rain. So we're not going to beat that, but we are going to get another probably about 1.5 inches to 2 inches with the storm that's currently ongoing. So as we go throughout the day today, here's at 2 p.m. So you notice that rain is ending in areas of South Carolina, still pouring in the Outer Banks areas all the way through the Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds, right through coastal regions. Now, notice Washington, D.C. We also have a baseball game. The Orioles game is going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Looks like showers ending at that time, and then steadier rains continue up from New York to Boston, even through the evening rush hour. Anywhere from the Jersey Shore, Long Island, up into New England, you'll be going home in the rain today, and it pours all evening long in areas of northern Maine. Because we've had the recent rainfall, we do have flood watches that are up. We haven't had any bad flooding as of now, but we think later today some of the higher totals will come in, and that's when the rivers could rise a little bit. So additional rain on top of what you already had. Another inch possible in New Bern, the Norfolk, Virginia Beach areas. New York City, not much more. D.C. looks like you're just about done. Boston, though, another 1.5 inches as we go throughout the day today. So how does this all shape up as we head towards the weekend? Friday, we watch that storm exit. Beautiful Friday from the plains all the way to the East Coast. The next big storm will be coming into the west. That's where we'll have to deal with Saturday with a flood risk, some storms in areas of Southern California. And then by the time we get to Sunday, that mess will be heading into the Rockies. But it looks like a really nice Easter Sunday for the East Coast. Much of the South should have no problem either. Problem areas, if we're going to have any, will be areas, say, Chicago to Indianapolis and other areas down there to the south. Should be doing just fine as far as the sunshine goes. A little wandering here.
Bill's giving you a tour of the studio this morning. Bill, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. All right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. He's flipping the script with his breakout role in the hit show Abbott Elementary. My conversation with actor William Stanford Davis, who says he waited decades before his big break. Up first after the break, it is sentencing day for the so-called king of crypto turned convicted conman, Sam Bankman-Fried. We're going to break down what to expect next. Stay with us.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children,
It's a day of reckoning for convicted CEO Sam Bankman-Fried. The former crypto king will be sentenced in a New York courtroom this morning for his role in the multi-billion-dollar fraud that led to the collapse of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange. In November, the 32-year-old was found guilty by a federal jury of fraud and conspiracy. Prosecutors want Bankman-Fried to serve up to 50 years in prison, with one U.S. attorney calling it, quote, one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. Here with more is NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. So, Brian, first of all, give us a reminder how we got to this point here.
Yeah, we have to rewind to 2022 when this really big crypto exchange where people were trading Bitcoin and other types of currencies spectacularly collapsed. Now, the CEO at the time, Sam Bankman-Fried, he was alleged to have used $10 billion in customer funds to fund a lavish lifestyle in the Caribbean, and then also use the money to try to make some risky bets that ultimately didn't work out, which led to the collapse of this company. Now let's fast forward to about 4 months ago in November, when a court found him guilty of 7 charges, including fraud and conspiracy. Now, today is going to be the end of that whole court proceeding in the form of that sentencing. Now, the challenge here is whether or not they should go with what the prosecutors are recommending of 40 to 50 years in prison, or if they want to go with what his attorneys are arguing should be a max of 6.5 years. So where does the judge kind of land in the middle of that? That remains to be seen. We'll find out later on.
Do we have any insight into what the judge could do, what the options are here, and could contrition from SBF play a role here?
Well, I mean, certainly that's what his attorneys are hoping for, right? That if Sam Bankman-Fried can show the judge, or has already shown the judge, that he feels guilty about the whole situation, then maybe they'll give him a more lenient sentence. Now, again, it's likely going to be somewhere between that 6.5 or 40 to 50 years. But again, it's going to depend on how they look at the merits of the case. Now, those that are arguing, again, on the prosecutor's side, that he should get many decades in prison, they have pointed to the tens of thousands of people who have lost a lot of money. Again, it was $10 billion in customer funds that were gambled away by FTX. And, you know, the allegation there is that, well, if he was so callous and was using that money to hobnob with celebrities and party it up in the Caribbean, then it doesn't show that he really feels all that guilty about it. But then his attorneys are saying, actually, if you look at his diary, which has been submitted in the record, you can see a picture of a person who has deep social anxiety, a lot of concerns about whether or not he could actually fit into those social circles. So that's going to be very, very much part of the decision there.
What about that $10 billion?
Yeah, well, I mean, for right now, there's a court down in Delaware because there was a bankruptcy administrator that was put in place after the 2022 collapse of this company that has been trying to figure out a way to recuperate the billions of dollars that were lost. They haven't recuperated dollar for dollar. They've gotten a good amount back. And they say, based off of filings, that they will make people that have legitimate claims whole in terms of how much money they get back. How long does that take, Joe? That remains an open question.
No doubt investors paying close attention to that. All right, Brian Chung, we know you'll stay on this throughout the day. Thank you so much. We're getting an inside look at the unfolding crisis in Haiti. The Biden administration is facing increased pressure from advocates to extend protected status to Haitian migrants who are trying to flee their country or have already made it here to the U.S. But officials tell NBC News there are no plans to change course. The effort to suspend deportations comes as gang violence in Haiti surges, wreaking havoc on communities there. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber spoke with concerned mothers at an orphanage.
Violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. Police and gangs battling it out in the streets of Haiti's capital city as innocent people hide and run for cover. We traveled to the country's north.
Where we are, it's more than 5 hours away by car from Port-au-Prince.
Within the gates of Mission Life International's orphanage and birthing center, you don't hear gunfire. You hear children laughing, playing, dreaming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
She says she wants to be a doctor. Outside of the birthing center, mothers are waiting to check in. Sarah El is just 3 months old. She's Jean's 4th child, the first girl.
Do the brothers like having a sister?
A lot.
She tells us she's a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. She has a pharmacy, but these days doesn't sell much, and supplies are hard to come by.
You can see they have stuff here, but it is a bit sparse. That is in part because most of the ports in this country are currently controlled by gangs, and that means getting aid in to people who need it the most, medical supplies to places like this. It's very difficult.
For all of the families here, finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe?
Every day, she tells me, every day, we pray God will keep us safe.
Haiti can be fixed by Haitians.
They say they do not want to live in a Haiti like this.
We need help.
They want some help from the international community to reestablish security, but ultimately they tell us true change will come from Haitians. We don't like people to give us fish, teach us how to fish, Jean tells me.
Because Haitians are able to do it themselves.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Let's get more on the pressure facing the Biden administration over dealing with Haitian migrants from Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. So, Julia, hundreds of human rights groups have reached out to the Biden administration, pushing them to rethink how to handle Haitian migrants. First of all, take us through what they're calling for and what is the current policy.
Well, Ellison's piece perfectly lays out a lot of the reasons why they're calling for more protected status for Haitians who are already living here, as well as Haitians who are trying to flee. The Biden administration has interdicted Haitians at sea trying to flee and sent them back. When they send them back, they don't send them to Port-au-Prince, but outside of that, saying that that might be safer. But what these 481 organizations are saying is exactly what Ellison experienced. It's really not safe anywhere because the country is so unstable. So they're saying that the U.S. should suspend its policy of repatriating Haitians that they interdict at sea, and that they should allow people who are here already to be able to stay under temporary protected status, allow them to live and work here legally, much as they did after the 2010 earthquake, and also just like they did this summer for Venezuelans. They say that the crisis in Haiti right now is much worse than what the crisis was in Venezuela in July, but that simply the Biden administration was under political pressure to grant that status so that cities like New York could get Venezuelans working again. They say that the time right now in Haiti is so dire that they should change course.
So how is the Biden administration responding to all this pressure? What are you hearing from U.S. officials?
Look, I think there are a lot of people saying this is a really hard place to be, that there are no easy choices. Some people described it as heartbreaking. Some people said, look, I really don't have a way to defend this policy, but we're not changing it. Essentially, DHS is going to continue with its policies, although they are not running deportation flights to Haiti right now, but they haven't formally suspended them. It's basically just that they don't have a place to land a plane inside Port-au-Prince because the gangs have taken over the airport. So right now they're continuing to interdict people at sea. They're not granting TPS. They have absolutely no plans to change course, Joe. They say they always look at contingency plans, but right now the U.S. is actually leaning more on the State Department, trying to give aid. They say that the U.S. remains the #1 provider of humanitarian assistance to Haiti, and they've been able to provide over $100 million, about $170 million since October of 2022, helping 1.5 million Haitians. But those advocates say, look, a lot of what's happening in Haiti right now is because of a history of bad policies from the United States that have propped up certain governments, and that they think that the U.S. should now be able to welcome these Haitians who are fleeing the violence that they say was partially U.S. caused.
In what situations is temporary protected status usually granted? Do we have an idea of why not here?
Yeah, it's usually granted if there's been some kind of major catastrophe that you wouldn't want to deport someone to that country. That could be political upheaval. It could also be a major natural disaster like the earthquake of 2010. Why not here? They don't want to trigger more migration. Now, that doesn't seem like it would make any sense, because what TPS does is it means everyone's here by a certain date. If you made that March 28th, 2024, that means no Haitians coming in tomorrow could actually stay here legally. But what they think it does, and I've heard this in the past for other countries, is they think that the message gets misconstrued, and it does create more of a pull factor for more migrants thinking, well, if I can just get in, they'll extend it, they'll change that date, and then I'll have the same luck as my friends, my family that made it to the United States. So they're not granting it in this case because they don't want to encourage more Haitian migration. It's something President Trump has falsely claimed is already happening. There's really been very little immigration to Haiti, from Haiti to the United States since this crisis broke out in late February, but they don't want to send any signals that they're encouraging any Haitians to come to the United States.
And real quickly, advocates for the migrants, what are they saying about that?
Well, they say that, and in some terms I can't repeat here, but that just doesn't hold up, that that's not true, that these people are desperate and that it is so hard to get out of Haiti. They say for the lucky ones who are able to get on a sailboat because they don't even have the fuel to power an actual power boat, that those people should be taken in, given immediate assistance, and be taken in and given asylum in the United States.
All right, Julia Ainsley, as always, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Coming up, a growing threat. Cases of the measles going up as vaccination rates go down. We're going to talk to a doctor about how you can keep your family healthy next on Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The CDC is tracking the growing number of measles cases in the U.S. as vaccination rates continue to fall. The agency has recorded 64 cases across 17 states. That number is up from the 59 total cases recorded in 2023, a sign that as vaccination rates drop, the highly contagious viral disease is posing a growing threat. Abby Dodge from our Kansas City affiliate takes a closer look.
Doctors in the metro do not have waiting rooms full of patients with measles. The most recent case was tracked through KCI by a Liberty resident in mid-January. But the state of Missouri is taking note of a rise in cases nationally. Cities like Chicago and Miami have reported multiple cases in children. Dr. Todd Fristow is a St. Luke's family medicine physician.
I don't think we want to scare people and make them alarmed. Oh, we're all going to get, measles and have all kinds of trouble, but have people be aware of it.
Doctors recommend kids get their first MMR dose at 12 to 15 months. That has a protection rate of 93%. The second dose bumps up that rate to 97%. Children typically receive their second dose from 4 to 6 years old. Dr. Fristow says that he's gotten more questions about vaccines in the last few years.
It's very important as healthcare professionals to validate their concerns. That doesn't mean you agree with all of their concerns, but you validate them and you understand that they truly are concerned for the well-being of their family or their children or their loved ones.
Measles is a highly contagious virus. If I have measles and show up to a meeting with 10 other colleagues who haven't been vaccinated or haven't had measles before, up to 9 of them could contract the virus. Say you forgot your phone at that meeting and come and grab it an hour or 2 later. The measles virus is still hanging in the air.
So it's very easily contracted if you're exposed to someone with measles.
A 95% vaccination rate is recommended for herd immunity. DHSS in Missouri says public schools are reporting a 90.5% MMR vaccine rate for kindergartners this school year. That's down from 95.4 in 2016. Some pediatric offices require all patients to be vaccinated. Dr. Fristow says sometimes it takes few visits before patients are comfortable with a vaccine.
It's just all about being respectful to that other person and listen to their concerns and then try to guide them to accurate sources of information.
Abby Dodge, thank you for that report. So let's bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal for more on this. So let's talk about how is it you spot measles in kids? What makes it more likely to spread and contract?
Yeah, so Joe, anyone unvaccinated is at risk for measles, and the reason we hear about it more in kids in terms of these outbreaks are couplefold. The first, most adults actually have immunity to measles in this country. Secondly, when we talk about what kids are doing in school, a lot of them are closely congregated. They're sort of sharing things. A lot of germs flying around, so that's another reason we hear about this so much in kids. But also, Joe, kids are at highest risk of severe disease, particularly those under the age of 5. Now, some adults also are included in this, those over the age of 20 and those with immunocompromised conditions. But like you heard in that package, if you were to walk into a room, you can imagine in kindergarten, if you are somebody who has measles and you walk into a room and there's 10 unvaccinated people in that room, 9 of them are likely to get sick. So this is a really, really contagious disease, and why everybody's, really alert about this.
And that is incredibly eye-opening to know just how contagious it is. What are the risks associated with measles?
So the symptoms of measles first are, fevers, rash, cough, things that we see with other viruses as well. But really the risk, the reason we're so worried about this, Joe, about 1 in 5 unvaccinated people can be hospitalized. About 1 in 1,000 can develop encephalitis or inflammation of the brain. About 1 to 3 in 1,000, this disease does prove fatal. And there is something else that is unique to measles that I think a lot of people should know, that a lot of people don't know, is that if you get measles and you recover, measles can actually dampen your immune system and weaken your immune system, making you more likely to get things that you would fight off normally, like pneumonias or other bacterial infections. So a lot of complications, Joe, with this one.
Conquering childhood measles really was like a public health success story. Yeah. And, this year we've only seen 64 cases. Could be a bigger number, but still it's concerning. What's most concerning is seeing a 5% vaccination drop in 5 years, which is kind of what's opened the door here. If we see another 5% drop in another 5 years, what could that mean?
Yeah, so we have some numbers on this, Joe. So 95%, like you heard in that report, is the sort of gold standard we want for herd immunity, meaning that the spread can be kept at bay. Nationally now, we're seeing that number dip to 93%, which doesn't sound like a huge drop, but if you a small percent of that is still a large number. About 250,000 kindergartners are at risk just with that small drop in vaccination. So, this is a vaccine that, unlike other vaccines, if you do get the vaccine, you are less likely to spread it. So it is something that, you get at about the age of 12 to 15 months, another dose about 4 to 6 months or 4 to 6 years of age. And most adults, fortunately, have had the vaccine in this country.
All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, appreciate your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning. Coming up, regulating AI. Up next, the new rules just announced by the White House that could impact how federal agencies use the technology. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing
the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Beverages.
All right, it just me too. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, cooking.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. New this morning, the White House just rolled out its first set of government-wide guardrails for AI. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so the White House laid out new requirements for federal use of artificial intelligence this morning. Agencies that want to use AI will have to designate chief AI officers and establish governance boards within 2 months. The Biden administration will also require them to establish safeguards for the use of the emerging technology and public annual reports on how they're managing AI risk. TikTok is taking its fight for survival to American TVs. The social media company launched a $2.1 million advertising campaign with a message for senators, blocked a House bill that would effectively ban the app in the U.S. According to analytics company AdImpact, TikTok plans to air the spots in Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. All 5 of those states are represented by vulnerable Senate Democrats running for another term. People in New York, Massachusetts, and Minnesota can also expect to see the ads. And Canada's maple syrup supply is at a 16-year low, but thankfully you won't have to find an alternative for your pancakes just yet. The reserve, which is housed in Quebec, only contains about 7 million pounds of syrup right now. That's the lowest it's been since 2008. Industry officials say the supply has been hit by a large international demand for syrup, as well as warmer weather, which disrupted production. But for now, they don't forecast any supply issues for customers. Oh, my goodness, Joe. What am I going to put on my chicken and waffles?
Pancakes and waffles. Rejoice. Hopefully no issues in the near future. Right. Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Coming up, we are flipping the script with actor William Stanford Davis, better known as Mr. Johnson in the hit show Abbott Elementary. Why he says his big break was worth the decades-long wait. You're watching Morning News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Are
you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with some news that's got the beehive buzzing. We're, of course, talking about Beyonce, who just posted the track list for her upcoming country album, Cowboy Carter. It includes a cover of Dolly Parton's 1970s classic Jolene, as well as a guest appearance from legend Willie Nelson. Now, as we reported, Queen Bee is set to tap into the country genre in this follow-up to her smash hit, the Renaissance album. But Beyonce says it's not a country album, it's a Beyonce album. Cowboy Carter is set to drop at midnight. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter William Stanford Davis. His friends call him Stan, but these days he's best known as Mr. Johnson, the custodian on the award-winning ABC sitcom Abbott Elementary. He's just one of many hilarious characters in the show, which centers on a group of teachers and staff at a public school in Philadelphia. Now, Stan is 72 years old and says he has been waiting a lifetime for a role like this, proof that hard work and patience truly do pay off.
Mr. Johnson, sorry to interrupt whatever this is, but these kids need to stay with you.
Well, it looks like Ava switched this day from Ferris Bueller's Day Off to the Breakfast Club.
How's life right now for you, Stan?
Oh, man, it's like I'm living in a dream. I'm still in pitch myself mode.
Is it fair to say it took a few years to achieve this dream?
Just a few. But, you know, that's any dream worth dreaming is worth putting in the time and the work and the effort. The plot thickens.
How old were you when you decided I'm going to move to LA and I'm going to try to break into Hollywood?
I got here when I was 32. I'm 72 now.
40 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I worked in a brickyard. Then I worked as a short order cook in a truck stop. I worked as a telemarketer. I drove limousine. I drove some of the people that I work with now.
Can I just draw?
Whatever it takes to keep you out of my hair.
Sir, you are bald.
His big break came a few years ago when he auditioned for the role of the school custodian, Mr. Johnson, on Abbott Elementary. He was only supposed to appear in the pilot, but the show's creator and star, Quinta Brunson, just kept bringing him back, making him a series regular. The man behind the mop finally rose to the top.
I cried, my wife cried, my dog cried. I thought the neighbors were going to call the police. There was so much noise being made in my house.
What has Quinta Brunson meant to you?
Oh, man, there's no words to describe. She's such a kind, just smart, kind person. And as I told her at the end of season 1, I said, Quinta, you changed my life. You know, all you want to be is a working actor. That's all I ever wanted to be. All these things that have happened, all these accolades and things, they're just, man, sometimes I get emotional thinking about it.
The story that Abbott Elementary is telling, how important is that? Because it's maybe a story that a lot of folks haven't had the opportunity to see before.
This story should have been told when I was in elementary school because it hasn't changed very much. Teachers are important. They're as important as doctors. They're as important as policemen, you know, and because they impact lives. They change lives like Quinta changed my life. When I encounter teachers out in the world, they tell me how much truth is in what we're doing, along with the comedy. You know, we don't want to get political in any kind of way. We just want to tell the truth about what's happening in schools and how important they are.
Oh, whose cat is this? I don't know. I just found him in here. He won't budge. I think I'll get some bacon from the lunch lady to try to lure him out.
Cats are pescatarians.
You telling me this cat believes in God?
There's a giant billboard for Abbott Elementary near Times Square. It's huge.
Yeah.
And you're on it. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have. Man, I'm on a billboard in Times Square. Can you believe that? I've had friends send me pictures of it. I never thought that. When I see a bus go by with the show on the bus, I'm like, oh my God, look at what has happened. What is this? This is amazing.
So at age 72, do you feel like your career is just getting started?
I feel like it's just getting started. Abbott is part of the journey. I'm really praying that it's a part of the journey. I hope it's not the destination. All actors would like to do it until they can't do it anymore. And that's the way I feel about it. As we say on the streets, I'm a ride till the wheels fall off.
When I asked what advice he would give aspiring actors of all ages, Davis quoted Duke Ellington saying there are 2 rules in life. Number 1, don't quit. Number 2, never forget rule number 1. William Stanford Davis is certainly proof of that. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, we have taken the show outside of our studio and outside of 30 Rock. That's because of what's across the street here. You see, that's Radio City Music Hall. Some of the biggest performers in the world have taken the stage there. The Radio City Rockettes have their Christmas Spectacular there every year, but today it is the center of the political universe. President Biden is having a huge star-studded fundraiser there. 2 former presidents are going to be there, former Presidents Clinton and Obama, along with a cavalcade of celebrities. It's a sign that the race for the White House is really kicking into high gear, not just the effort to try and get voters, but also to try and collect money. Millions of dollars could be raised today. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who's made his way here to New York. You know, Gabe, typically a rainy Thursday like this, that alone would slow down traffic in Midtown. We're about to see a traffic nightmare when they cut off many of the roads here, right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. This whole area will be locked down in just a short time. Security is actually already ramping up, and as you said, the Biden campaign is billing this as a historic first-of-its-kind event. The campaign expects about 5,000 people to be here, and they expect the event to rake in more than $25 million. But former President Trump has other plans.
This morning, the Biden campaign is preparing to host a star-studded fundraiser with 3 presidents, Biden, Obama, and Clinton, in a conversation moderated by late-night host Stephen Colbert. The event also set to feature appearances by Lizzo, Queen Latifah, and Ben Platt, among other celebrities, as Democrats set their sights on the general election.
I've never been more optimistic about our future. I know I'm only 40 years old. Times 2 plus 1.
The president's poll numbers are ticking up, but are still shaky. At this time in 2020, Biden was leading Trump by an average of 6 points. Now most polls show a statistical tie or a Trump lead. So the president and vice president are ramping up their travel. Former President Obama is also taking an increasingly active role in the campaign.
Right now, the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party for president says he wants to repeal the entirety of the ACA.
Mr. Trump is firing back, saying he doesn't want to terminate Obamacare, just make it better, even though he's previously said repeatedly that he wanted to replace it.
We're repealing and replacing Obamacare.
While the former president escalates his attacks on the judge presiding over his hush money trial in New York, he's also trying to highlight violent crime in the city and planning to attend the wake of NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, who was shot and killed this week in the line of duty. Today, both candidates heading to high-profile events. Another split-screen moment as the campaign intensifies.
So, Gabe, so far, Democrats have been outpacing Republicans when it comes to fundraising. I have to imagine this is going to help with that.
Yeah, certainly. Democrats have, over the last couple of months, doing very well. The cheapest tickets for this event at this iconic venue have gone for about $250, but the largest contributions, Joe, have actually come from people who have given up to $500,000.
That is a huge price tag right there. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, appreciate your reporting this morning. Good to see you here in New York. Let's turn now to the latest from Baltimore. We're learning new information this morning about that deadly collision involving a cargo ship involving the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The bodies of 2 victims have been pulled from the water, but crews have called off the search because conditions are just too dangerous. It's now shifting to a salvage operation. NTSB officials have been able to board and speak with some of the crew on the ship. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest from Baltimore.
Yeah, good morning. So we have an awful lot of moving pieces here at the Baltimore port. To begin with, this is now a salvage operation. They have now decided that it's simply too risky to try to go in and find the individual bodies of those who have perished and are still in the water. And so they're going to have to bring in just massive cranes to lift this superstructure up and out of the water. At the same time, they need to prioritize getting this port open as quickly as possible. But the immediate focus today, at this hour here in Baltimore, is on the families of those 6 who died. In Baltimore this morning, a clearer picture now emerging of the disastrous crash that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. NTSB investigators have for the first time boarded the cargo ship, still covered in mangled metal.
It's just utter devastation.
Along with initial interviews of the crew, investigators have now downloaded the ship's voice data recorder, or VDR. The initial timeline shows alarms started sounding at 1:24 a.m. Tuesday. 2 minutes later, the ship's pilot made an urgent call for any nearby tugboats to assist. The pilot radioed again a minute later, saying the ship had lost all power. Traffic cameras showed the ship approaching the bridge before the feed cuts out 2 minutes later when the massive vessel struck the span. The ship had no tugs at all, helping it navigate through the waters before it hit the bridge.
That's correct. It's a straight shot through the channel. So there are no tugs with the vessel at that time.
Police dispatch audio shows officers radioed to stop traffic less than 30 seconds after that distress call, showing officers discussing the crew on the bridge in the moments before the collapse.
Once you get here, I'll go grab the workers on the Key Bridge and then stop the outer loop.
213 dispatch, the whole bridge just fell down.
Nearly 25 feet below the water surface, dive teams have discovered a pickup truck with 2 victims inside. Authorities have now called off the search for 4 remaining victims, calling it a salvage operation, saying the water is simply too treacherous, filled with dangerous debris. Maryland's governor sharing how one survivor managed to walk away from the terrifying ordeal.
We literally saw the bridge fall right after he moved off. It was because it was a first responder who was telling him to move off of the bridge.
Now the focus shifts to the daunting task of reopening this vital port. With 8,000 workers directly impacted and concerns of supply chain disruptions.
We are concerned about implications that will ripple out beyond the immediate region.
NTSB investigators today hope to be back on the bridge, interviewing the 2 local pilots who were on board to try to navigate their way, and the ship's way, I should say, through the port. At the same time, the Army Corps of Engineers talking about bringing in a lot of people, a lot of expertise, and that massive crane to eventually raise the wreckage up out of the water. There is no timeline from when this port could open. We're talking weeks at least, and in the meantime, rebuilding the bridge, probably years. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. This morning, mounting gang violence in Haiti is raging on, with Haitians and foreign nationals fearing for their safety and pleading for help evacuating the country. So far, the U.S. government has helped hundreds evacuate. NBC's Ellison Barber reports from the Dominican Republic on the border with Haiti.
The violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. So far this month, more than 33,000 people have been forced to flee the capital city.
This morning, fierce violence continues to grip Port-au-Prince. Criminal gangs are intensifying their rampage, targeting citizens and critical infrastructure, causing chaos across the country. Once a sanctuary for children, this school intentionally set on fire by armed gangs, according to UNICEF. The United States is evacuating their citizens almost daily. But with the country's biggest international airport closed, most Haitians are unable to leave. Americans Missy and John Tennant are working tirelessly to try and get their adopted teenage Haitian sons home.
Begging, screaming at the top of our lungs, just saying, please help us get our children out of this deadly situation.
More than 480 human rights organizations are asking the Biden administration for a new designation of temporary protected status for Haitians in the United States and a pause on deportations. But 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News the Biden administration is not planning to change course. At Mission Life International's birthing center, we met mothers trying to care for newborns with their country on the brink of famine.
Because gangs currently control the majority of the ports in this country, and most of them are closed, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, it isn't getting in as fast as it's really needed in places like this.
Sarael is just 3 months old. She's Jean Erlande Cadet's 4th child. Jean tells us she is a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. And finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe?
Every day, she tells me, every day we pray God will keep us safe.
This week, the Biden administration approved a proposal to provide Haiti's national police with weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, and helmets, all of it coming from a Department of Homeland Security stockpile. It's worth $10 million, and it is aimed at trying to help Haiti's police restore order in the capital city. Joe?
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. Former Connecticut Senator and Democratic Vice Presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. Known as someone who would work across the aisle, Lieberman became an independent and formed strong alliances with other centrists in Congress. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has a look back at Senator Lieberman's storied career.
Devoted to public service and his deep personal faith, Joseph Lieberman was a 4-term U.S. Senator from Connecticut and a man of history as the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, Al Gore's running mate in 2000.
Tonight, I am so proud to stand as your candidate for Vice President of the United States.
Senator Lieberman died in New York. A statement from his family said his passing followed complications from a fall. A hawk on defense. His support of the Iraq War cost him among Democrats. Lieberman became an independent, later a founder of the No Labels organization. And his friendship with John McCain was part of his break with the Democratic Party.
I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party.
An Orthodox Jew, Lieberman often walked to critical votes in the Senate, moved by faith and a desire for common ground.
Our thanks to Kelly O'Donnell for that report. Joining us now to talk more about Senator Lieberman's legacy is Eugene Scott. He's a senior politics reporter at Axios. Good to have you with us. So Senator Lieberman, he served 24 years in the U.S. Senate, spent 16 years in state government before that. What is his legacy?
You know, Joe, his legacy is primarily being an independent thinker. I tend to think of him as the Democrats' version of John McCain in terms of, you know, being a maverick and not being afraid of going against his party. But the reality is that he did so in a way that probably attracted, you know, quite a bit of criticism from those in his party because he did it so publicly and boldly in ways that had real consequences and captured headlines in a manner that many Democrats would prefer they not, find themselves in the midst of.
So the fact that he went from top of Democratic ticket to this independent, to someone who endorsed John McCain, he was known for reaching across the aisle. How did that impact his work in the Senate?
Well, it was very beneficial initially. As you know, the Senate is a very small body. And so Democrats frequently work with Republicans to get things done. I mean, at least that was the norm back when Lieberman was in the Senate. But because things are so close and people know each other, the criticism, quite frankly, that he received because he was so critical of some people in his party was hard to ignore. I mean, for him to be in the Senate as a Democrat and not endorse the Democrat who was running for the Senate, running for the president from the Senate was no small matter. And it made it very difficult for him to work with other Democrats in the Senate as his career continued.
Let's talk about his life more recently. His group, No Labels, it's this group that's trying to get a third-party candidate to run. So far, not successful in that endeavor. But how is that factoring into this current election? How does that also play into Lieberman's legacy?
Well, it arguably is making his legacy, a bit mixed. I mean, in his final days, he was trying his best to find someone who could run against Joe Biden and Donald Trump, something that Democrats, are probably not going to forget for quite some time. Now, mind you, No Labels has not been successful. They've really struggled to find someone. And he's made the case they want, a split party ticket, maybe a Democrat running as president or a Republican as vice president or vice versa. But nevertheless, he spent his final days not supporting the incumbent president, even though it's worth noting that while his final Senate tenure was as an independent, he did register as a Democrat when he left Connecticut and moved to New York. So he believes that he still was pretty consistent and faithful with his support for the party, even though many of the people in the party don't agree.
All right, Eugene Scott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. We turn now to a disturbing new trend that has been popping up all over social media. Several women in New York City have reported being punched in broad daylight while simply walking down the street. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is taking a closer look at this growing number of assaults. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. What's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day, just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh, my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home.
He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Overnight, the NYPD released a statement, Joe, saying that the person that they arrested is a repeat offender. He's actually been arrested 3 times in the last 6 months for similar crimes. That he is what the police call a recidivist. And I had conversations with the NYPD, not just on this story, but on others, including the spate of subway crime that's been going on. They say one of their biggest issues are repeat offenders.
And do they have any idea why this person is doing this, or is it just tough to say at this point?
It's tough to say. They also said that it's not the same person.
Got it.
That they believe at this point it's not the same person.
All right, very good. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns with your Morning News Now forecast. It's opening day, so Bill, time to play ball. I'm having trouble imagining some places like, around the country with the snow and the rain and everything. It might not be a great opening day, but...
Yeah, but it's a big day. Like some families and some fans, it's like a holiday. Like they take off of work, school. It's like a tradition in some families. So opening day, the forecast has not cooperated for a few games, and those games have already been postponed. And that was the Phillies games against the Braves. The Mets game has already been postponed too. We have rain in the Baltimore area and cloudy, damp conditions. And that's the first game of the day. We think that's going to move out. It'll be cloudy. We're going to get that game in. Just bundle up. Chicago looks fine for the White Sox. Home opener there, and Cincinnati looks pretty good. Some of these are in the domes here, so the Tampa game obviously is fine. Same with Houston. World champion, Texas Rangers. That's 72 degrees. That sounds like a beautiful start to your season. Kansas City looks very nice. We are going to see for that Red Sox games with the Mariners a little bit of rainy weather. They should be able to get that in also. Ohtani, Los Angeles. All headlines will be on that as they take on the Cardinals. 65, no problems in L.A. Phoenix looks good. San Diego looks good too. So a lot of games will get in today without weather problems. Of course, they canceled the ones that needed to be. And all because of this rain streaming up the East Coast here. We've had some very heavy rain in eastern North Carolina. Right now, we got some steady rain in the Boston area. Check the airport delays. They're doing okay. We haven't had really too many big problems out there so far. And as we go through the day, it just kind of stays dreary and wet. I don't think we're going to get the heavy enough rain for any significant flooding. But if you're going through this evening, especially driving on I-95 here, heading from Providence, the loop outside of Boston, that's where the steady rain will be. New York City, it'll be ending right around 7 to 8 p.m., but it's going to be light. And it looks like in Washington, D.C., you're just about done. So flood watches continue from Providence to Boston, to Bangor, Maine, to Portland, from Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all the way back down to the New Bern area, still under those flood watches. And additional rainfall, D.C., it looks like you're pretty much done. Raleigh, you're just about done, too. It's really going to be the Outer Banks and areas of down east Maine and also southern portions of coastal New England that'll have the steadier rainfall. So what does this all mean as we head towards your Easter forecast weekend? So that storm clears. So Friday, Good Friday, it looks very nice. We'll call it a spring delight here. They haven't seen the sun in a couple days in many areas here in the East Coast, so that should be good. Middle of the country continues. It's a beautiful day today. No problems tomorrow into Friday. The next storm comes into the west. That's the one that's going to cause some problems in California this upcoming weekend. Saturday, we're going to have that flood risk in a few isolated areas, maybe some debris flows. It's not like the big, huge storms we got over the winter, but for this time of year, it's a little unusual. So high elevation snows too. Then by the time we get to Easter Sunday, that storm system begins to head into Arizona, the Four Corner region. Snow in the higher elevations. California will slowly begin to clear out, kind of dreary, and 59 degrees in L.A. with clouds and showers isn't the best Sunday forecast for you for Easter, but at least the heavier, steady rain will be over. The beautiful weather, though, continues throughout the South. And the East Coast, after a pretty miserable March, it looks like we're going to be starting the trend to April. It looks a lot better, Joe, and it can't look worse.
Yeah, I was about to say, we will take it. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the mega mystery this morning. Who won that $1 billion lottery jackpot in New Jersey? But first, after the break, it's a different kind of spring break that may not involve beaches or palm trees, but it's still got a whole lot of sun. The travel boom over that upcoming solar eclipse that now has the FAA warning passengers of more delays. Stay with us.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy.
And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the
Jackson
many questions.
will never be questioned.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. It's been a busy spring break travel season, but the FAA is predicting things will actually get busier. Still, the agency warning that rural towns like Radar Base in Texas and Russellville in Arkansas are set to become hotspots. They might not be Miami Beach, but they're ranked among the top places in the country to catch a glimpse of the total solar eclipse that will cast a shadow all over North America in about a week and a half. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from another eclipse hotspot. That is Cleveland. Jesse, Cleveland, has it ever been so busy during spring break? What can travelers expect over the next week, both by the beach and also across the Midwest?
Yeah, so, Joe, I think this is definitely not your typical spring break season because as opposed to when everyone's trying to get to the sun, a lot of us are trying to be getting away from the sun. They want to see that thing disappear behind the moon when we had that total solar eclipse on April 8th. And when you look at that pathway, right, some of the cities in the pathway, Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, where I am, Burlington, Vermont, Buffalo, New York, these are all cities that probably have some people scratching their heads if they were to look and see at all the flight traffic they're going to be getting. But the FAA is saying that in the run-up to the eclipse, we're expecting the peak of the spring break travel season, almost 100,000 flights combined between next Thursday and Friday in the days before the eclipse. And the FAA is saying that some of the airports in this pathway are going to be seeing unusually high traffic for this time of year. So they're asking people to be keeping an eye out for the possibility of delays.
Eclipse tourism. So which days do we think are going to be the busiest when it comes to travel?
Yes, we talked about Thursday and Friday today as well. The FAA says today alone more than 50,000 flights are expected. And then again, Thursday and Friday, that is the peak. Take a look at the numbers there, almost 100,000 combined on those 2 days next week. The eclipse is on April 8th, so this is right before the eclipse weekend. And I can tell you that here in the Cleveland area, for example, there are multi-day events planned. So this is not just on Monday when the eclipse happens. There's going to be stuff going on throughout the weekend, so you can expect people to be, continuing with the influx in the run-up to the actual eclipse day.
Yeah, they're not just going for one day. They're going to soak in everything they can surrounding the eclipse. So how can people travel safely? And remind us, what's NASA recommending to everyone, no matter where you are, to protect yourself during this eclipse?
Yeah, so a couple things to keep in mind. You're going to be outside until that moment of totality. There is sun, so have sunscreen, have protective clothing like you would if you're spending a lot of time outside. But eye protection is absolutely paramount during the eclipse. The only time that NASA says it is safe to be looking directly at the sky with the naked eye is when the sun is completely obscured by the moon. That is the moment of totality. So make sure you know when totality is happening. At every other moment during the eclipse, when it's a partial eclipse, you must have your eyes covered. Otherwise, you risk severe injury to your eyes. So there are special glasses that you need to have. There's an ISO rating to be keeping an eye out for. NASA's information on this on its website. And if you're going to be using a telescope, binoculars, a camera, you need a special filter for those things. Do not use the eclipse glasses with your telescope because that can also damage your eyes. So this is, no joke. You want to make sure you have the right protection if you're going to be enjoying this safely, Joe.
And Jesse, do you know, in case folks from the eclipse a few years ago when we went through all this, if they happen to keep their glasses, I would guess maybe you shouldn't be using those. Do you know?
So it's funny, this is something that we asked NASA about, Joe, and it turns out they say you can use your eclipse glasses again. So if you have a glasses from 2017, I have a pair. I was in Carbondale, Illinois at that eclipse, and I still have the glasses from the eclipse. Those are still good to use according to NASA as long as they have not been damaged. So if you kept the keepsake from 2017, make sure it's in good condition. You can test it out by looking at a light in your room, for example, like a desk lamp, something like that, to see as a test, and just incrementally make sure they're working right and make sure there's no visible damage, punctures, anything like that. But as long as they are in good shape, they are still good to use, Joe.
All right, good to know. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Let's get to international news now, starting with the latest out of Ukraine. A new wave of Russian aerial bombs hit the city of Kharkiv for the first time in nearly 2 years. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Local authorities in Ukraine said at least one person or civilian was killed and 16 others were injured after Russia carried out a series of airstrikes on the city of Kharkiv. Now, the airstrikes hit several residential buildings and caused widespread damage. Kharkiv is a strategic city and region as it cuts across the front line between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The latest airstrikes follow an escalation in the attacks by Russia, including a recent missile barrage on the capital, Kyiv, that caused severe damage against the country's energy infrastructure. Now let's go to Colombia, where authorities announced they seized almost 4 tons of cocaine worth more than $113 million. Now, the cocaine shipment was seized from a boat in the Caribbean Sea of Colombia in a joint operation between the Colombian Navy, the Colombian Air Force, and the Joint Interagency Task Force of the United States Southern Command. After a dramatic chase that spanned several miles, the boat was finally intercepted off the island of San Andres. 3 people who were on board the speedboat were detained. Authorities say this is the largest cocaine seizure of the year so far, at least. Well, let's end this tour of the world in Thailand, which could become the first country in Southeast Asia to legalize equal rights for marriage partners of any gender. Now, on Wednesday, the lower house of parliament overwhelmingly approved a marriage equality bill, which changes the words man and women and husband and wife to individuals and marriage partners, effectively paving the way to equal rights between heterosexual and LGBTQ+ couples. Now, the bill is now widely expected to be approved by the Senate and the King before it becomes law. Back to you, John.
All right, cool to see that. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, a hateful encounter in Idaho, casting a sobering light on those March Madness celebrations this morning. After the break, the Utah players, who police say were the targets of several racial outbursts off the court. We've got more on that investigation next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with outrage over alleged incidents of racism in Idaho. The University of Utah women's basketball coach says that the team received several racial threats while they were in town to kick off March Madness. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena. Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of 2 trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
3 years ago, the NBC News family celebrated a very special moment when our colleague Kristen Welker and her husband John announced they were having a baby with the help of a surrogate. Little did the Meet the Press moderator know just how many people the story would touch. That included Fox sportscaster Erin Andrews. This morning, Kristen is telling us more about their connection and how it led Andrews to use her platform to help families explore fertility options and surrogacy.
Hey there, I was so moved when I heard Erin Andrews on the Today Show last summer saying my story brought her some solace during her own fertility and surrogacy journey. So we connected on the phone soon after her son was born, and now we finally met. Both of us now mothers with the help of angels, as we say.
You know how much I cried over you?
And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning, thinking about this conversation.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, YouTube breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing.
Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF.
I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy.
Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice.
The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat.
All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real life angel. So I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it.
Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias, do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle.
Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season.
He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me.
All Erin, who is ever the interviewer.
How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it, she says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're going to talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that. The best part about this, Erin and I are now committed to finding ways to make fertility services more accessible to families all across the country. Back to you.
All right, Kristen and Erin, thank you both for sharing your stories. As if New Yorkers needed to see more price hikes, the cost of driving in Manhattan, it's about to go up. That's because the Transportation Board approved a controversial plan to charge drivers a congestion toll. The idea is to reduce traffic and pollution in the city, although it's now bringing major backlash. Reporter Andrew Siff from our New York affiliate WNBC has the details.
Promised for years as the solution to gridlock and an antiquated subway system.
Give us the tools. We'll get it done.
The MTA board took a vote today.
Strongly, yes.
This is a true victory for our city and for our region.
With a lone opponent.
I'm voting no.
The motion is approved.
The 11-to-1 passage means congestion pricing gets the green light unless there's a court order. Cars face a toll of $15. Trucks between $24 and $36, starting June 15th. The only exemptions, school buses, commuter buses, and essential government vehicles.
We're not talking about commissioners' vehicles. We're not talking about elected official vehicles. Those are specifically and categorically not exempt.
Commuters in the nation's largest mass transit system have been promised the $15 billion raised by congestion pricing will modernize the system.
We'll see. We'll see if it happens. I'd love to see it.
Drivers have been told their new expense is worth it because roads will be unclogged.
We have to adjust. Hopefully, the overall cost of living will increase.
But opponents pointing to next week, that federal court hearing a lawsuit from New Jersey leaders and the New York City Teachers Union, whose president predicts gridlock will move to other neighborhoods. Quote, it is going to be up to the courts to prevent the huge environmental injustice.
The court process has been scheduled to be resolved before we are going to start congestion pricing. We're very confident about the outcome.
Our thanks to Andrew Siff for that report. Stay with us. We've got much more morning news now, right after the break.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Soon you might need to take a closer look at the price tags at your neighborhood dollar store. Dollar Tree announced this week that there will be a new maximum price at stores. More than 300 items will now range in price from $1.50 to $7. That's according to the company's most recent earnings call. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has more on what's behind the hike.
Hey there, once upon a time there was penny candy, the dime store, and of course today the dollar stores. It can be an eclectic array of items, all super cheap, but inflation and a rich new clientele have come for those price tags.
Everything's $1.
so everybody leaves happy.
Call it the dollar-ish store. At Dollar Tree, true dollar prices are a thing of the past. The discount giant is raising prices again, some items as high as $7. The company also announced sister brand Family Dollar will close nearly 1,000 stores starting this year.
Tell me the truth. Are you still going to be shopping at Dollar Tree when prices raised to $7 an item?
Shoppers taking to social media to complain about higher prices.
Yo, at this point, I am just so sick of everything.
Okay, change the name. Wealthy Tree. Fortune Tree.
In a call with investors last week, the company said to expect a $5 bag of dog food next to a $1.25 bag of pet treats, calling it a multi-price assortment. The reason? A combination of inflation and an influx of higher income customers who can better afford it.
Why are people who are making $100,000 a year or more shopping at a dollar store?
So there's a lot of price pressures that are impacting consumers. They're going out to buy goods and services and looking for places to cut.
It's been a few years since things were actually $1 at the dollar store. After 35 years in 2021, a dollar minimum price became $1.25 at Dollar Tree. Now, over 300 new items will range from $1.50 to $7. Other famously cheap deals also undergoing recent changes. Trader Joe's raising single banana prices from 19 to 23 cents. And what about that $1.50 Costco hot dog and soda combo? According to Axios, an outgoing Costco executive says proof of membership will soon be required at some outdoor food court locations. At dollar stores, the most likely price hikes will be on food, pet supplies, and personal care items.
Once you have the consumer in the door, they are going to make that purchase.
More than a pretty penny for many cash-strapped families.
When it comes to deciding between a trip to the grocery store or the dollar store, think about what you're planning to buy. Canned goods, for example, might be cheaper on sale at a regular grocery store or big box store. But for household items like wipes or diapers, a dollar store may be the better bet. Back to you.
All right, some good advice, Christine. Thank you. Even more money news now. The Department of Labor just released its latest unemployment numbers. CNBC's Silvana Henao is here to break that down for us, along with other news that affects your wallet. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, we are getting a fresh read on the economy. Initial filings for unemployment benefits total 210,000. That's lower than the 211,000 expected by economists. Still, we're seeing kind of the strength in the job market. We'll see what this means for the Fed at the next meeting. All right, Walmart is reportedly withdrawing and refiling antitrust paperwork connected to its $2.3 billion deal to acquire TV maker Vizio. The move is meant to give federal agencies more time to review the proposed acquisition. Now, that's according to an SEC filing, which also says the decision follows informal conversations with the Federal Trade Commission and Justice Department. Walmart announced the deal back in February. The retailer hopes to grow its high-profit ad business through Vizio's free streaming service. And if you ever ordered a hot dog and wished you could get the water along with it, well, you're in luck. 7-Eleven has teamed up with Miracle Seltzer to create a lineup of sparkling waters that will include a flavor based on the convenience store's Big Bite hot dog. If you're not feeling that adventurous, well, you can try a more traditional flavor like lemon lime or sweet orange. Joe, I think I just threw up in my mouth.
Who wants that? Name one person who wants hot dog water.
Oh, God, I don't know.
All right, well, oh, no.
I guess somebody wants it.
I will taste test just about anything, but not that. So,
not that.
All right.
Not that. The thought of it is just, it's gross.
All right. We'll see how that goes. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, well, the vast majority of us who have to head to work this morning, one person from New Jersey could cash in on a $1 billion lottery jackpot. Now, it's been more than 32 hours since that winning Mega Millions ticket was sold. No one's come forward yet to claim it. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is on the case.
Hey there, well, I live in New Jersey and can tell you who definitely did not win. Lottery officials know where and when that winning ticket was purchased and even who sold it. But the person who is now $1.13 billion richer remains a mega mystery.
The Garden State just got a little greener. Someone who purchased a lottery ticket Tuesday in Neptune Township, New Jersey, won the Mega Millions jackpot. But the $1.13 billion question this morning, who?
Right now, sign the back of the ticket,
take a picture of it, make a copy of it, and put it in a safe place.
A 2020 New Jersey law allows lottery winners to remain anonymous, and James Carey encourages the winner to do just that.
Tell only your closest loved ones that you were this lucky winner, and then I would urge you, go out and talk to a lawyer and maybe a financial advisor.
While the winner remains a mega mystery this morning.
There were so many people that came through, I cannot remember. I always say, like, you know, you're the lucky one, that I'm gonna get a ticket, I'm gonna win.
Tiana Bambata is the next closest thing.
Somebody won.
She printed out the winning ticket at this ShopRite less than an hour after she sold one to her own mom.
It should have been my ticket. I said, you're going to sell the winning ticket. And what did she do? She sold the winning ticket.
The newly minted billionaire did not use randomly selected numbers through Quick Pick, but instead individually chose them. 6 decisions that proved to be life-changing.
Let's see if I can make you a billionaire tonight.
At $1.13 billion, this marks the 5th largest prize in Mega Millions history. When purchasing the ticket, the winner opted to receive 30 annual payments. Those will start at $11.5 million after taxes. Sam Rossi has his own winning ticket for
$10
and is ready to test his luck again.
I'm buying a Powerball ticket here. It's good luck.
Well, sorry to say, Sam, you didn't win Powerball either, but no one else did either. So that jackpot is now at $935 million. By the way, the store that sells the winning ticket also gets a prize. The owner of the ShopRite is donating his $30,000 to a local food bank. Back to you.
So close to selling that winning ticket to her mom. Emily, thank you so much. Coming up, baseball fans, your time has finally come back around. It is the MLB's opening day. But what sort of changes are on the rule roster this season, and what can fans expect when players take the field? We're going to step into the batter's box next.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is 2 things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is 2 things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Welcome back. Whoopi Goldberg has confirmed that Sister Act 3 is still in development after it was initially announced back in 2020. She told People that the long-awaited movie is still coming, adding it's percolating. The original hit movie came out back in 1992, then a sequel came out the following year. Sister Act has also become a musical on Broadway. For this new movie, Goldberg is set to reprise her role as Dolores, and she's co-producing with Tyler Perry, and as you may have guessed, no release date or filming start has been announced yet, but we're certainly looking forward to it. Finally this hour, it is time for baseball fans to rejoice. Grab those peanuts and Cracker Jack. Today, of course, is opening day across MLB, so cue those dreams of your favorite team winning it all in the Fall Classic. Boys of Summer are finally back in action after a busy offseason. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the home of the reigning World Series champs, the Texas Rangers. Morgan, good morning.
And Joe, good morning. No better place to be than inside a ballpark on opening day. So many baseball fans excited to see the sport finally back. And even though the first pitch of the 2024 season hasn't even been thrown, I have to tell you, Joe, that there are new rules, new uniforms, and more than enough drama to go into extra innings. This morning, baseball fans counting down. Now just hours from the official start of opening day.
I'm off today, tomorrow, and Friday.
Seoul, South Korea, hosting a soft launch between the Dodgers and Padres. But today, it's batter up for MLB's other teams.
It's a religious holiday for me.
The 2023 World Series champs, the Texas Rangers, set to unveil their championship banner. Four-time World Series winning manager Bruce Bochy telling his team to soak up every second. How special is it going to be when you look up and you see that banner come down?
I mean, chills will go down your spine.
The new season also bringing new rules focused on speeding up the pace of play. Mound visits adjusted from 5 to 4. Any pitcher who warms up must now face at least one batter. And the polarizing pitch clock lowered from 20 to 18 seconds with runners on base. Player uniforms changing too, designed for performance in that sweltering summer heat. But not everyone, including players and fans, are giving them the green light.
I don't know what to think of them.
And the show must go on for the Dodgers' $700 million man, Shohei Ohtani. The two-way superstar still dealing with fallout from a gambling scandal involving his longtime interpreter. And if baseball isn't enough, some fans getting a show too. San Francisco's Oracle Park unleashing one-of-a-kind lights for night games.
We will be the first MLB ballpark to have spotlights.
In San Diego, how about pickleballing at the Padres Park? If you work up an appetite, hold the beer and Cracker Jacks. Executive chefs now man the grill at many ballparks. The Seattle Mariners offering a Dungeness crab pizza, while White Sox fans can indulge in empanadas, smash burgers, and yes, Jack and Coke floats. And back out here live in Arlington, the humble but beloved Ballpark Nacho. Joe, a little bit of baseball trivia for you. This beloved dish actually made its big league debut right here at a Rangers game back in 1976. And, we have those new rules going into effect this year. I checked the rule book, Joe. There is absolutely nothing that says you can't dig into some nachos and enjoy them for breakfast on opening day. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful
Totally
day.
allowed. No cheese on the shirt or anything, and everything truly is bigger in Texas, including the nachos.
We're good.
Morgan, thank you so much. Happy opening day. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, we have taken the show outside of our studio and outside of 30 Rock. That's because of what's across the street here. You see, that's Radio City Music Hall. Some of the biggest performers in the world have taken the stage there. The Radio City Rockettes have their Christmas Spectacular there every year. But today, it is the center of the political universe. President Biden is having a huge star-studded fundraiser there. Two former presidents are going to be there, former Presidents Clinton and Obama, along with a cavalcade of celebrities. It's a sign that the race for the White House is really kicking into high gear, not just the effort to try and get voters, but also to try and collect money. Millions of dollars could be raised today. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who's made his way here to New York. Gabe, typically a rainy Thursday like this, that alone would slow down traffic in Midtown. We're about to see a traffic nightmare when they cut off many of the roads here, right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. This whole area will be locked down in just a short time. Security is actually already ramping up, and as you said, the Biden campaign is billing this as a historic first-of-its-kind event. The campaign expects about 5,000 people to be here, and they expect the event to rake in more than $25 million. But former President Trump has other plans. This morning, the Biden campaign is preparing to host a star-studded fundraiser with 3 presidents, Biden, Obama, and Clinton, in a conversation moderated by late-night host Stephen Colbert. The event also set to feature appearances by Lizzo, Queen Latifah, and Ben Platt, among other celebrities, as Democrats set their sights on the general election.
I've never been more optimistic about our future. I know I'm only 40 years old. Times 2 plus 1.
The president's poll numbers are ticking up, but are still shaky. At this time in 2020, Biden was leading Trump by an average of 6 points. Now most polls show a statistical tie or a Trump lead. So the president and vice president are ramping up their travel. Former President Obama is also taking an increasingly active role in the campaign.
Right now, the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party for president says he wants to repeal the entirety of the ACA.
Mr. Trump is firing back, saying he doesn't want to terminate Obamacare, just make it better, even though he's previously said repeatedly that he wanted to replace it.
We're repealing and replacing Obamacare.
While the former president escalates his attacks on the judge presiding over his hush money trial in New York, he's also trying to highlight violent crime in the city and planning to attend the wake of NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, who was shot and killed this week in the line of duty. Today, both candidates heading to high-profile events. Another split-screen moment as the campaign intensifies.
So, Gabe, so far, Democrats have been outpacing Republicans when it comes to fundraising. I have to imagine this is going to help with that.
Yeah, certainly. Democrats have, over the last couple months, doing very well. The cheapest tickets for this event at this iconic venue have gone for about $250, but the largest contributions, Joe, have actually come from people who have given up to $500,000.
That is a huge price tag right there. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, appreciate your reporting this morning. Good to see you here in New York. Let's turn now to the latest from Baltimore. We're learning new information this morning about that deadly collision involving a cargo ship involving the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The bodies of 2 victims have been pulled from the water, but crews have called off the search because conditions are just too dangerous. It's now shifting to a salvage operation. NTSB officials have been able to board and speak with some of the crew on the ship. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the latest from Baltimore.
Yeah, good morning. So we have an awful lot of moving pieces here at the Baltimore port. To begin with, this is now a salvage operation. They have now decided that it's simply too risky to try to go in and find the individual bodies of those who have perished and are still in the water. And so they're going to have to bring in just massive cranes to lift this superstructure up and out of the water. At the same time, they need to prioritize getting this port open as quickly as possible. But the immediate focus today, at this hour here in Baltimore, is on the families of those 6 who died. In Baltimore this morning, a clearer picture now emerging of the disastrous crash that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. NTSB investigators have for the first time boarded the cargo ship, still covered in mangled metal.
It's just utter devastation.
Along with initial interviews of the crew, investigators have now downloaded the ship's voice data recorder, or VDR. The initial timeline shows alarms started sounding at 1:24 a.m. Tuesday. 2 minutes later, the ship's pilot made an urgent call for any nearby tugboats to assist. The pilot radioed again a minute later, saying the ship had lost all power. Traffic cameras showed the ship approaching the bridge, before the feed cuts out 2 minutes later when the massive vessel struck the span. The ship had no tugs at all, helping it navigate through the waters before it hit the bridge?
That's correct. It's a straight shot through the channel. So there are no tugs with the vessel at that time.
Police dispatch audio shows officers radioed to stop traffic less than 30 seconds after that distress call, showing officers discussing the crew on the bridge in the moments before the collapse.
Once you get here, I'll go grab the workers on the Key Bridge and then stop the outer loop.
213 dispatch. The whole bridge just fell down.
Nearly 25 feet below the water surface, dive teams have discovered a pickup truck with 2 victims inside. Authorities have now called off the search for 4 remaining victims, calling it a salvage operation, saying the water is simply too treacherous, filled with dangerous debris. Maryland's governor sharing how one survivor managed to walk away from the terrifying ordeal.
Literally saw the bridge fall right after he moved off. It was because it was a first responder who was telling him to move off of the bridge.
Now the focus shifts to the daunting task of reopening this vital port. With 8,000 workers directly impacted and concerns of supply chain disruptions.
We are concerned about implications that will ripple out beyond the immediate region.
And TSB investigators today hope to be back on the bridge, interviewing the 2 local pilots who were on board to try to navigate their way, and the ship's way, I should say, through the port. At the same time, the Army Corps of Engineers talking about bringing in a lot of people, a lot of expertise, and that massive crane to eventually raise the wreckage up out of the water. There is no timeline from when this port could open. We're talking weeks at least, and in the meantime, rebuilding the bridge, probably years. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. This morning, mounting gang violence in Haiti is raging on, with Haitians and foreign nationals fearing for their safety and pleading for help evacuating the country. So far, the U.S. government has helped hundreds evacuate. NBC's Ellison Barber reports from the Dominican Republic on the border with Haiti.
The violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. So far this month, more than 33,000 people have been forced to flee the capital city.
This morning, fierce violence continues to grip Port-au-Prince. Criminal gangs are intensifying their rampage, targeting citizens and critical infrastructure, causing chaos across the country. Once a sanctuary for children, this school intentionally set on fire by armed gangs, according to UNICEF. The United States is evacuating their citizens almost daily. But with the country's biggest international airport closed, most Haitians are unable to leave. Americans Missy and John Tennant are working tirelessly to try and get their adopted teenage Haitian sons home.
Begging, screaming at the top of our lungs, just saying, please help us get our children out of this deadly situation.
More than 480 human rights organizations are asking the Biden administration for a new designation of temporary protected status for Haitians in the United States and a pause on deportations. But 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News the Biden administration is not planning to change course. At Mission Life International's birthing center, we met mothers trying to care for newborns with their country on the brink of famine.
Because gangs currently control the majority of the ports in this country, and most of them are closed, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, it isn't getting in as fast as it's really needed in places like this.
Sarah El is just 3 months old. She's Jean Erlande Cadet's 4th child. Jean tells us she is a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. And finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe?
Every day, she tells me, every day, we pray God will keep us safe.
This week, the Biden administration approved a proposal to provide Haiti's national police with weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, and helmets, all of it coming from a Department of Homeland Security stockpile. It's worth $10 million, and it is aimed at trying to help Haiti's police restore order in the capital city. Joe?
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. Former Connecticut Senator and Democratic Vice Presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died at the age of 82. Known as someone who would work across the aisle, Lieberman became an independent and formed strong alliances with other centrists in Congress. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has a look back at Senator Lieberman's storied career.
Devoted to public service and his deep personal faith, Joseph Lieberman was a 4-term U.S. Senator from Connecticut and a man of history as the first Jewish American on a presidential ticket, Al Gore's running mate in 2000.
Tonight, I am so proud to stand as your candidate for Vice President of the United States.
Senator Lieberman died in New York. A statement from his family said his passing followed complications from a fall. A hawk on defense. His support of the Iraq War cost him among Democrats. Lieberman became an independent, later a founder of the No Labels organization, and his friendship with John McCain was part of his break with the Democratic Party.
I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party.
An Orthodox Jew, Lieberman often walked to critical votes in the Senate, moved by faith and a desire for common ground.
Our thanks to Kelly O'Donnell for that report. Joining us now to talk more about Senator Lieberman's legacy is Eugene Scott. He's a senior politics reporter at Axios. Good to have you with us. So Senator Lieberman, he served 24 years in the U.S. Senate, spent 16 years in state government before that. What is his legacy?
You know, Joe, his legacy is primarily being an independent thinker. I tend to think of him as the Democrats' version of John McCain in terms of, you know, being a maverick and not being afraid of going against his party. But the reality is that he did so in a way that probably attracted, you know, quite a bit of criticism from those in his party, because he did it so publicly and boldly in ways that had real consequences and captured headlines in a manner that many Democrats would prefer they not, you know, find themselves in the midst of.
So the fact that he went from top of Democratic ticket to this independent, to someone who endorsed John McCain, he was known for reaching across the aisle. How did that impact his work in the Senate?
Well, it was very beneficial initially. As you know, the Senate is a very small body, and so Democrats frequently work with Republicans to get things done. I mean, at least that was the norm back when Lieberman was in the Senate. But because things are so close and people know each other, the criticism, quite frankly, that he received because he was so critical of some people in his party was hard to ignore. I mean, for him to be in the Senate as a Democrat and not endorse the Democrat who was running for the president from the Senate was no small matter. And it made it very difficult for him to work with other Democrats in the Senate as his career continued.
Let's talk about his life more recently. His group, No Labels, it's this group that's trying to get a third-party candidate to run. So far, not successful in that endeavor. But how is that factoring into this current election? How does that also play into Lieberman's legacy?
Well, it arguably is making his legacy, you know, a bit mixed. I mean, in his final days, he was trying his best to find someone who could run against Joe Biden and Donald Trump, something that Democrats, you know, are probably not going to forget for quite some time. Now, mind you, No Labels has not been successful. They've really struggled to find someone. And he's made the case they want, you know, a split party ticket, maybe a Democrat running as president or a Republican as vice president or vice versa. But nevertheless, he spent his final days not supporting the incumbent president, even though it's worth noting that while his final Senate tenure was as an independent, he did register as a Democrat when he left Connecticut and moved to New York. So he believes that he still was pretty consistent and faithful with his support for the party, even though many of the people in the party don't agree.
All right, Eugene Scott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. We turn now to a disturbing new trend that has been popping up all over social media. Several women in New York City have reported being punched in broad daylight while simply walking down the street. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is taking a closer look at this growing number of assaults. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, what's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh, my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home.
He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Overnight, the NYPD released a statement, Joe, saying that the person that they arrested is a repeat offender. He's actually been arrested 3 times in the last 6 months for similar crimes, that he is what the police call a recidivist. And I had conversations with the NYPD, not just on this story, but on others, including the spate of subway crime that's been going on. They say one of their biggest issues are repeat offenders.
And do they have any idea why this person is doing this, or is it just tough to say at this point?
It's tough to say. They also said that it's not the same person.
Got it.
That they believe at this point it's not the same person.
All right, very good. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns with your Morning News Now forecast. It's opening day, so Bill, time to play ball. I'm having trouble imagining some places like, around the country with the snow and the rain and everything. It might not be a great opening day, but...
Yeah, but it's a big day. Like some families and some fans, it's like a holiday. Like they take off of work, school. It's like a tradition in some families. So opening day, the forecast has not cooperated for a few games, and those games have already been postponed. And that was the Phillies games against the Braves. The Mets game has already been postponed too. We have rain in the Baltimore area and cloudy, damp conditions. And that's the first game of the day. We think that's going to move out. It'll be cloudy. We're going to get that game in. Just bundle up. Chicago looks fine for the White Sox. Home opener there, and Cincinnati looks pretty good. Some of these are in the domes here, so the Tampa game obviously is fine. Same with Houston. World champion, Texas Rangers. That's 72 degrees. That sounds like a beautiful start to your season. Kansas City looks very nice. We are going to see for that Red Sox games with the Mariners a little bit of rainy weather. They should be able to get that in also. Ohtani, Los Angeles. All headlines will be on that as they take on the Cardinals. 65, no problems in L.A. Phoenix looks good. San Diego looks good, too. So a lot of games will get in today without weather problems. Of course, they canceled the ones that needed to be. And all because of this rain streaming up the East Coast here. And we've had some very heavy rain in eastern North Carolina. Right now, we got some steady rain in the Boston area. Check the airport delays. They're doing okay. We haven't had really too many big problems out there so far. And as we go through the day, it just kind of stays dreary and wet. I don't think we're going to get the heavy enough rain for any significant flooding. But if you're going through this evening, especially driving on I-95 here, heading from Providence, the loop outside of Boston, that's where the steady rain will be. New York City, it'll be ending right around 7 to 8 p.m., but it's going to be light. And it looks like in Washington, D.C., you're just about done. So flood watches continue from Providence to Boston, to Bangor, Maine, to Portland, from Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all the way back down to the New Bern area, still under those flood watches. And additional rainfall, D.C., it looks like you're pretty much done. Raleigh, you're just about done, too. It's really going to be the Outer Banks and areas of down east Maine and also southern portions of coastal New England that'll have the steadier rainfall. So what does this all mean as we head towards your Easter forecast weekend? So that storm clears. So Friday, Good Friday, it looks very nice. We'll call it a spring delight here. They haven't seen the sun in a couple days in many areas here in the East Coast, so that should be good. Middle of the country continues. It's a beautiful day today. No problems tomorrow into Friday. The next storm comes into the west. That's the one that's going to cause some problems in California this upcoming weekend. Saturday, we're going to have that flood risk in a few isolated areas, maybe some debris flows. It's not like the big, huge storms we got over the winter, but for this time of year, it's a little unusual. So high elevation snows, too. Then by the time we get to Easter Sunday, that storm system begins to head into Arizona, the Four Corner region. Snow in the higher elevations. California will slowly begin to clear out, kind of dreary, and 59 degrees in LA with clouds and showers isn't the best Sunday forecast for you for Easter, but at least the heavier, steady rain will be over. The beautiful weather, though, continues throughout the South. And the East Coast, after a pretty miserable March, it looks like we're going to be starting the trend to April. It looks a lot better, Joe, and it can't look worse.
Yeah, I was about to say, we will take it. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the mega mystery this morning. Who won that billion-dollar lottery jackpot in New Jersey? But first, after the break, it's a different kind of spring break that may not involve beaches or palm trees, but it's still got a whole lot of sun. The travel boom over that upcoming solar eclipse that now has the FAA warning passengers of more delays. Stay with us.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to it.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about?
The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening?
They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's been a busy spring break travel season, but the FAA is predicting things will actually get busier. Still, the agency warning that rural towns like Radar Base in Texas and Russellville in Arkansas are set to become hotspots. They might not be Miami Beach, but they're ranked among the top places in the country to catch a glimpse of the total solar eclipse that will cast a shadow all over North America in about a week and a half. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from another eclipse hotspot. That is Cleveland. Jesse, Cleveland, has it ever been so busy during spring break? What can travelers expect over the next week, both by the beach and also across the Midwest?
Yeah, so, Joe, I think this is definitely not your typical spring break season because as opposed to when everyone's trying to get to the sun, a lot of us are trying to be getting away from the sun. They want to see that thing disappear behind the moon when we have that total solar eclipse on April 8th. And when you look at that pathway, right, some of the cities in the pathway, Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, where I am, Burlington, Vermont, Buffalo, New York, these are all cities that probably have some people scratching their heads if they were to look and see at all the flight traffic they're going to be getting. But the FAA is saying that in the run-up to the eclipse, we're expecting the peak of the spring break travel season, almost 100,000 flights combined between next Thursday and Friday in the days before the eclipse. And the FAA is saying that some of the airports in this pathway are going to be seeing unusually high traffic for this time of year. So they're asking people to be keeping an eye out for the possibility of delays.
Eclipse tourism. So which days do we think are going to be the busiest when it comes to travel?
Yes, we talked about Thursday and Friday today as well. The FAA says today alone more than 50,000 flights are expected. And then again, Thursday and Friday, that is the peak. Take a look at the numbers there, almost 100,000 combined on those 2 days next week. The eclipse is on April 8th, so this is right before the eclipse weekend. And I can tell you that here in the Cleveland area, for example, there are multi-day events planned. So this is not just on Monday when the eclipse happens. There's going to be stuff going on throughout the weekend, so you can expect people to be, continuing with the influx in the run-up to the actual eclipse day.
Yeah, they're not just going for one day. They're going to soak in everything they can surrounding the eclipse. So how can people travel safely? And remind us, what's NASA recommending to everyone, no matter where you are, to protect yourself during this eclipse?
Yeah, so a couple things to keep in mind. You're going to be outside until that moment of totality. There is sun, so have sunscreen, have protective clothing like you would if you're spending a lot of time outside. But eye protection is absolutely paramount during the eclipse. The only time that NASA says it is safe to be looking directly at the sky with the naked eye is when the sun is completely obscured by the moon. That is the moment of totality. So make sure you know when totality is happening. At every other moment during the eclipse, when it's a partial eclipse, you must have your eyes covered. Otherwise, you risk severe injury to your eyes. So there are special glasses that you need to have. There's an ISO rating to be keeping an eye out for. NASA's information on this on its website. And if you're going to be using a telescope, binoculars, a camera, you need a special filter for those things. Do not use the eclipse glasses with your telescope because that can also damage your eyes. So this is, no joke. You want to make sure you have the right protection if you're going to be enjoying this safely, Joe.
And Jesse, do you know, in case folks from the eclipse a few years ago when we went through all this, if they happen to keep their glasses, I would guess maybe you shouldn't be using those. Do you know?
So it's funny, this is something that we asked NASA about, Joe, and turns out they say you can use your eclipse glasses again. So if you have a glasses from 2017, I have a pair. I was in Carbondale, Illinois at that eclipse, and I still have the glasses from the eclipse. Those are still good to use according to NASA as long as they have not been damaged. So if you kept the keepsake from 2017, make sure it's in good condition. You can test it out by looking at a light in your room, for example, like a desk lamp, something like that, to see as a test, and just incrementally make sure they're working right and make sure there's no visible damage, punctures, anything like that. But as long as they are in good shape, they are still good to use, Joe.
All right, good to know. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Let's get to international news now, starting with the latest out of Ukraine. A new wave of Russian aerial bombs hit the city of Kharkiv for the first time in nearly 2 years. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Local authorities in Ukraine said at least one person or civilian was killed and 16 others were injured after Russia carried out a series of airstrikes on the city of Kharkiv. Now, the airstrikes hit several residential buildings and caused widespread damage. Kharkiv is a strategic city and region as it cuts across the front line between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The latest airstrikes follow an escalation in the attacks by Russia, including a recent missile barrage on the capital, Kyiv, that caused severe damage against the country's energy infrastructure. Now let's go to Colombia, where authorities announced they seized almost 4 tons of cocaine worth more than $113 million. Now, the cocaine shipment was seized from a boat in the Caribbean Sea of Colombia in a joint operation between the Colombian Navy, the Colombian Air Force, and the Joint Interagency Task Force of the United States Southern Command. After a dramatic chase that spanned several miles, the boat was finally intercepted off the island of San Andres. 3 people who were on on board the speedboat were detained. Authorities say this is the largest cocaine seizure of the year so far, at least. Well, let's end this tour of the world in Thailand, which could become the first country in Southeast Asia to legalize equal rights for marriage partners of any gender. Now, on Wednesday, the lower house of parliament overwhelmingly approved a marriage equality bill, which changes the words man and women and husband and wife to individuals and marriage partners, effectively paving the way to equal rights between heterosexual and LGBTQ plus couples. Now, the bill is now widely expected to be approved by the Senate and the King before it becomes law. Back to you, John.
All right, cool to see that. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, a hateful encounter in Idaho, casting a sobering light on those March Madness celebrations this morning. After the break, the Utah players, who police say were the targets of several racial outbursts off the court. We've got more on that investigation next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with outrage over alleged incidents of racism in Idaho. The University of Utah women's basketball coach says that the team received several racial threats while they were in town to kick off March Madness. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena. Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of two trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
3 years ago, the NBC News family celebrated a very special moment when our colleague Kristen Welker and her husband John announced they were having a baby with the help of a surrogate. Little did the Meet the Press moderator know just how many people the story would touch. That included Fox sportscaster Erin Andrews. This morning, Kristen is telling us more about their connection and how it led Andrews to use her platform to help families explore fertility options and surrogacy.
Hey there, I was so moved when I heard Erin Andrews on the Today Show last summer saying my story brought her some solace during her own fertility and surrogacy journey. So we connected on the phone soon after her son was born, and now we finally met. Both of us now mothers with the help of angels, as we say.
You know how much I cried over you?
And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning, thinking about this conversation.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, you two breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating like debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing.
Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF.
I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy.
Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice.
The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat.
All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. Yeah. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real-life angel, so I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it.
Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias. Do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle.
Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season.
He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach, said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me.
All Erin, who is ever the interviewer.
How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're going to talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that. The best part about this, Aaron and I are now committed to finding ways to make fertility services more accessible to families all across the country. Back to you.
All right, Kristen and Aaron, thank you both for sharing your stories. As if New Yorkers needed to see more price hikes, the cost of driving in Manhattan, it's about to go up. That's because the Transportation Board approved a controversial plan to charge drivers a congestion toll. The idea is to reduce traffic and pollution in the city, although it's now bringing major backlash. Reporter Andrew Siff from our New York affiliate WNBC has the details.
Promised for years as the solution to gridlock and an antiquated subway system,
give us the tools. We'll get it done.
The MTA board took a vote today.
Strongly, yes.
This is a true victory for our city and for our region.
With a lone opponent.
I'm voting no.
The motion is approved.
The 11-to-1 passage means congestion pricing gets the green light unless there's a court order. Cars face a toll of $15. Trucks between $24 and $36, starting June 15th. The only exemptions, school buses, commuter buses, and essential government vehicles.
We're not talking about commissioners' vehicles. We're not talking about elected official vehicles. Those are specifically and categorically not exempt.
Commuters in the nation's largest mass transit system have been promised the $15 billion raised by congestion pricing will modernize the system.
We'll see. We'll see if it happens. I'd love to see it.
Drivers have been told their new expense is worth it because roads will be unclogged.
We have to adjust. Hopefully, the overall cost of living will increase.
But opponents pointing to next week, that federal court hearing a lawsuit from New Jersey leaders and the New York City Teachers Union, whose president predicts gridlock will move to other neighborhoods. Quote, it is going to be up to the courts to prevent the huge environmental injustice.
The court process has been scheduled to be resolved before we are going to start congestion pricing. We're very confident about the outcome.
Our thanks to Andrew Siff for that report. Stay with us. We've got much more morning news now, right after the break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Welcome back. Soon you might need to take a closer look at the price tags at your neighborhood dollar store. Dollar Tree announced this week that there will be a new maximum price at stores. More than 300 items will now range in price from $1.50 to $7. That's according to the company's most recent earnings call. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans has more on what's behind the hike.
Hey there, once upon a time there was penny candy, the dime store, and of course today, the dollar stores. It can be an eclectic array of items, all super cheap, but inflation and a rich new clientele have come for those price tags.
Everything's $1, so everybody leaves happy.
Call it the dollar-ish store. At Dollar Tree, true dollar prices are a thing of the past. The discount giant is raising prices again, some items as high as $7. The company also announced sister brand Family Dollar will close nearly 1,000 stores starting this year.
Tell me the truth. Are you still going to be shopping at Dollar Tree when prices raised to $7 an item?
Good Thursday to you. I'm Morgan Radford, and we are coming on the air with breaking news right now. FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison. A jury convicted the former crypto mogul of all 7 counts against him back in November. He was found guilty of orchestrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud that prompted the collapse of his company. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now with more. Brian, the prosecutors were seeking 50 years, while the defense team was essentially asking no more than 5 or 6. How did we get here?
Yeah, well, I mean, 20 years is kind of in the middle, so you can imagine that maybe both sides are not particularly happy with this outcome. But, you know, the judge painted this picture, you know, again, this is still happening, and we just found out about this sentence only a few minutes ago. But, you know, the judge painted this picture of Sam Bankman-Fried as someone that maybe wasn't as apologetic as he had tried to make himself out to be. The judge was citing things like campaign donations and also his involvement in trying to finance a lot of political campaigns, in perhaps wanting to come down harder on him and illustrating a picture of a person that had maybe more intent than the apology of, oops, I lost a bunch of money. I'm really sorry about that. Now, again, we have to kind of unpack the story behind here. Sam Bankman-Fried was the CEO of a crypto exchange called FTX. In 2022, that company went bankrupt as crypto asset prices collapsed. He was making bad bets using deposit funds. There were $10 billion in customer funds that were lost. Ultimately, that company, after going into bankruptcy, went into the hands of a bankruptcy administrator that is still trying to get all of that money back. And then Sam Bankman-Fried faced court in terms of whether or not he had fraudulently, used that money. And a court found him guilty of 7 charges in November. And this sentencing completes that process by sentencing him to 20 years in prison.
And talk about the who here, Brian. Who did he hurt? Because the government submitted about 100 impact statements from victims. Who were the victims? What have they said?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was investors in FTX. It was the confidants even within the company. But most importantly, it was the customers, the tens of thousands of people that used FTX as a trading platform to try to sell and buy cryptocurrencies that lost money. I mean, I have spoken with people who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in FTX. So this is a very serious matter because people with this transaction account in FTX, they lost a lot of money. The question now, which is separate from what was announced today with the sentencing of Sam Bankman-Fried, is whether or not that money can get recuperated. Now, in a separate court in Delaware, there is that proceeding happening where the administrator of the bankruptcy is trying to figure out ways that they could try to recuperate the $10 billion in customer funds that were lost. Whether or not they can find that, they're not at dollar for dollar right now. There's optimism that maybe they could make those that have legitimate claims whole. But again, that process is still happening. It could take some time, Morgan.
And what about Bankman-Fried? I mean, we understand that, of course, federal cases, they don't allow for the possibility of parole. But is there any world where he could have a few years shaved off his sentence?
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to have to find out. I mean, we only just found out about the number in terms of how much time he's going to be doing in federal prison. The terms of that, I imagine, are still coming out as we're on the air at the moment. But, you know, when it comes to the overall story here, we have to remember that the analog to this would be the Bernie Madoff case, where Bernie Madoff got over 100 years in prison. So, yes, in comparison, this is substantially lower than that. Sam Bankman-Fried is also a younger person as of the time of sentencing. Bernie Madoff died in prison. So Sam Bankman-Fried at 32 years old, he will get out of prison even after a full term if he isn't able to get parole at the age of 52. So he would still likely have that life ahead of him. By the way, that was what his attorneys were trying to paint a picture of in today's proceedings, saying that they didn't think that they should try to take away the rest of this young man's life. And clearly the judge felt, well, it had to be some amount of his life, and they figured that was 20 years.
Speaking of amount, let's go back to some of those victims. I mean, the millions of people who you mentioned who were affected, is there any chance that they're going to get some form of a payout?
Yeah, and again, that's going to depend on how that court down in Delaware is able to find money. Now, here's the challenge here, is SBF had a lot of money invested in multiple different accounts all over the world, and this court and this administrator, John Ray III, who was appointed after Sam Bankman-Fried was booted out of FTX shortly thereafter, then charged by this court in Lower Manhattan. But that administrator has been doing the work of trying to find all of this money and then bring it all back together. Now, as of right now, they have recuperated a few $1 billion, but it's not the $10 billion that they lost. That's how much was lost in customer funds. Again, with a B, $10 billion. So that's very much an open question. And again, that process can take a long time. We have to remember, it was 2022 that FTX went out of business. So it's been over a year already, and we're still not sure if all that money is still out there.
It's already been some time. And speaking of which, we're getting breaking reporting right now that it's 25 years, his sentence. Sam Bankman-Fried sentenced to prison for 25 years, and this multi-billion-dollar crypto fraud.
It appears that's been corrected and updated, 25.
Yeah, it's just, this is, of course, a fluid situation. We're just getting this in now. Brian, look, for people who are new to this case, I mean, I know that we've been talking about it for so long, but for people who are just tuning in today and they're tapping in for the first time, why is this case so important?
Yeah, well, I mean, this case is so important because it's really underscoring, first off, an emerging world of finance, right? Cryptocurrency is something that's only been on the scene for about 10 years or so, and it's a very exciting space where people think that they can make money very quickly. And I think that the overall story for crypto was that 2022, not just for FTX, but Bitcoin prices and other types of cryptocurrency assets really fell in value, and a lot of people lost a lot of money. So it wasn't a get-rich-quick scheme for many people who went bust during that period of time. And FTX was emblematic of the just exuberance and the excitement over that industry that went bust. Where Sam Bankman-Fried went wrong was that he thought he could get away with using customer money from people that wanted to invest in cryptocurrencies for whatever reason, and then behind their backs using it to invest and make very risky bets back into the crypto sector. When they lost all that money, it put them in a huge billion-dollar hole that they weren't able to cover. He thought he could get away with it. It didn't happen. The justice system caught up with him, and that cost is going to be 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. This is a lot to unpack now. Brian Chung, thank you so much, our business and data correspondent. We're going to have much more coverage on NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Whoopi Goldberg has confirmed that Sister Act 3 is still in development after it was initially announced back in 2020. She told People that the long-awaited movie is still coming, adding it's percolating. The original hit movie came out back in 1992, then a sequel came out the following year. Sister Act has also become a musical on Broadway. For this new movie, Goldberg is set to reprise her role as Dolores, and she's co-producing with Tyler Perry. And as you may have guessed, no release date or filming start has been announced yet, but we're certainly looking forward to it. Finally this hour, it is time for baseball fans to rejoice. Grab those peanuts and Cracker Jack. Today, of course, is opening day across MLB. So cue those dreams of your favorite team winning it all in the Fall Classic. Boys of Summer are finally back in action after a busy offseason. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the home of the reigning World Series champs, the Texas Rangers. Morgan, good morning.
And Joe, good morning. No better place to be than inside a ballpark on opening day. So many baseball fans excited to see the sport finally back. And even though the first pitch of the 2024 season hasn't even been thrown, I have to tell you, Joe, that there are new rules, new uniforms, and more than enough drama to go into extra innings. This morning, baseball fans counting down. Now just hours from the official start of opening day.
I'm off today, tomorrow, and Friday.
Seoul, South Korea, hosting a soft launch between the Dodgers and Padres. But today, it's batter up for MLB's other teams.
It's a religious holiday for me.
The 2023 World Series champs, the Texas Rangers, set to unveil their championship banner. Four-time World Series winning manager Bruce Bochy telling his team to soak up every second.
How special is it going to be when you look up and you see that banner come down?
I mean, chills will go down your spine.
The new season also bringing new rules focused on speeding up the pace of play. Mound visits adjusted from 5 to 4. Any pitcher who warms up must now face at least one batter. And the polarizing pitch clock lowered from 20 to 18 seconds with runners on base. Player uniforms changing too, designed for performance in that sweltering summer heat. But not everyone, including players and fans, are giving them the green light.
I don't know what to think of them.
And the show must go on for the Dodgers' $700 million man, Shohei Ohtani. The two-way superstar still dealing with fallout from a gambling scandal involving his longtime interpreter. And if baseball isn't enough, some fans getting a show too. San Francisco's Oracle Park unleashing one-of-a-kind lights for night games.
We will be the first MLB ballpark to have spotlights.
In San Diego, how about pickleballing at the Padres Park? If you work up an appetite, hold the beer and Cracker Jacks. Executive chefs now man the grill at many ballparks. The Seattle Mariners offering a Dungeness crab pizza, while White Sox fans can indulge in empanadas, smash burgers, and yes, Jack and Coke floats. And back out here live in Arlington, the humble but beloved Ballpark Nacho. Joe, a little bit of baseball trivia for you. This beloved dish actually made its big league debut right here at a Rangers game back in 1976. And, you know, we have those new rules going into effect this year. I checked the rule book, Joe. There is absolutely nothing that says you can't dig into some nachos.
and enjoy them for breakfast on opening day. It's beautiful. It's a
totally
beautiful
allowed. No cheese on the shirt or anything, and everything truly is bigger in Texas, including the nachos.
We're good.
Morgan, thank you so much. Happy opening day. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is off today, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, March 28th. Behind bars, Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange, was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. Details on the millions affected by the massive fraud scheme and if they will ever see a payout. Plus, stabbing spree, 4 people killed and 5 others hurt during an attack in northern Illinois. What we know right now about the man that officials have in custody and whether they're zeroing in on a motive. Plus, troubling trend, several women sharing their stories about allegedly being punched by random men on the streets of New York City. We're going to talk about this surge in violence that's going viral on social media. Melting pot. Millions of Americans are first-generation Americans, and they often have to find that balance between 2 different cultures. We have a psychologist here on set with tips for navigating the emotional challenges. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we are coming on the air with breaking news on the crypto front. Just moments ago, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. He was found guilty back in November of orchestrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud that led to the collapse of his company. A jury convicted him on all 7 counts of wire fraud as well as conspiracy. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, it was interesting because you heard sort of prosecutors want 50 years, the defense say, look, 5 or 6. How did we land on 20?
Yeah, I mean, and the judge, on just that appearance seemed to have sliced right in the middle. But we have to remember what the arguments were on both sides. So again, just to zoom out here, FTX was that crypto exchange, and Sam Bankman-Fried, as CEO behind that, lost $10 billion of customer deposits, all while living a relatively lavish lifestyle in the Caribbean. Now, on the defense side, they were saying, well, he didn't know all of that, and also he was an altruistic person who made lots of donations. He was also socially awkward, didn't really enjoy being at some of the lavish parties that he was at. The judge didn't find that convincing and described that argument as, quote, misleading, logically flawed, and speculative. So another thing that the judge interestingly brought up was that he found that Sam Bankman-Fried had perjured himself on the stand and lied and misrepresented some of the things that he had said, which obviously doesn't fall in the favor of getting a more lenient sentence. So maybe that explains why this was a little bit higher than what Sam Bankman-Fried's attorneys had been asking for. But again, 25 years in prison. He's a relatively young man. He's 32. But nonetheless, it's a pretty substantial sentence there.
A substantial sentence indeed, and federal cases don't allow for the possibility of parole. But is there sort of any world where Bankman-Fried can have a few years shaved off of that sentence?
Yeah, and we'll have to see what the terms of the agreement are. Again, I mean, 25 years in federal prison is what we know of so far. Does the judge kind of outline any sort of terms to that? We'll have to find out. But again, we have to understand that the analog for this that most people compare this to is Bernie Madoff. And Bernie Madoff got over 100 years in prison. There are some differences between that case and this case where it was maybe more nefarious what Madoff was doing, although, of course, the dollar amount of what Sam Bankman-Fried did in terms of fraudulently losing tens of billions of dollars, $10 billion of customer funds, there is that difference there. But he is a younger person as of sentencing, again, 32, which is critical, which means that he would be 57 even if he serves out the full term.
Interestingly here, the government submitted like 100 victim impact statements in this case. Who are the victims here? And is there any world where they get to receive a payout?
Well, there were investors in FTX. There were employees within the company that felt that they were betrayed. But the biggest of all, of course, is the customer base. The many people that had hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in cases in this trading platform, FTX. They were using it just to trade cryptocurrencies, trying to make a few bucks off of Bitcoin or other types of things. But again, FTX was behind their backs using that money, and then they lost it. Can they recuperate that funds? That's what a court in Delaware is trying to figure out. And that's a process that could take some time, Morgan.
25-year sentence. Breaking news. Brian Chung, thank you so much, Brian. We appreciate it. Let's go down to Illinois, where at least 4 people are dead, 7 others injured, after police say a man went on a stabbing rampage in Rockford. It's a town that's about 90 miles northwest of Chicago, and police say 22-year-old Christian Soto is facing more than a dozen charges, including murder and home invasion. He's expected in court for the first time later on today, and the city's mayor is calling this a senseless act of violence. Our very own NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the developments for us right now. Shaq, if you can, just first walk us through what exactly happened. I mean, what do we know at this point about the suspect and even about a possible motive?
Well, Morgan, we expect to hear from police in just about a half hour, where we hope to learn more about what exactly happened and why it happened. Police have said at about 1:15 p.m. yesterday, they started receiving calls for the stabbing, and this stabbing happened across multiple scenes in that Rockford, Illinois area. We're talking about a town that's about 80 miles from where I am right now. And they say that in one instance, it was essentially a home invasion, and a young woman, in their words, tried running away and received stab wounds to her hands and to her face. And then a good Samaritan, as they put it, who tried to help her, also received stab wounds. Again, we expect to learn much more about potential motives and that exact timeline when we hear from police in just about a half hour. But that 22-year-old suspect is currently behind bars, and as you mentioned, we'll see him in court later today.
You know, those details you just mentioned, they're pretty gruesome, especially when it comes to that Good Samaritan just trying to step in and help. Do we have any more detailed information about the victims who were killed?
Yeah, we know that 7 other people were injured, I should say, and then 5 people were transported to the hospital. We know 3 of them are still hospitalized right now in various conditions. 1 person's in critical condition. I want you to hear a little bit from what we heard from the sheriff in terms of the nature of the attacks and the impact that it's having on the community.
Words can't even express my thoughts right now. This is a pretty painstaking event. My heart goes out to the families right now who are suffering a loss.
And you mentioned there were 4 individuals who were unfortunately killed in this stabbing. 2 of them were women. One was a 15-year-old woman, the other a 63-year-old woman. 2 men, one 49 years old and the other 22 years old. And the Postal Service is confirming that at least one of those victims was a mail carrier.
Wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster there in Illinois with the latest. Shaq, thanks. Let's go to Baltimore today, where investigators are starting to really piece together a timeline of what happened just moments before that deadly cargo ship crash that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge right there on your screen. Now, authorities say they've recovered the remains of 2 of the 6 victims believed to have plunged into that water once that bridge collapsed. Crews are now turning their focus to salvage operations because they say it's really no longer safe for divers to search through that debris. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is following all of this for us. Tom, look, we know the U.S. Navy and Army Corps of Engineers, they're working to clear all the twisted metal and the rubble from the port. But when you look at sort of the timeline, how long could that process ultimately take?
Well, let's be clear, they haven't started yet. I mean, they are now just beginning the process of organizing and getting the necessary equipment on site. That hasn't started yet. It's going to take a long time just to get the necessary cranes in place to lift this massive bridge up out of the water to begin the process of clearing the port. But you can imagine this is 50 feet deep, and they've got to make sure that none of that debris in the water could punch a hole in another ship if they leave it in the water. So there's so much debris and wreckage that they've got to pull up. We talked to the NTSB chief. She and her crew have been up on the bridge, on the deck of the ship itself, and she talks about how dangerous and how risky it all is. Take a listen.
What we experienced on the state of the vessel and the condition, it's just utter devastation. And when I look at something like that, I am thinking not about the container ships that are coming through, not about traffic. I'm thinking about the families who've lost loved ones and the families who are waiting to reunite with loved ones.
It's slippery, it's wet, it is slick up there. They've got 56 of those containers that actually have hazardous materials in them. Some of them are leaking. There's a sheen on the water. So the Army Corps of Engineers, the Coast Guard, they've got an awful lot of work to do. Then getting in that massive crane to begin pulling it up and out, it's going to take a long time. We're talking weeks and maybe more than a month.
Yeah, what about that recorder data, though, Tom? I understand that, they recovered that, but that interestingly, it's not typically as detailed as, for example, the black box you might find from a flight. So what details has that sort of uncovered when it comes to figuring out this timeline?
So a flight data recorder that is in every commercial airliner, right, it typically records 1,000 parameters of data about how the plane is performing, engine performance, avionics, everything happening in the cockpit. On a ship like this, the voyage data recorder, VDR, maybe a dozen or so parameters of data. So a lot less information for them to glean. But they have already downloaded that data from the VDR, Voyage Data Recorder. They're going to look at that information. And today they're also hoping to interview the pilots of that ship who were trying to navigate it through Baltimore Port. They want to hear from them what they experienced, the loss of power, how they suddenly could not control the ship. So that will all be on the agenda today.
All right, NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello there. Thanks so much, Tom. We appreciate it. Well, it's time now to switch gears and go to our CNBC Money Minute. Prices at the pump, they're rising faster than usual this year. In fact, a gallon of regular costs about $3.54 on average. All of that according to AAA. That's about up 14% since the start of this year. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, gas prices, they do typically sort of spike earlier on in the year, but not quite this much. Why are we seeing this jump so rapidly?
Hey, Morgan. So it is a combination of factors. We have the recent streak of severe weather here at home, along with geopolitical impacts such as the Russia war in Ukraine. Among the areas where prices have risen the most is the Salt Lake City area, St. Louis and Chicago. But there is some good news ahead. Some of the factors affecting the price spikes, they're expected to subside soon. And more refineries in the U.S., they are also powering up to help with supply. Meanwhile, Home Depot will acquire SRS Distribution in an $8.25 billion deal. Its largest deal ever, as the home improvement retailer focuses on sales from home professionals who take on larger construction projects. SRS Distribution sells supplies to landscaping, pool, and roofing pros. And finally, New York Mayor Eric Adams announced a new permitting system to test autonomous cars, but there are some conditions. Companies need prior experience testing in urban environments to get approval, and there must be a safety driver in the car at all times. Which is funny for me to hear in San Francisco because we've had autonomous vehicles for a long time with no safety driver.
I know. We were just talking about that a few weeks ago. That's a wild world we're in right now. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks as always. We appreciate it. And coming up, a disturbing new trend emerging right here in New York City where several women say they were punched by men in the streets. We're going to tell you how victims are now finding a community online and what police say they're doing about it. Stay with us right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Now to a disturbing new trend that's been popping up all over social media. Women here in New York City are reporting being punched in broad daylight just while walking down the street. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has a look at these increasing number of assaults.
What's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home. He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Michaela says one reason she is sharing her story, she wants women to be vigilant and more aware of their surroundings and hopefully prevent more women from getting hurt like this. Back to you.
Well, get this. Your next trip to the dollar store, it actually might cost you more. The Dollar Tree is announcing a new maximum price, with many items now going for as high as $7. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans with a look at which items are now getting a higher price.
Everything's $1, so everybody leaves happy.
Call it the dollar-ish store. At Dollar Tree, true dollar prices are a thing of the past. The discount giant is raising prices again, some items as high as $7. The company also announced sister brand Family Dollar will close nearly 1,000 stores starting this year.
Tell me the truth. Are you still going to be shopping at Dollar Tree when prices raised to $7 an item?
Shoppers taking to social media to complain about higher prices.
Yo, at this point, I am just so sick of everything.
Okay, change the name. Wealthy Tree. Fortune Tree.
In a call with investors last week, the company said to expect a $5 bag of dog food next to a $1.25 bag of pet treats, calling it a multi-price assortment. The reason? A combination of inflation and an influx of higher income customers who can better afford it.
Why are people who are making $100,000 a year or more shopping at a dollar store?
So there's a lot of price pressures that are impacting consumers. They're going out to buy goods and services and looking for places to cut.
It's been a few years since things were actually $1 at the dollar store. After 35 years in 2021, a dollar minimum price became $1.25 at Dollar Tree. Now, over 300 new items will range from $1.50 to $7. Other famously cheap deals also undergoing recent changes. Trader Joe's raising single banana prices from 19 to 23 cents. And what about that $1.50 Costco hot dog and soda combo? According to Axios, an outgoing Costco executive says proof of membership will soon be required at some outdoor food court locations. At dollar stores, the most likely price hikes will be on food, pet supplies, and personal care items.
Once you have the consumer in the door, they are going to make that purchase.
More than a pretty penny for many cash-strapped families. Christine Romans, NBC News.
Later on this hour, how an NBC News report about a groundbreaking lung cancer treatment saved one man's life. We're going to explain everything in just a moment. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting.
People are all safe. Everybody good?
Women, children.
Idaho police are investigating after the University of Utah women's basketball coach says her team was the target of racist harassment. The coach says it happened a week ago when her team was in town for the NCAA tournament. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin explains what the team says happened.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena. Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of two trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Home prices are on the rise here in the U.S. The average cost right now is more than $384,000, according to the National Association of Realtors. Now, that's nearly a 6% jump from just a year ago. For some, the high prices are really making homes unaffordable, even for double-income families. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece gives us a closer look at how one small Colorado town is now trying to help.
I know we're a little overbooked today.
Sanai Sturm, a cancer nurse in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, has spent more than 3 years in housing limbo.
How many offers have you put in total?
About a dozen.
And how many of those have you gotten?
None.
As remote workers and second home buyers flocked to resort communities since the start of the pandemic, realtors here say home prices have nearly doubled, averaging $1.8 million for a typical 3-bedroom house.
You can't afford a house here.
Yeah, we have 2 great incomes, good jobs, very happy in our careers. I think we're well compensated, but you just can't.
City officials say they are at a housing breaking point, where everyone from hourly workers to high-paid professionals are struggling to afford a place to live. Finding a solution, though, is dividing residents of this small town.
We are building a slum. It sounds great, but we're putting all the poor people on one side of town.
If we want a diverse, functional city where the people who work here can live here, we need to take action on affordable housing now.
Emotions ran high at a city council meeting debating a proposal to build more than 2,000 apartments and single-family homes on a ranch bought by the city's housing authority. The homes would be prioritized for local workers with restrictions on rent and sale prices.
Who do you envision living there?
Essentially every spectrum of our workforce.
Jason Peasley heads the local housing authority. He says there's a lot more on the line than just affordability.
I think we'll continue to see a hollowing out of our middle class, and the housing problem will continue to exacerbate the employment problems that we have, where businesses are restrained in their growth, unable to attract and retain employees, and we'll see our economy stall out.
But longtime residents like Jim Engelken say the proposed solution would create problems of its own.
It's an overreach. It is way beyond the scale of what this town at 13,000 people can absorb. We've got one road into town, one road out of town.
You feel like it's just too big?
It's just too big.
The majority of voters in Steamboat Springs appear to agree. This week, early results showing them voting down the project, leaving those caught in the middle still searching for a place to call home. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We're at 12:30 in Riverhead, New York, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. Former Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman has died. His family says it happened Wednesday afternoon in New York after he suffered complications from a fall. Lieberman was the Democratic vice presidential nominee who ran with former Vice President Al Gore in the 2000 presidential election. In a statement on X yesterday, Gore called Lieberman a man of integrity whose, quote, strong will made him a force to be reckoned with. He was 82 years old. Former President Donald Trump is set to attend the wake of an NYPD officer here in New York today. Officer Jonathan Diller was shot and killed in Queens on Monday when he was approaching an illegally parked vehicle during a traffic stop. A Trump spokesperson called the incident a senseless and tragic death. Support for law enforcement has been a focal point of Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. Well, a smelly invasive plant called a stink net has temporarily closed part of an Arizona national monument. Casa Grande ruins. Officials say their staff is now working on a solution, and they're asking visitors to avoid walking near the plant for the time being. Experts say it can actually cause respiratory and allergic reactions. Let's talk politics, because just moments ago, President Biden landed here in New York for a star-studded campaign fundraiser at Radio City Music Hall. It's being billed as an historic first-of-its-kind event featuring 3 presidents, the other 2 being Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. The campaign says the fundraiser will rake in $25 million, setting a record for the biggest haul for a political event. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Gabe, look, more than 5,000 people are expected to attend this event. Tell us more about who's actually going to be there.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. As you said, the campaign looking for at least $25 million to come from this event. And you just saw those pictures just a few moments ago of President Biden and former President Obama getting off Air Force One. That is the image that the campaign wants people to see as it heads into the next several months of this general election. Now, the campaign also says that this will be a star-studded fundraiser tonight. The conversation between the 3 presidents will be moderated by late-night host Stephen Colbert, and will also feature appearances by Lizzo, Queen Latifah, and Ben Platt, among other celebrities. Morgan.
You know, Gabe, at this time back in 2020, you remember Biden was leading Trump in the polls by an average of about 6 points. So now most polls actually show a statistical tie or even Trump leading. So how is Biden sort of shifting his strategy at this point in the game to ultimately gain ground?
Look, the Biden campaign has said for months that once voters tune into this campaign, that they will see the sharp contrast here. But as you also reported, former President Trump is also with a bit of counter programming today. He is visiting that wake for that NYPD officer who was killed in the line of duty. The Trump campaign focusing on what it says is violent crime in major cities, even though statistically violent crime is down in New York. But that is something the Trump campaign is focused on. The Biden campaign, meanwhile, is trying to hit the issues that it thinks are very winnable. Just a few days ago, the president and vice president in North Carolina talking about the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, and President Obama, former President Obama himself, has been increasingly more active in this campaign, and we expect to see that in the coming months, Morgan.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thanks. Now to really an incredible NBC News exclusive. We cover a lot of life-saving innovations here on NBC News Daily, but it's rare for a viewer to reach out and tell us, hey, look, that story changed everything for me. Well, that's actually what happened to NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow, who joins me now. Kate, I mean, remarkable is sort of an understatement.
Yeah.
Tell us how this story came about.
Yeah, it's really incredible. So about a year ago, you might remember, we aired a story about a groundbreaking new treatment for lung cancer. And it turns out a man in California was watching, and he says that story saved his life. As a pulmonologist based in California, Dr. Gary Gibbon has seen his share of lung disease, but he never expected to be diagnosed with cancer himself.
I developed a cough, I lost weight, and I went to get a chest x-ray and then a CT scan of my lungs. And I was like in a state of shock that I had, advanced stage lung cancer.
Gary's doctors at UCLA tried everything, immunotherapy, chemotherapy, radiation, but it wasn't working. He was in the ICU when his wife Nola got a call from Gary's doctor.
He started sadly and terribly, and I was like, I'd heard it, and that was just it. It was something like, there's nothing, we've exhausted all of our options.
But in that darkest hour, Gary remembered a story Nola had shown him.
Thankfully, we are cancer-free, right?
About a year ago, I reported on 2 lung cancer patients who'd had a groundbreaking double lung transplant at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago. Dr. Barat puts patients on full heart-lung bypass, keeping them alive while carefully removing both lungs at once. He then washes the airways to remove any remaining cancer cells before 2 new lungs are transplanted in.
You made our year when we saw that story.
How much difference do you think it made that you happened to see that piece?
It was 100% everything.
What would have happened if you hadn't seen it?
He would be dead. I'm not joking.
Gary asked his LA doctors to contact Northwestern. He was airlifted to Chicago. Gary's cancer treatments had damaged his lungs and liver. Gary would need not just a double lung transplant, but a liver transplant too.
We had the technology to do it, we had the know-how to do it, we had the skill set to do it. This patient needed it, and we were the only place in the world that could do it.
Dr. Satish Nadig, chief of transplant surgery at Northwestern Medicine, focused on the liver, working side by side with Dr. Ankit Barat, director of the Northwestern Medicine Canning Thoracic Center, who pioneered the double lung transplant for cancer patients. Dr. Barat, were you confident going in that this would work? You'd never done it before.
There's always a little bit of risk when you perform something for the first time. So we felt like there was a pretty high probability that would work, but certainly we recognized that there were certain risks involved.
Risks like keeping the donated liver alive for 17 hours in a box while Dr. Barat replaced Gary's lungs.
We used a machine where we put the liver on the machine and it's pumped through with normal temperature blood. And it's actually working in this box. And this liver is just functioning on the side of the room.
The surgery was a success.
He was sleeping after surgery, and I could see his chest going up and down. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen that in months. I hadn't seen him breathing.
6 months post-surgery, Gary is now cancer-free.
One of the choices I made right up front with Nola was that I said that I am going to spread the word about this. As soon as I came out of surgery and I was able to talk properly, I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this wherever I can. And
because you want to help the next person find it.
Yes.
Right.
Wow, talk about paying it forward.
Right, Morgan?
It's
incredible.
How difficult was all this to pull off?
Really difficult, because you think about it, they had 2 hospitals. It was a giant group effort, doctors, nurses, people who worked to transport a critically ill Gary from LA to Chicago. That's not easy to do, all pulling together. And Gary and Nola, we just referenced this, they really hope to inspire other patients, Morgan, to ask questions, to maybe go online and look for news stories about innovative treatments for whatever you have, because it sounds unlikely, but sometimes one hospital just doesn't know in another state what another hospital is doing on the cutting edge.
I mean, this is why we do what we do.
Yeah, and he's
right?
convinced that he would not be here if he hadn't seen our story, which just for me was like, when I got an email from Northwestern, and I was just like, what?
I mean, what higher compliment and moment of affirmation that you are doing work that is so important.
All of us.
I mean, that is amazing, Kate. Kate, thank you. This is wonderful. We appreciate it. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow, thank you so much for sharing that story. Well, it is opening day, and baseball fans all across the country are gearing up for the return of America's favorite pastime. There are more than a dozen games being played today, and in just a few short hours, the first pitch of the season will in fact be thrown. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Globe Life Field, home of the reigning World Series champions, the Texas Rangers. Morgan, take us out to the ballpark. What's the sort of the energy, the fans, the players down there?
Yeah, more that home opener between the Texas Rangers and Chicago Cubs expected to kick off later this afternoon. So the crowds aren't quite here at Globe Life Field, but I have to tell you, we were inside the ballpark earlier today, and the staff showed up as early as 5 a.m. Incredibly long day for them, but an exciting one, too. They're going to unfurl that World Championship banner that the Rangers have won for the first time in franchise history, and really for baseball fans everywhere. The spirit is, I've heard, a combination between Christmas and New Year's all rolled up into one. One couple told me they took today off. They took Friday off as well from work so they could just soak up as much baseball as possible. So for fans all across the country, opening day, definitely a good one. And the weather couldn't be better than it is right now in Dallas, or in Arlington, rather.
Arlington, yeah. Look, Morgan, we know the league made some new adjustments to the rule changes from last year. Walk us through what we can expect to sort of see this season.
Yeah, this is interesting. So if people have been paying attention, games may have felt a little tighter, and that is by design because there's now been this polarizing pitch clock that was implemented last year in 2023. They tweaked that even further for 2024. So if there's no one on base, the pitcher has 15 seconds to deliver a pitch. If there is someone on base, last season, the pitcher had 20 seconds. This season, they have 18 seconds. It may not sound like a lot, but they've really been able to trim down the game, taking, I think, an estimated about 20 so minutes or so from what the average was just a few years ago. Also, if you see a pitcher warming up in the bullpen, they now have to face at least one batter. You can't just put pitchers in there and warm them up, never bring them in the game. So those are two of the big things that people are going to notice going into this season that hopefully makes for a more enjoyable experience overall. I asked one fan, have you felt this shorter game take away from the experience? He said, absolutely not. Still love the game. He goes, you got to remember that back before they threw a roof over the Rangers stadium, people were sitting out there in these brutal summer games that were going about 4 hours. Now to have that be about 2.5 hours, everyone's enjoying it a lot more. Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky taking us out to the ball game there. Thanks so much, Morgan. We appreciate it. And stay with us because coming up next, we're going to dive into the cultural and the emotional phenomena that come with being the child of immigrants, how you can rise above the unique pressures of that situation. And we're going to talk with a psychologist. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get tough for all this damage to it.
Well, right now, we're going to take a closer look at the challenges facing children of immigrants here in the U.S. because many say they experience a really unique set of identity struggles, both cultural and emotional, that can sometimes be a bit difficult to approach and overcome. Dr. Jenny Wang joins us now. She is a licensed psychologist. Dr. Wang, it's a pleasure to be with you this Thursday. If you can, let's just jump right into it. Talk about what this sort of identity challenge can be, where on one hand, you're sort of trying to preserve your culture, but on the other hand, you want to fit in your new situation and environment. How do you suggest people balance that, and what are some of the psychological challenges that can come with it?
Yeah, when you think about being a child of immigrants or even a first-generation immigrant, there is the jump or the gap culturally as well as generationally. So when we think about, individuals who are trying to acclimate to a new environment with new cultural values, they might not understand the social kind of norms that exist. And on top of that, they may realize that their children and their teens are adopting different cultural values than their own. And so having to deal with the friction that exists between generations can be quite difficult. On top of that, they might feel ostracized or lack a sense of belonging, which then exacerbates any mental health concerns.
It's interesting you talk about belonging. I mean, one of the first things that I think we notice about people and their cultures can be a name, right, that identifies us. So for those of us who may speak another language at home or come from families who speak another language at home, or you have a name that isn't exactly just common in American society, that can sort of have a big impact on your sense of belonging, especially for kids. How do you think we approach that and instill a sense of pride?
Well, one of the things we have to consider is that there's nothing wrong with our cultural names or the food we eat in our homelands. So it's about the context that has changed. And in those new contexts, our children are exposed to perhaps bullying or teasing, which is an example of racial trauma. And in those instances, our children then are subjected to feelings of shame and embarrassment. And something we can do as parents is to say, let's name that and call that out and recognize that has nothing to do with our culture or identity, but it's about these systemic biases that exist in our Western society.
Systemic biases and their response to our inherent cultures. It's interesting because when you talk about bullying, I'm glad you actually named racial trauma, because I don't think it's something that a lot of Americans really even do put a name to or honestly even talk about. And a lot of research actually shows that the children of immigrants, they're twice as likely to struggle with mental health compared to their immigrant parents. Why is that?
I think children of immigrants occupy that middle space, right? So they're having to hold on to some of their parents' cultural values that feel very dissonant to the schools, the universities, or workplaces that they grow up in. So when the mind is in a place of dissonance, it is constantly trying to reconcile or find a path forward, but you might feel stuck. And in that, there's also a lower appreciation for mental health treatment or support, so people feel isolated, alone, and stuck in their own minds.
And with just a few seconds left, a lot of first-generation kids, they've watched their parents sacrifice for them to have a better life, and then they sort of feel guilty or feel like they owe their families. What kind of pressure does that put on kids, and how do we avoid it?
So one of the things that comes up is scarcity mindset and this idea that we have to do better to make our parents' sacrifices worth it. And so they might bypass their own interests in careers or jobs simply because they want to find something more stable. A lot of children immigrants talk about how they're their parents' retirement plans because they put all their resources into education and advancement for future generations. And so feeling stuck is often a sense that they're contending with. And so to avoid it, we have to think about, what it is that the cost, how sustainable is it to pursue paths or careers that don't align with inner desire?
I think that is such a great point and really an interesting topic that I know affects not only a lot of first-generation immigrants, but even second and third, because we learn these lessons and they're passed down to us. Licensed psychologist Dr. Jenny Wang. Dr. Wang, thank you, and stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you guys remember the movie John Tucker? John Tucker is back nearly 18 years after its original release. The popular teen comedy John Tucker Must Die, it's getting a sequel. 3 of the original cast members dropped the news during a reunion event on Sunday in Chicago. And pop superstar Beyonce is announcing the track list for her highly anticipated Cowboy Carter album. Beyonce posted the song names on her Instagram just yesterday, hinting at collaborations with 2 country music legends. I want to get into all of it with our Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed podcast, Darren Karp. Darren, I've heard Texas Hold'em on repeat. I feel like it's ubiquitous. Everywhere we go.
16 carriages, Texas Hold'em. I always want to do a hoedown with it happening. Yes.
So what do we know about this new album?
Okay, so she just dropped the track list. Some big names on there. We got Jolene with Dolly Parton. I think that collaboration.
The Dolly Parton?
The Dolly Parton.
Gonna be on this album.
Gonna be on this album. Then we've got Smoke Hour with Willie Nelson. So talk about country just legend. And then she mentions the Linda Martell show. Now, Linda Martell was the first black performer to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. So she's going back to the roots here. She's given country its lovin'. She's kind of, you know, she's really, I think, like tapping into all the different areas of country, which is really rock and roll to me. But I am so excited about this. I think this track list looks amazing. I don't even know enough about it. The album is dropping at midnight. It's going to be pretty good.
But why is that so important, that she's sort of tapping into all these elements that we don't usually see? Because isn't that my understanding of sort of why she did this album?
Yeah, so she kind of had this trilogy idea in mind. Renaissance was the first one, and then Cowboy Carter's the second one. She's going to come out with a third one probably. TBD, probably in a few years from now. But she kind of had this idea in COVID to create this trilogy series. And I think, especially because for an artist who hasn't really done a lot of country, and I think it's a very specific genre, people know what country music is. I think she kind of had to give it up to the greats and collaborate a little bit in a new way and create that there.
And I think she was also saying people understand what country music is, but maybe they don't understand where it comes from. And I think sort of reasserting Black identity in that space.
A lot of people don't know Linda Martell on the Grand Ole Opry, but legend around, you know, I think she's like 84 now, so there's going to be a lot of good legends.
That's very cool. All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk about the comedic thriller A Simple Favor, a sequel in the works?
Yes, so we're going to have Blake Lively back, Anna Kendrick back. I mean, I remember the first one. I remember what Blake Lively wore. She wore these like cuffs, and I was just like, I need to get her wardrobe for this. It was absolutely amazing.
She's always had a killer wardrobe.
Just killer style, just everything about it. I'm really excited for it. It's kind of the psychological thriller.
Anna Kendrick,
You saw the original, but yeah, it's in the works. We don't know exactly when, but Paul Feig is back and writing and directing and all that stuff.
Okay, so another sequel, John Tucker Must Die. It's interesting. I saw Jesse Metcalf sort of making headlines talking about what he even had to do to prepare for the OG one.
It's 2 decades. I mean, I cannot believe it's been 18 years since the original one. I've never felt so old in my life. Like there were 2 different numbers in front of.
I can't believe it.
It's wild to even think about. But yeah, he had to really prepare for the role. I mean, he looks, you know, he just looks older. He looks 20 years older. You got Sophia Bush coming back on. I'm excited for this. I think it's going to be absolutely great.
Speaking of greats and first, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has appointed Bridget Wilder, a Black woman, to the new position of Chief People and Culture Officer. What does that role actually mean?
So she's doing a lot of talent development. She's doing a lot of DEI programs. I think she's trying to insert a little bit of contemporary life into the Academy, which has been just, you know, bamboozled the past couple of years about Oscars so white, not having enough female directors in this, you know, not having enough Black storylines going along with this or minority storylines. So, you know, we saw a little bit of the Oscars a few weeks ago, but I think with the appointment of Bridget, she's really going to bring a lot to it.
I was going to ask, I mean, you cover this space. Do you think this will make a difference?
It's hard to say. I mean, listen, a difference for one person is nothing to another person, and I think there's just a million different kind of headlines and opinions. America is not made for this much feedback, so even if you say the sky is blue, half the people are going to be like, absolutely not, it's turquoise purple today. So I hope, I mean, I do think it's really important to have a lot of diversity, especially when we're creating something in the arts that people really want to see
themselves
represented by. Certainly as a female, as a gay female, I wanted that. So I'm hopeful.
We're all hopeful.
Yes.
Okay, we only have 45 seconds. Real Housewives, big year. Why?
Huge year for Miami, huge year for Beverly Hills. I mean, the storylines were just absolutely incredible. I mean, Kyle's kind of kept this going. We had 3-part reunions this season. Miami, the real estate alone is going to bring viewers back. This was on, kind of airs the next day on Peacock, but just massive numbers. So excited. And then, of course, this weekend we've got
New Jersey, right?
Jersey trailer just dropped. Show doesn't come out till I believe May.
Okay.
But we have been waiting on pins and needles to see what Melissa and Teresa are going to do. So we'll see. I'm hopeful.
Here we go. Bravo personality and host of Shake to Disturb podcast, Darren Karp. Darren, I could talk to you all day. I don't know how that was 4 minutes.
We need 40 minutes.
Exactly. I don't know how it just flew by. All right, stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining me this Thursday. My co-anchor Vicky is off, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, March 28th. Senseless act of violence. Police in Illinois say they've arrested a 22-year-old man accused of killing 4 people and hurting several others, in all in an apparent stabbing spree. What we're learning about the suspect as authorities search for a motive. Salvage operations, new details now about that deadly bridge collapse in Baltimore. What investigators are saying after 2 victims were recovered from the water. Gambling concerns. The sports betting business, it's booming now as more Americans put money on games. We're going to tell you, though, why some critics say this is actually having a pretty harmful effect on young people. Mic drop. Beyonce revealing the track list for her upcoming Cowboy Carter album set to be released tomorrow, plus a sequel to a 2000s teen classic in our entertainment wrap. Welcome to NBC News Daily. Thank you so much for joining me. We start right now in Baltimore, where crews are now working to clear debris from that port as authorities continue to investigate what actually caused that deadly bridge collapse. Just earlier today, a spokesperson for the U.S. Navy announced that they're teaming up with the Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers to start removing the wreckage and to try to reopen that channel. Officials say they recovered the remains of 2 of the 6 victims believed to have plunged into the water after a cargo ship crashed into that bridge. A team from the National Transportation Safety Board went onto that ship just yesterday to really try to collect evidence and interview crew members there. But the head of the agency warns the full investigation could actually take 1 to 2 years. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is live there in Baltimore. Jay, look, the NTSB found the ship's data recorder, and it holds a lot of information about the vessel's systems and positioning. Right. Now, we understand that it doesn't perhaps hold as much information as, say, a black box on a flight recorder, but what does it reveal at this point?
No. Yeah, Morgan, what it does do is take a sampling of the engine room, of the communications, of everything going on in increments, about 30-second increments. So they'll have that to work with, along with other audio recordings from that ship, which they say are muddled, but they are working to analyze those, to clean those up if they can, and try and draw some more information from all of that. That is the recovery effort. At this point has, in a sense, been suspended. You talked about 2 of the 6 missing victims of the crash found yesterday. Divers are no longer in the water. They are not in the water today and won't be. Conditions just too dangerous, they say, with all of the debris that's surrounding this crash site. They feel like they've explored all of the areas they can, and using sonar now, they now believe that some of the 4 missing victims who may be in vehicles are encased in some of that wreckage. So it will be that salvage process that will ultimately, they believe, lead to finding the remaining 4 missing victims there. We know that that salvage process can't begin until this NTSB investigation is complete, at least on the scene here, and that may take a bit of time. We know that investigators are back on the ship today. They are interviewing the 21 crew members who, by the way, continue to live on that ship in their quarters and are said to be cooperating with investigators fully. And we also know that they're taking a close look at that engine room. Remember, black smoke was pouring from the stack, and they had lost power and propulsion just minutes before it slammed into the main stanchion on the Francis Key Scott Bridge. And so that's an area they want to look at during this time. Gather all the perishable evidence they can before releasing this to salvage crews.
Oh, wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Jay Gray following every twist and turn of this still unfolding story as we get more clear picture on the timeline there. Jay Gray, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, police are investigating a stabbing rampage in Rockford, Illinois that left at least 4 people dead yesterday. Police say the suspect, 22-year-old Christian Soto, is facing nearly a dozen charges, including murder and home invasion. He's expected in court later today. Well, now the community is trying to process what happened, and officials say that counseling services will be available for people at a local middle school. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the developments for us. Shaq, what more do we know about the victims?
Hi there, Morgan. Well, a press conference is happening right now as we speak, where police are detailing exactly what happened. But earlier, just in the past couple of minutes or so, we learned about those 4 individuals who were killed. And I'm going to read their names as they were given at the press conference, starting with 63-year-old Ramona Schubach, 23-year-old Jacob Schubach, 49-year-old Jay Larson, who police say was a 25-year veteran of the Postal Service, so was a postal worker and a letter carrier, and then a 15-year-old Jenna Newcomb. Listen to what police said about what Jenna's mom wants us to know about her loss.
Jenna's mom wants the community to know that Jenna died saving her sister and her friend and protecting them from further harm.
Learning more about what exactly happened and why this happened. We know that calls started to come in about 1:15 p.m. According to what police have been saying in this press conference, they started because someone was run over by a car, or at least that was the report that came into police. When police arrived, they found 2 people who were inside and were deceased, and then got a separate call from a separate location that someone else was being chased and stabbed. They say that a Good Samaritan saved the life of a young woman who was being stabbed by this 22-year-old suspect. We're still learning many more details in this press conference that's ongoing, but we do know we'll expect to see that 22-year-old suspect in court in the next hour or so.
And we know you'll keep us up to date. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster. Shaq, thank you. Meanwhile, we have some breaking news from the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Former crypto mogul Sam Bankman-Fried has been sentenced to 25 years in prison for defrauding customers and investors in his cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Now, you might remember that back in November, SBF was found guilty for his role in the company's collapse. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. Brian, interestingly here, the judge, when he was handing down that 25-year sentence, he recommended that SBF go to a medium security facility. What more do we know about the details of this sentence?
Yeah, well, the Federal Bureau of Prisons will decide what specific prison to send him to, so that remains up in the air. But again, the number to focus on here is that 25 years. We have to remember that on the prosecution side, they had been arguing for 40 to 50 years. They were citing the many people that lost hundreds of thousands, in some cases millions of dollars for what FTX did in misappropriating their funds and gambling essentially behind their backs and then losing it all. Now, on the defense side, they had been arguing for a maximum of 6.5 years, saying that Sam Bankman-Fried was deeply remorseful of the whole situation, that he is a generous person that had made donations, but ultimately the judge didn't find that convincing. The judge also finding that he perjured himself when he decided to testify, which was a legal strategy that was very much under criticism in that November trial. So again, the number that we were really walking away from here, kind of in the middle of what the defense and also the prosecution was looking for.
Another number we learned was that $11 billion number that he's now ordered to pay. But where did that actually go?
Yeah, well, again, that's restitution, and the question here is whether or not they'll even be able to get $11 billion. There was a famous interview in the end of last year where Sam Bankman-Fried said that he only had about $100,000 in his bank account. So whether or not they can get $11 billion is an open question. That would be an asset, so maybe they would force him to liquidate something. But the number you would imagine of whatever they can kind of claw back from Sam Bankman-Fried, you would imagine would hopefully go to ultimately the people that lost money in this FTX blow-up from 2022. But we have to remember that there's a separate process happening down in Delaware where the administrator of the bankruptcy after the company went bust in 2022, they've been trying to figure out ways to find the $10 billion of money that essentially disappeared as a result of mismanagement at FTX, which again, Sam Bankman-Fried has been found guilty of fraud today.
Really important distinction there. Brian Chung following this case since the beginning. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate it. Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration is cracking down on short-term health insurance plans. It's finalizing a new rule that will place restrictions on these so-called junk plans, which the White House says can leave patients really struggling with surprise medical bills. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, it's great to see you this Thursday. I know that this ultimately reverses a move by the Trump administration to actually extend these insurance plans back in 2018. So how does this change now really impact those consumers?
So, Morgan, the White House basically says that those types of plans took advantage of the changes made back in 2019 and then misled people into thinking that they were buying comprehensive health insurance coverage. So the rule will restrict plan length to just 3 months and require companies to be crystal clear about what's actually covered and actually what's not covered. That's the important distinction there. Meanwhile, TikTok is taking its fight for survival to the American TV screens. The social media company launched a $2.1 million advertising campaign with a message for senators: block that House bill that would effectively ban the app in the U.S. Now, according to analytics company Ad Impact, TikTok plans to air those spots in Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. All 5 states are represented by vulnerable Senate Democrats running for another term. And the iconic Life magazine is getting a relaunch. Venture capitalist Josh Kushner announced today he and his wife, Carly Kloss, will bring Life back to regular print and digital distribution. The deal with Barry Diller's company is being conducted through Bedford Media, the startup that Kloss leads. The price tag was not disclosed, but I grew up at a time when Time and Life were both iconic in terms of the way that they reached audiences across the country. It'll be interesting to see whether this new generation brings Life back to life again.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting and very, very cool if this is done, successfully. I'm interested to see what happens. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thanks. Well, listen, new data shows that most high school students admit to gambling in the last year. What's being done to keep kids off of sports gambling apps when we come back? You're watching NBC News Daily.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, check this out. There's an alarming trend hitting the sports betting industries where experts say that they're seeing more and more young people sign up for gambling apps. In fact, 60% of teenagers say they've gambled for money in the past year alone, all according to the National Council on Problem Gambling. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, this is interesting, and I guess my biggest thought is, aren't there like age restrictions on these gambling apps?
Morgan, there are, but look, kids are smart, right? They are digitally savvy, and experts say they can figure out ways to get around those restrictions. The real problem, the critics say, is that gambling has become normalized, and if you turn on the TV during a sports game, it's easy to see why.
The ads are everywhere.
BetMGM is for everyone that loves sports betting.
March Madness mania. Now a sports betting craze, with Americans estimated to legally wager more than $2.7 billion on the college basketball tournament.
Fans can pick if I'll make or miss for $10 million.
But with sports betting legal in 38 states and D.C., and more apps than ever making it easy to sign up, critics worry putting money on a game is going too far and skewing too young.
It's getting to be normalized at such a young age that we're seeing high schoolers specifically getting hooked to it.
25-year-old Rob Minnick says he learned the pitfalls of wagering money the hard way as an avid Philadelphia sports fan.
There were wins, but never a win that was satisfactory enough to say, okay, that's enough. That all culminated in the last day that I gambled. In that 12 hours, I created 6 months worth of debt.
Experts say people even younger are playing a losing game. Approximately 60% of high school-aged adolescents report having gambled for money in the past year.
They don't think about the consequences.
Gary Schneider with Gamblers Anonymous says support group members keep getting younger.
Prior to online gambling, to have somebody to come in at around 24 was a rarity. What's going on currently now is that we're getting people in as young as 16 years old.
Some are using social sportsbook apps and daily fantasy leagues, two categories of gaming that aren't as regulated as traditional sports betting. In most cases, you only have to be 18 to sign up, but experts say digitally savvy kids can easily get around those restrictions. We tried out an app called Fliff, considered a social sportsbook or sweepstakes app. I was able to sign up easily without even having to prove my age.
18. Create account.
That's all it took.
You use virtual currency to play, so it's not considered true gambling.
You're using in-game currency. It's not technically real money, but you can buy the in-game currency. So it kind of skirts around that law of being old enough.
In a statement, Fliff said users could not make a purchase until they verified their identity, but that their platform allows individuals who are interested in having an opinion on sports to do so without actually having to spend any money. Daily fantasy leagues are not considered sports betting, in part because federal law considers fantasy sports a game of skill, not chance.
How much money are kids losing?
Well, let's say they do like 4 different leagues, all $20, and they don't win any, then they lose $80 just like that.
Connecticut high schoolers Marissa Marks and Nate Testone concerned the trend has become the norm among their peers.
I truly feel like it's getting worse.
Before you place that bet on March Madness, listen to my story.
Minnick using social media and his experience to help other young people avoid the risks and seek treatment.
Some people say that these apps are grooming or training young people into gambling. Do you agree with that?
I do. If we're constantly being shown something as glamorous, normal, profitable, we're going to believe that. No one's showing you why you shouldn't place that bet.
Calling it a losing bet in the wrong hands.
Valerie, that's really interesting, saying no one's actually showing you why you should not do this. Are the companies actually themselves doing anything to crack down on this?
Well, critics say they are not doing enough, and that's part of the problem. But like Rob that we spoke to, he says what parents should be doing is talking to their kids about this the way that they would about drugs, the way that they would about alcohol, that parents need to have those conversations at home. They're also pushing for schools to have education around this as well. They say prevention really is the key here.
It's really interesting because you don't typically think of gambling sort of in the same lexicon as drugs or alcohol when it comes to education. And you said when you did that, you just were able to click the button and there was no verification, right?
No, there is verification later on when you go to cash out, but once you're in, you can start playing, and you know the experts warn that that's an easy way to get hooked.
Wow. All right, Valerie Castro. Valerie, thank you so much. We really appreciate that report. Well, as the demand for weight loss drugs skyrockets, some diabetes patients say they really can't find the medicine that they need. Now, some are turning to the black market, and we're going to have more details about what that actually looks like in just a moment. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Idaho police are investigating after the University of Utah women's basketball coach says her team was the target of racist harassment. The coach says it happened a week ago when her team was in town for the NCAA tournament. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin explains what the team says happened.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena. Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of two trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, we are prepared to investigate. To the young women
I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Home prices are on the rise here in the U.S. The average cost right now is more than $384,000, according to the National Association of Realtors. Now, that's nearly a 6% jump from just a year ago. For some, the high prices are really making homes unaffordable, even for double-income families. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece gives us a closer look at how one small Colorado town is now trying to help.
I know we're a little overbooked today.
Sanaya Sturm, a cancer nurse in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, has spent more than 3 years in housing limbo.
How many offers have you put in total?
About a dozen.
And how many of those have you gotten?
None.
As remote workers and second home buyers flocked to resort communities since the start of the pandemic, realtors here say home prices have nearly doubled, averaging $1.8 million for a typical 3-bedroom house.
You can't afford a house here.
Yeah, we have 2 great incomes, good jobs, very happy in our careers. I think we're well compensated, but you just can't.
City officials say they are at a housing breaking point, where everyone from hourly workers to high-paid professionals are struggling to afford a place to live. Finding a solution, though, is dividing residents of this small town.
We are building a slum. It sounds great, but we're putting all the poor people on one side of town.
If we want a diverse, functional city where the people who work here can live here, we need to take action on affordable housing now.
Emotions ran high at a city council meeting debating a proposal to build more than 2,000 apartments and single-family homes on a ranch bought by the city's housing authority. The homes would be prioritized for local workers with restrictions on rent and sale prices.
Who do you envision living there?
Essentially every spectrum of our workforce.
Jason Peasley heads the local housing authority. He says there's a lot more on the line than just affordability.
I think we'll continue to see a hollowing out of our middle class, and the housing problem will continue to exacerbate the employment problems that we have, where businesses are restrained in their growth, unable to attract and retain employees, and we'll see our economy stall out.
But longtime residents like Jim Engelken say the proposed solution would create problems of its own.
It's an overreach. It is way beyond the scale of what this town at 13,000 people can absorb. We've got one road into town, one road out of town.
You feel like it's just too big?
It's just too big.
The majority of voters in Steamboat Springs appear to agree. This week, early results showing them voting down the project, leaving those caught in the middle still searching for a place to call home. Shannon Pettypiece, NBC News, Steamboat Springs, Colorado.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey there, welcome back, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. It is 1:30 in Savannah, Georgia, and 12:30 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And here's what's making news right now. A Spanish prosecutor is seeking prison time for Luis Rubiales, the former soccer chief who kissed a female player on the lips last year after Spain won the Women's World Cup. Now, the player, Jenny Hermoso, testified that the kiss was not consensual. Rubiales is facing 1 count of sexual assault and 1 count of coercion, which could lead to a prison sentence of up to 2.5 years. He has denied any wrongdoing. The White House announced today its first government-wide policy to reduce the risks of artificial intelligence. Federal agencies will be required to appoint a chief AI officer within 60 days and record how the technology is used. The new policy is part of President Biden's sweeping AI executive order that was issued last year. Meanwhile, former President Trump is set to attend a wake for NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, who was killed earlier this week during a traffic stop. Diller was a 3-year veteran of the force and a new father. A campaign spokesperson said Trump was, quote, moved by the invitation to attend the service. Let's talk politics, because just moments ago, President Biden landed here in New York for a star-studded campaign fundraiser at Radio City Music Hall. It's being billed as an historic first-of-its-kind event featuring 3 presidents, the other 2 being Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. The campaign says the fundraiser will rake in $25 million, setting a record for the biggest haul for a political event. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Gabe, look, more than 5,000 people are expected to attend this event. Tell us more about who's actually going to be there.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. As you said, the campaign looking for at least $25 million to come from this event. And you just saw those pictures just a few moments ago of President Biden and former President Obama getting off Air Force One. That is the image that the campaign wants people to see as it heads into the next several months of this general election. Now, the campaign also says that this will be a star-studded fundraiser tonight. The conversation between the 3 presidents will be moderated by late-night host Stephen Colbert and will also feature appearances by Lizzo, Queen Latifah, and Ben Platt, among other celebrities. Morgan.
You know, Gabe, at this time back in 2020, you remember Biden was leading Trump in the polls by an average of about 6 points. So now most polls actually show a statistical tie or even Trump leading. So how is Biden sort of shifting his strategy at this point in the game to ultimately gain ground?
Look, the Biden campaign has said for months that once voters tune into this campaign, that they will see the sharp contrast here. But as you also reported, former President Trump is also with a bit of counter-programming today. He is visiting that wake for that NYPD officer who was killed in the line of duty. The Trump campaign focusing on what it says is violent crime in major cities, even though statistically violent crime is down in New York. But that is something the Trump campaign is focused on. The Biden campaign, meanwhile, is trying to hit the issues that it thinks are very winnable. Just a few days ago, the president and vice president in North Carolina talking about the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, and President Obama, former President Obama himself, has been increasingly more active in this campaign, and we expect to see that in the coming months, Morgan.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thanks. Police in New York City say they're investigating a disturbing new trend that's been popping up all over social media. Women are reporting being punched in broad daylight just while walking down the street. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has a look at the increasing assaults.
What's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh, my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home. He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Michaela says one reason she is sharing her story, she wants women to be vigilant and more aware of their surroundings and hopefully prevent more women from getting hurt like this. Back to you.
Well, sexually transmitted infections are increasing in older Americans, according to the CDC. A recent report shows rates for chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, and people over 55 have actually more than doubled during a 10-year period. This has some health experts warning doctors not to overlook the risks of STIs in this older age group. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins me now. Dr. Sayal, this is interesting. What's actually behind the uptick?
Yeah, so this report, Morgan, from the CDC, sort of confirming other reports we've seen over the years. And when we talk about the older age group, we do get a little bit more concerned. We're concerned in general when we see a rise in STIs, but with this age group, definitely a little bit more. And so there's some things that we're pointing to, right? One is less sex ed activity in this age group, right? So people in this age group, you know, growing up in elementary school and grade school, they may not have had that same focus that we see today on sex ed. They may be using less condoms, for example, because they're not worried about getting pregnant. They just feel like they don't need to use them. They don't talk openly about it with their peers. And finally, this last one here, doctors are hesitant to talk to older patients about this, which means that you may miss cases because, you know, nobody really wants to talk about or think about grandma, grandpa doing these kind of things.
That's interesting.
And that's why it's tough to bring up.
Well, speaking of tough to bring up, I mean, when you talk about sort of the health risks that are associated specifically with this more mature group, are they different?
Okay, yeah, so a couple things. You know, one, you could be more likely to get STIs because of skin changes. You could have skin tears down there that the bacteria can kind of get into those little areas that other people might not have. And also, if you don't treat them, if these things like syphilis or gonorrhea or chlamydia go untreated in this age group, you know, they have weaker immune systems. You worry about more complications down the line, including with syphilis. It can spread to the nervous system and really cause a lot of problems. Morgan?
Is there anything you can do to prevent or even just lower the risk in general for this group?
Yeah, so essentially the opposite of everything we just saw on the screen there, right? So you want to make sure, well, the first thing is this conversation we're having now, right? Raising awareness for it. You want to make sure this age group are still using condoms if they are sexually active. You want to make sure they are talking about it with their doctors. You know, when you go to a doctor and you ask, what are you eating? Do you smoke? Do you drink? You want to make sure you're talking about your sex health too, no matter what age you are. So really just the bottom line, we need to be more aware about this because all of those things that I mentioned are fully treatable with medicine. So if we can catch them, we can treat them.
It's interesting because I love the point you made about sex ed among this age group, right? I mean, that's kind of where it all starts, is talking about this, is being educated
exactly,
about this.
Segments like this.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right, important. Thank you so much, Dr. Sayal. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
Listen, a new warning about the rise of popular weight loss drugs. One health expert in California says that prescription shortages are now forcing some patients to turn to the black market. Candace Wynn from NBC Bay Area has more on what you need to know.
5 things that I love about Ozempic.
Just happens to be my Manjaro shot day.
In the last 10 months, I have lost almost 70 pounds.
From TikTok to the red carpet.
For 25 years, making fun of my weight
was national sport.
To a recent Oprah special.
Discover the Ozempic Trizone.
The popularity of a new class of weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro has skyrocketed, which has led to high demand, putting diabetes patients like Carlos Balladares at high risk.
For the last 2 months now, I've been trying to get the Mounjaro prescription, and all the pharmacies have been out of it.
Balladares from Concord isn't just trying to manage his diabetes, he's also recovering from triple bypass heart surgery earlier this month.
Do you feel patients like yourself are being overlooked?
Yes, we definitely feel that way. That people don't really care about people with diabetes. They just care about their own self, about losing weight.
A lot of my patients have been going through the same struggle.
Dr. Marilyn Tan is the chief of Stanford's endocrine clinic. She says some of her patients with diabetes have called her frantically. A number have ended up in the emergency room with high blood sugar levels because they weren't able to get their Ozempic or Mounjaro prescriptions.
This is not an uncommon scenario.
Who's in charge of prioritizing these medicines to maybe have it go to someone who needs it for a medical reason versus someone who wants it just for aesthetic weight loss?
There's no consensus. I mean, part of the role is in prescribers. But even then, patients will see commercials for like compounded semaglutide or buy it on the black market.
Is there black market Ozempic and Mounjaro?
There is. I hear about patients buying it on Facebook. Patients end up sometimes buying various medications online. And then also I've heard about patients going to, for example, Mexico and buying it at the airport in Cabo San Lucas.
Dr. Tan shared with us this photo her friend took of a drugstore inside Cabo's airport just last month.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them.
Earlier this month, 3 days before the Oscars, Mounjaro's manufacturer, Lilly, released this open letter saying it stands against the use of its medicines for cosmetic weight loss. Mounjaro is meant for the treatment of serious diseases. But the FDA has also approved Mounjaro for chronic weight management. Balladares says to the everyday person, this feels like mixed messaging, and it's impacting patients like him.
They got friends calling me and saying, oh, I heard you're on Mounjaro. Can you get me some? It's like, you're crazy, you know. This is for people that have diabetes. It's not to lose weight.
That was Candace Wynn from NBC Bay Area reporting. Well, Beyonce fans, they're hyped for her highly anticipated country music album. We'll have the superstar's track list and the big names making an appearance right when we come back. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Do you guys remember the movie John Tucker? John Tucker is back nearly 18 years after its original release. The popular teen comedy John Tucker Must Die, it's getting a sequel. 3 of the original cast members dropped the news during a reunion event on Sunday in Chicago. And pop superstar Beyonce is announcing the track list for her highly anticipated Cowboy Carter album. Beyonce posted the song names on her Instagram just yesterday, hinting at collaborations with 2 country music legends. I want to get into all of it with our Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed podcast, Darren Karp. Darren, I've heard Texas Hold'em on repeat. I feel like it's ubiquitous. Everywhere we
16
go.
16 carriages, Texas Hold'em. I always want to do a hoedown with it happening. Yes.
So what do we know about this new album?
Okay, so she just dropped the track list. Some big names on there. We got Jolene with Dolly Parton. I think that collaboration.
The Dolly Parton?
The Dolly Parton.
Gonna be on this album.
Gonna be on this album. Then we've got Smoke Hour with Willie Nelson. So talk about country just legend. And then she mentions the Linda Martell show. Now, Linda Martell was the first black performer to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. So she's going back to the roots here. She's given country its lovin'. She's kind of, you know, she's really, I think, like tapping into all the different areas of country, which is really rock and roll to me. But I am so excited about this. I think this track list looks amazing. I don't even know enough about it. The album is dropping at midnight. It's going to be pretty good.
But why is that so important, that she's sort of tapping into all these elements that we don't usually see? Because isn't that my understanding of sort of why she did this album?
Yeah, so she kind of had this trilogy idea in mind. Renaissance was the first one, and then Cowboy Carter's the second one. She's going to come out with a third one probably. TBD, probably in a few years from now. But she kind of had this idea in COVID to create this trilogy series. And I think, especially because for an artist who hasn't really done a lot of country, and I think it's a very specific genre, people know what country music is, I think she kind of had to give it up to the greats and collaborate a little bit in a new way and create that there.
And I think she was also saying people understand what country music is, but maybe they don't understand where it comes from. And I think sort of reasserting black identity in that space.
A lot of people don't know Linda Martell on the Grand Ole Opry, but legend around, you know, I think she's like 84 now, so there's going to be a lot of good legends.
That's very cool. All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk about the comedic thriller A Simple Favor, a sequel in the works?
Yes, so we're going to have Blake Lively back, Anna Kendrick back. I mean, I remember the first one. I remember what Blake Lively wore. She wore these like cuffs, and I was just like, I need to get her wardrobe for this. It was absolutely amazing.
She's always had a killer wardrobe.
Just killer style, just everything about it. I'm really excited for it. It's kind of this psychological thriller.
Anna Kendrick,
You saw the original, but yeah, it's in the works. We don't know exactly when, but Paul Feig is back and writing and directing and all that stuff.
Okay, so another sequel, John Tucker Must Die. It's interesting. I saw Jesse Metcalf sort of making headlines talking about what he even had to do to prepare for the OG one.
It's 2 decades. I mean, I cannot believe it's been 18 years since the original one. I've never felt so old in my life. Like there were 2 different numbers in front of me. I can't believe it. It's wild to even think about. But yeah, he had to really prepare for the role. I mean, he looks, you know, he just looks older. He looks 20 years older. You got Sophia Bush coming back on. I'm excited for this. I think it's going to be absolutely great.
Speaking of greats and first, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has appointed Bridget Wilder, a black woman, to the new position of Chief People and Culture Officer. What does that role actually mean?
So she's doing a lot of talent development. She's doing a lot of DEI programs. I think she's trying to insert a little bit of contemporary life into the Academy, which has been just, you know, bamboozled the past couple of years about Oscars so white, not having enough female directors in this, you know, not having enough black storylines going along with this or minority storylines. So, you know, we saw a little bit of the Oscars a few weeks ago, but I think with the appointment of Bridget, she's really going to bring a lot to it.
I was going to ask, I mean, you cover this space. Do you think this will make a difference?
It's hard to say. I mean, listen, a difference for one person is nothing to another person, and I think there's just a million different kind of headlines and opinions. America is not made for this much feedback. So even if you say the sky is blue, half the people are going to be like, absolutely not. It's turquoise purple today. So I hope, I mean, I do think it's really important to have a lot of diversity, especially when we're creating something in the arts that people really want to see
themselves
represented by. Certainly as a female, as a gay female, I wanted that. So I'm hopeful.
We're all hopeful.
Yes.
Okay, we only have 45 seconds. Real Housewives, big year. Why?
Huge year for Miami, huge year for Beverly Hills. I mean, the storylines were just absolutely incredible. I mean, Kyle's kind of kept this going. We had 3-part reunions this season. Miami, the real estate alone is going to bring viewers back. This was on, kind of airs the next day on Peacock, but just massive numbers. So excited. And then, of course, this weekend we've got
Jersey, right?
Jersey trailer just dropped. Show doesn't come out till I believe May.
Okay.
But we have been waiting on pins and needles to see what Melissa and Teresa are going to do. So we'll see. I'm hopeful.
Here we go. Bravo personality and host of Shake and Disturb podcast, Darren Karp. Darren, I could talk to you all day. I don't know how that was 4
We need
minutes.
40 minutes.
Exactly. I don't know how
get
that just flew by. All right, stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now, when it comes to issues with fertility, it can be a topic that's really hard for people to talk about. And that's something sportscaster Erin Andrews and our very own Kristen Welker are hoping to change. Recently, the two mothers shared a very candid conversation about their own struggles with infertility and the surrogacy journey. Take a look.
You know how much I cried over you? And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning.
Oh, you
thinking about this conversation.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, you two breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating like debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing.
Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF.
I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy.
Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice.
The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat.
All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real life angel. So I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it.
Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias, do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle.
Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season.
He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach, said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me.
All Erin, who is ever the interviewer.
How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it, she says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're going to talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that.
Kristen Welker, NBC News.
A living angel and says her name proudly. I absolutely love that interview between two powerhouse women. I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zinkley Asamoah is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, March 28th, 2024, salvage mission. Crews are starting to go through the wreckage following that deadly bridge collapse in Baltimore. What we are now learning about what was on board that cargo ship and the risk some materials could pose now. Stabbing rampage. 4 people are dead after police say a man stabbed multiple people in Rockford, Illinois. What we're learning about the victims and how the violence unfolded. Held to account, crypto fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried has been sentenced to 25 years in prison for one of the largest financial frauds in history, according to prosecutors. His message to his victims. And must-see TV. A man says he got a second chance at life thanks to a story we ran here on NBC News Daily a year ago. The breakthrough surgery that saved his life. We begin this story, though, in Baltimore, where the community is trying to heal after that deadly bridge collapse. Crews are now on a salvage mission after searching for victims and suspending that search today or last night. Maryland State Police say it is no longer safe for divers because of debris and frigid waters. The bodies of 2 of the 6 people who fell into the water were recovered yesterday. Today, the Baltimore Orioles will honor the victims with a moment of silence before their opening day game just over an hour from now. And that's where we find NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles out at Camden Yards in Baltimore, where Maryland's governor spoke a short time ago as well. Ryan, let's start with the investigation. What is the governor saying about next steps?
Well, they are making quite a bit of progress, Kate, and we have learned that the investigators were actually able to get on to that boat, which is still in the water right now, and that they have discovered hazardous materials. Meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore has said that he is ready to put in an initial request of $60 million from the federal government for what he is describing as an effort to mobilize operations and debris recovery for the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It's important to keep in mind this is just an initial request. Likely it's going to be in the billions of dollars to complete this recovery. Listen to what Governor Moore said about the progress they're making so far today.
Government is working hand in hand with industry to investigate the area, to clear the wreck, and to move the ship. This work is not going to take hours. This work is not going to take days. This work is not going to take weeks. We have a very long road ahead of us.
And so that recovery process begins at an event like the one I'm at today, Kate, this community trying to come together. This is a situation where obviously there were lives lost, but everyone that lives in and around the Baltimore area is going to be impacted by this important thoroughfare being taken away. Kate?
Yeah, Ryan, I see all those fans right around you. I know this is so, normally a day for celebration for baseball fans. What are they planning at the baseball field, and what are you hearing from the fans?
Yeah, first off, right before the game starts on the field here behind me, they are planning a moment of silence in honor of the victims. And, we did have the opportunity to walk around and talk to some of the fans here today. And you did get the sense that they believe this is an opportunity for them to come together in honor of the victims. Take a listen.
Everybody needs just that little break just to get off, even if it's an hour or two. Everybody just needs that one little set your mind right.
It's great. Everybody gets to come together, enjoy themselves, and try to take their mind off of all the bad things that happened this week.
Baltimore gets the bad rep about a lot of things, but the community will come together, we'll rally around it, and we'll rebuild.
And the one thing I was struck by, Kate, is how everyone just had a personal connection to the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It was more than just a road. It was more than just a bridge. It was really part of the fabric of this community. And everyone acknowledges it's going to take a long time to overcome this tragedy that took place here this week.
Yeah, having lived in Washington 3 times myself, Ryan, I've been over that bridge. I can't count how many times. It is an institution, or it was. Ryan Nobles at the ballpark for us. Ryan, thank you. 4 people are dead and 7 others are hurt after what's being called a random and senseless act of violence that stunned an Illinois city. Police say a man stabbed several people Wednesday in a neighborhood in Rockford. The youngest victim is a 15-year-old girl. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins me now. Shaq, Rockford officials gave an update, I know, a short time ago. What did we learn?
Yeah, we learned a lot of new information about not just what happened, but about the impact this is having on the community. These stabbings happened about 24 hours ago. Police say calls started coming in about 1:15 local time. They say it happened across 5 different individual locations where in total 4 people were killed. And Kate, we learned the names of those who were lost, starting with 63-year-old Ramona Schubach, 23-year-old Jacob Schubach. The police suggested that the suspect are at least familiar with those 2 individuals. Then there's 49-year-old Jay Larson, a 25-year veteran of the Postal Service. He was a postal worker and mail carrier. And then there was a 15-year-old girl, Jenna Newcomb. I want you to listen to what police said about her individual death.
Jenna's mom wants the community to know that Jenna died saving her sister and her friend and protecting them from further harm.
Now, there were about 7 others who were wounded, including one who was a police officer, another who was what's being called the Good Samaritan, who came in and helped stop and save a woman who was being attacked, and one who is still in the hospital, still in serious condition, and is currently intubated, Kate.
Oh, Shaq, it's also senseless. Do we know anything about the suspect here?
Yeah, senseless is a word that you continued to hear repeated, at least during that press conference. The suspect is 22-year-old Christian Soto. He's facing several counts right now, starting with those 4 counts for first-degree murder for those individuals who were killed, 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 2 counts of home invasion. And one of our reporters actually reached out and connected to his mother, who said she doesn't know what happened, that the suspect is not known to be an aggressive person, and said that she was feeling a sense of shock. I'll tell you, that's the same word, that's the same sentiment you're hearing from so many people in that community, where there were grief counselors available at one of the schools, and the mayor said they had to call in extra counselors to meet the demand in that community, Kate.
Yeah, you can only imagine. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. Well, both President Biden and former President Trump are in New York City today, creating a kind of split-screen moment as both look ahead to November. President Biden is holding a star-studded fundraiser at Radio City Music Hall. Former Presidents Barack Obama, Bill Clinton are expected to attend, along with musical guests. Former President Trump is on Long Island in New York. He's attending the wake of a New York City police officer who died in the line of duty on Monday. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is outside that funeral home where the wake is happening in Massapequa, New York. But let's begin with NBC News White House correspondent who's here in Manhattan, Mike Memoli. Mike, it's really rare to get 3 presidents in the same room together and at Radio City Music Hall, no less. This is a high-ticket event, yeah?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Kate. For $250, you can get yourself into Radio City Music Hall for up to $500,000. You not only get to watch this event, you get to meet the presidents, 3 presidents. You don't get to say that too often. Have your photo taken by none other than Andy Leibovitz, famous photographer, and have some backstage access as well. Now, the Biden campaign is giving everyone their money's worth for this event. Not just the conversation that's going to happen between the 3 presidents, moderated by comedian Stephen Colbert, but performances by none other than Lizzo, Mindy Kaling. You're also going to hear from Queen Latifah, Ben Platt. And so this is an event that the Biden campaign is really hoping will inject some energy, some enthusiasm behind his candidacy when we see the polls are so tight between him and Donald Trump. They're trying to make sure Democrats, frankly, come home to support the president, given how close the margins are going to be. It's also notable that we see these men, former presidents, that are younger than the sitting president. The organizers of this event saying that they want to not only look back to the past, but also talk about the future. Kate.
Mike, let me go over to Rahema now, because President Trump, as we said, former President Trump, is here as well. Crime is one of his key campaign issues. Rahema, he's drawn a lot of attention to New York City in particular. What are we hearing from the former president and from the officer's family today?
Well, we have not yet heard from the former president. Just a short while ago, Kate, he went in through these doors of the funeral home behind me. He was invited by the officer's family to attend. We should also mention that President Biden, we're told by Mayor Eric Adams, called to offer his condolences, which the mayor's passed on to the officer's family. That officer, 31-year-old Jonathan Diller, as you point out, he was killed just on Monday in the line of duty. He had stopped, he was at a traffic stop. The car was at a bus stop, and in approaching that car, he was fired upon and killed. We should mention to you that this family, this community is shattered, but listen to what the brother-in-law of Officer Diller said about his loved family.
He taught me how to be a better person, how to be better for his sister, and I'll never forget that.
All of the people here are thinking about this young man, this officer, 31 years old. He leaves behind a wife and a very young son of only 9 months. Kate.
All right, Rahema Ellis out there for us. Thank you. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. New York City has approved a controversial plan to reduce traffic in Manhattan. And a famous magazine is getting a new life. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate. Well, New York City's Public Transportation Board approved a new plan to charge cars a congestion fee. So it's going to cost cars $15 to enter the city just below 61st Street. And then trucks could have to pay up to $36 depending on their size of the truck. There's almost 110 toll readers that are already installed in that area, which means the fees could be collected as early as June 15th. Amazon reportedly plans to save more than $1 billion by reducing its office vacancies over the next 5 years. So this, according to Business Insider, the tech giant will let some of its leases naturally lapse and will negotiate early terminations for other buildings. According to the report, Amazon currently has an office vacancy rate of nearly 34%. With the strategy, it should drop to about 10%. The iconic Life magazine is getting a relaunch. Venture capitalist Josh Kushner, announced today he and his wife Carly Kloss will be bringing back Life to regular print and digital distribution. The deal with Barry Diller, he's a famous media guy here in New York City. Barry Diller's company is being conducted through Bedford Media, the startup that Carly Kloss leads. The price was not disclosed, but it's nice to see some magazines come back, right?
Yeah. I mean, I looked it up, actually, Christina. It was around from 1936 to 72. It was like the thing, right? Everybody read Life magazine.
Well, yeah, when everybody read newspapers and got
exactly.
magazines delivered. I miss those days.
Yeah, now it'll be digital too. Christina, thank you so much. Coming up, a potential impact of climate change that you might find surprising. The research that shows it's actually slowing down the Earth's rotation. Plus, the disturbing trend going viral on social media. Women in New York City saying that they were punched by a man out of the blue in broad daylight. What all the encounters seem to have in common. You're watching NBC News Daily.
leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The man behind a failed cryptocurrency exchange is set to spend the next 25 years behind bars. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins me now to talk about the sentence here for Sam Bankman-Fried. So what did we hear in court from the judge today?
Yeah, well, SBF, as he's called, is likely headed to prison for 25 years. That is the sentencing that we heard from Judge Kaplan in the Lower Manhattan court. And this is all because of the $10 billion in customer funds that were lost related to the failed crypto exchange that he ran as CEO called FTX. Now, the charges here, again, they were already set last year. In November, he was found guilty of 7 charges, including conspiracy and fraud. So today it was basically just trying to land on the number that he was going to have to face and serve out in prison. Now, those that were prosecuting him argued that he should have gotten 40 to 50 years. They argue and they point to the tens of thousands of customers that lost a lot of money, in some cases their livelihoods. But then on the other side, on the defense, Sam Bankman-Fried's attorneys were arguing for a maximum of 6.5 years. So 25 years is kind of in the middle, if you will. But again, I mean, there could be perhaps, we don't know if there's going to be the opportunity for parole here, but he is a young person. He's 32. So even if he does serve out the full 25, he would be, 57 years old at the end of this. But, it's a pretty remarkable charge for what was a very, very big and important story in the finance world.
And his lawyers said, I think, that there's a chance people could see some money. Is that possible?
Yeah, well, there is, an effort to try to get $11 billion in assets as a result of this ruling and the sentencing today. Now, the question is, does he have $11 billion? I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried had infamously claimed last year that he only had $100,000 in his bank account. Right. So whether or not they can find that money, which you would imagine would go back to some of the customers that lost money, that remains an open question.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much. Well, imagine standing on the street, minding your own business, and suddenly you're punched in the face. It is happening in New York City. Women say they're being attacked entirely at random, but their descriptions of the assaults are quite similar. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
The stories are harrowing.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home.
He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming.
You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Stephanie Goss, thank you. Coming up, apps are making it easier to place bets on sports, but are they making it too easy? How teenagers are being lured into gambling. We'll explain that all ahead on NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In Haiti, political turmoil and gang violence are fueling an all-out humanitarian crisis. In recent weeks, scores of people have been killed and thousands more left homeless. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber visited Haiti. She spoke to people at an orphanage about how the upheaval is affecting them.
From the outside, Haiti is a nation on the brink of total anarchy. Getting out is a major feat, and getting in takes time, too. It took days for our team to get clearance from the Dominican Republic's government to cross their border into Haiti.
We're crossing into the border this side. Once we walk through here, we're in Haiti. We'll get in this car and make our way to the next location. These people, they're waiting, but they've been told that they can't cross today. Gracias. Because the market inside is not open today.
We made our way through Guadamente, Haiti. Violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. Police and gangs battling it out in the streets almost every day. But in the country's north, within the gates of Mission Life International's orphanage and birthing center, you don't hear gunfire. You hear laughing, playing, dreaming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a doctor.
I hope to be Haiti gonna be better. That's what I hope, and I always pray for that too.
I want to have a family, like, so I can travel with them all around the world. That's my dream.
At the birthing center, we meet women trying to care for newborns in a country on the brink of famine. Sarael is just 3 months old. She is Jean Hélène de Cadet's fourth child and first baby girl. Jean tells us she is a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. She has a pharmacy, but these days doesn't sell much. And finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe or to feed them?
Every day, she says. Every day. We pray that God will keep us safe, our kids. God is the only security.
So there are midwives and nurses like this woman who are working hard to care for patients, but one of the challenges in Haiti, whether it's a small nonprofit like this or a big humanitarian organization like the World Food Program, is getting in supplies that they need. You see this? Empty spaces where there should be more medical supplies. They have it, it's here, but because gangs currently control the majority of the ports in this country, and most of them are closed, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, it isn't getting in as fast as it's really needed in places like this.
When we ask people what they think of Haiti's gangs and notorious gangsters like Jimmy Barbecue Cherise, almost immediately they stop talking.
I don't think about that.
They'll tell you they do not want to live in a Haiti like this. They want to elect new politicians who hold legitimate elections and are not corrupt. They want some help from the international community to reestablish security, but ultimately they tell us true change will come from Haitians. Military intervention will not be the real solution, she says. And second of all, we don't like for people to give us fish, teach us how to fish.
Because Haitians are able to do it themselves.
We only need to be standing on our own feet.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Really important reporting, Ellison. Thank you. Coming up, our own Kristen Welker sits down with sportscaster Erin Andrews to talk about their shared experience using surrogates to have a baby and the hope that they have found in each other's stories. But first, time for today's daily snapshot. Don't be fooled by the orange hue you see here. NASA says that this photo is actually a supermassive black hole. It's located right at the center of our galaxy, they say. Researchers say it is a never-before-seen view of what's called Sagittarius A. The twisting and the turning spiral is actually a magnetic field gobbling up nearby light and matter. Scientists say the image may even suggest that all black holes share a similar pattern. It is beautiful in its own way, isn't it? More NBC News Daily right after this.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Israel has asked the White House to reschedule a high-level meeting over military plans in Gaza's southern city of Rafah. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu abruptly called that meeting off earlier this week after the U.S. allowed a ceasefire resolution at the UN to pass. The White House says it is working with Prime Minister Netanyahu's office to schedule a new date. Longtime Connecticut Senator and Vice Presidential nominee Joe Lieberman has died. According to a statement from his family, he passed after suffering complications from a fall. Lieberman served in the Senate from 1989 to 2013. During that time, he also made history as Al Gore's running mate in 2000, becoming the first Jewish American nominated on a major party's ticket. Lieberman's funeral will be held on Friday. He was 82 years old. Beyonce is getting ready to drop her new country album tomorrow, and she has given the Beehive plenty to buzz about. Queen Bee shared the Cowboy Carter track list on social media yesterday. It appeared to hint at a possible cover of Dolly Parton's iconic song Jolene, and a nod to Linda Martell, the first black female artist to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. The album is also expected to feature collaborations with a handful of stars, including Post Malone and Miley Cyrus. Fans can listen for themselves, including Zinkley Asamoah, tonight at midnight. You know she loves Beyonce. This next story might make your head spin a little bit. Researchers say climate change is literally changing the way the Earth rotates. A new study finds that melting polar ice is slowing down the speed of the Earth's rotation, and that could ultimately mess with how we tell time. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane is here to help us understand. I was saying in the commercial, this is kind of a trippy story, Chase. So what exactly did the study find?
Well, you think about all the ice that's at the poles. The Arctic and Antarctic hold most of the ice on Earth. The Arctic and Antarctic, are also the places that are heating up the fastest. So all that polar ice is melting, and then it mixes into the ocean, spreads around the Earth, and it's basically like redistributing the mass around the planet. So this water mixing in the ocean is slowing down Earth's rotation a little bit. So here's what that means. Scientists are always trying to keep track of like the minutia of a second of how fast the Earth rotates. It has been speeding up, but because of this, it's actually slowing down a little bit. So they're thinking about, what do we need to do? Do we need to adjust it by a leap second, which would mean adding or subtracting a second from 1 minute in 1 year? This is something they look at every so often. They were thinking they might have to do this in 2026, but because the rotation is slowing down just a little bit, they're now thinking maybe 2029 is when they'll have to make an adjustment to the Earth's time, to global time.
So I can hear people out there saying, well, what does that even matter? One tiny little second in a year doesn't sound like very much, but this has broader implications.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to notice the time so much, Kate, right? Like 1 second, like, okay, not a big deal.
Yeah.
The concern is maybe with all of our computer systems, the connected technology we have, if you have to adjust a second, does that throw everything off? But I talked to an Arctic researcher earlier today. She said the bigger thing here is actually about sea level rise and the impact it's having, because we're already seeing coastal flooding happen a lot more often, sea level rise being driven by climate change. And so that's maybe the more near-term thing. It's also, as this polar ice melts, it's throwing off ocean currents, which impact our weather, which impact fisheries, lobsters in Maine, like all sorts of things are connected to this. And so, yes, like the thing that's getting the headlines today is that we might have to adjust time by 1 second, but it's really about like sea level rise and the impacts that are already here with us today.
Well, and even the fact that we might have to adjust time because what we're doing is slowing rotation of the planet. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think it shows just how big of an impact humans are having on the planet.
Yeah. Chase Kane, thank you so much. Well, with Major League Baseball in full swing today and college basketball's March Madness well underway, millions of people are expected to wager money on the big games, including teenagers. And experts say they are noticing an alarming trend. More and more young people placing bets online. Joining me now to explain, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro. Valerie, great to see you. I know you spoke to teens about what they're seeing in their circles. What did you learn?
Well, Kate, what we learned is that the teens say this has really become ubiquitous, especially when it comes to those fantasy league apps. In some states, you only have to be 18 years old to sign up and play. Something else they say they've noticed is that gambling seems to have become normalized. And when you turn on your TV to watch any sporting event, it's not hard to see why. The ads are everywhere.
BetMGM is for everyone that loves sports betting.
March Madness mania. Now a sports betting craze, with Americans estimated to legally wager more than $2.7 billion on the college basketball tournament.
Fans can pick if I'll make or miss for $10 million.
But with sports betting legal in 38 states and D.C., and more apps than ever making it easy to sign up, critics worry putting money on a game is going too far and skewing too young.
It's getting to be normalized at such a young age that we're seeing high schoolers specifically getting hooked to it.
25-year-old Rob Minnick says he learned the pitfalls of wagering money the hard way as an avid Philadelphia sports fan.
There were wins, but never a win that was satisfactory enough to say, okay, that's enough. That all culminated in the last day that I gambled. In that 12 hours, I created 6 months worth of debt.
Experts say people even younger are playing a losing game. Approximately 60% of high school-aged adolescents report having gambled for money in the past year.
They don't think about the consequences.
Gary Schneider with Gamblers Anonymous says support group members keep getting younger.
Prior to online gambling, to have somebody to come in at around 24 was a rarity. What's going on currently now is that we're getting people as young as 16 years old.
Some are using social sportsbook apps and daily fantasy leagues, two categories of gaming that aren't as regulated as traditional sports betting. In most cases, you only have to be 18 to sign up, but experts say digitally savvy kids can easily get around those restrictions. We tried out an app called Fliff, considered a social sportsbook or sweepstakes app. I was able to sign up easily without even having to prove my age.
18. Create account.
That's all it took.
You use virtual currency to play, so it's not considered true gambling.
You're using in-game currency. It's not technically real money, but you can buy the in-game currency. So it kind of skirts around that law of being old enough.
In a statement, Fliff said users could not make a purchase until they verified their identity, but that their platform allows individuals who are interested in having an opinion on sports to do so without actually having to spend any money. Daily fantasy leagues are not considered sports betting, in part because federal law considers fantasy sports a game of skill, not chance.
How much money are kids losing?
Well, let's say they do like 4 different leagues, all $20, and they don't win any, then they lose $80 just like that.
Connecticut high schoolers Marissa Marks and Nate Testone concerned the trend has become the norm among their peers.
I truly feel like it's getting worse.
Before you place that bet on March Madness, listen to my story.
Minnick using social media and his experience to help other young people avoid the risks and seek treatment.
Some people say that these apps are grooming or training young people into gambling. Do you agree with that?
I do. If we're constantly being shown something as glamorous, normal, profitable, we're going to believe that. No one's showing you why you shouldn't place that bet.
Calling it a losing bet in the wrong hands.
Wow, Valerie, I feel like every parent should see that story. What did experts tell you about the need or what's needed to protect teens from the risks of betting?
Well, Kate, you said it comes down to parents. The experts say this is really about prevention, and parents should be talking to their teens, their young people, about gambling in the same way they do about drugs, about alcohol. They should really be talking to them about the consequences. Experts say they also would like to see more education in schools, teachers and guidance counselors having those same conversations with those students.
Yeah,
Kate.
Makes sense. Valerie Castro, thank you so much. Now to an NBC News exclusive. We report on a lot of life-saving innovations here on NBC News Daily, but it is rare that a viewer reaches out to say, that report changed everything for me. About a year ago, we aired a story about a groundbreaking new treatment for lung cancer, and it turns out a man in California was watching, and he says that story saved his life. As a pulmonologist based in California, Dr. Gary Gibbon has seen his share of lung disease, but he never expected to be diagnosed with cancer himself.
I developed a cough, I lost weight, and I went to get a chest x-ray and then a CT scan of my lungs, and I was like in a state of shock that I had, advanced stage lung cancer.
Gary's doctors at UCLA tried everything, immunotherapy, chemotherapy, radiation, but it wasn't working. He was in the ICU when his wife Nola got a call from Gary's doctor.
He started like sadly and terribly, and I was like, I'd heard it, and that was just it. It was something like, there's nothing, we've exhausted all of our options.
But in that darkest hour, Gary remembered a story Nola had shown him.
Thankfully, we are cancer-free, right?
About a year ago, I reported on 2 lung cancer patients who'd had a groundbreaking double lung transplant at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago. Dr. Barat puts patients on full heart-lung bypass, keeping them alive while carefully removing both lungs at once. He then washes the airways to remove any remaining cancer cells before 2 new lungs are transplanted in.
You made our year when we saw that story.
How much difference do you think it made that you happened to see that piece?
It was 100% everything.
What would have happened if you hadn't seen it?
He would be dead. I'm not joking.
Gary asked his LA doctors to contact Northwestern. He was airlifted to Chicago. Gary's cancer treatments had damaged his lungs and liver. Gary would need not just a double lung transplant, but a liver transplant too.
We had the technology to do it. We had the know-how to do it. We had the skill set to do it. This patient needed it, and we were the only place in the world that could do it.
Dr. Satish Nadig, chief of transplant surgery at Northwestern Medicine, focused on the liver, working side by side with Dr. Ankit Barat, director of the Northwestern Medicine Canning Thoracic Center, who pioneered the double lung transplant for cancer patients. Dr. Barat, were you confident going in that this would work? You'd never done it before.
You know, there's always a little bit of risk when you perform something for the first time. So we felt like there was a pretty high probability that would work, but certainly we recognized that there were certain risks involved.
Risks like keeping the donated liver alive for 17 hours in a box while Dr. Barat replaced Gary's lungs.
We used a machine where we put the liver on the machine and it's pumped through with normal temperature blood. And it's actually working in this box. And this liver is just functioning on the side of the room.
The surgery was a success.
He was sleeping after surgery, and I could see his chest going up and down. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen that in months. I hadn't seen him breathing.
6 months post-surgery, Gary is now cancer-free.
One of the choices I made right up front with Nola was that I said that I am going to spread the word about this. As soon as I came out of surgery and I was able to talk properly, I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this wherever I can. And
because you want to help the next person find it.
Yes.
Right.
This was such a giant group effort. Doctors, nurses, people who worked on that transport of a critically ill Gary to Chicago, all pulling together. Northwestern says it is the first time in the U.S. that they know of that this triple transplant has been done on someone with advanced cancer. Gary and Nola told me that they hope they inspire other patients out there to ask questions, to look for trials or treatments at other hospitals, because doctors in one region don't always know what's happening in another part of the country. By the way, one way to find trials, you can visit www.clinicaltrials.gov. There's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
In today's mental health check, we're talking about the unique challenges first-generation Americans can often face. Many feel like they're straddling multiple cultures at once, and that can make it hard to navigate their identity. That can also have a major impact on managing mental health. Joining me now to explain is Sahej Kohli. She's a licensed therapist and founder of Brown Girl Therapy, the first and largest online mental health community for children of immigrants. It's nice to see you. I know you're also the author of the upcoming book, But What Will People Say? Navigating Mental Health, Identity, Love, and Family Between Cultures. Sahej, thanks for being with us. I know your book is really about how children of immigrants, first generation here in the U.S., can navigate mental health and identity. How did your personal experience kind of inform your research for the book?
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I am a daughter of Indian immigrants, and so my whole life has been informed by navigating and straddling the different cultural norms and expectations and values that I grew up in and also was socialized in. And so my book, my personal experience informs my book. It is a personal book, right? I took all of the things that I've experienced and all of my work as a mental health therapist and all of the knowledge and information that is very inaccessible for our community. And I am turning it into this book because I have realized that there isn't anything like it for our community, and we deserve quality care too.
Sahej, why do you think some first generation Americans experience unique mental health challenges? For those of us who aren't in that category, and what are they?
Yeah, there's really three that come to mind and are really common in my work with this population. So there's bicultural straddling, which is the constant adaptation of having to live within two different cultural influences. And so maybe a first gen is growing up in a household that has diametrically opposing cultural values, norms, expectations than the ones that they're being socialized in. This really impacts a first gen sense of belongingness, enoughness, acceptance, both in their family and cultural community, but also out in the world. The second one that I see is guilt. And so a lot of first gens, children of immigrants, experience a level of guilt of almost feeling too American and feeling like they're letting down their parents or their cultural community in some way. And there's also something I have pegged as thriver's guilt, or this guilt of having access to more opportunities, resources, and information than our parents or our extended family in other countries don't have. And then the third one is disenfranchised grief, or a grief for losing our roots and our cultural identity constantly evolving, and that can mean losing access to our oral stories, our language, extended family, and our roots. And that is just something that is constant that I see in the community.
So what advice do you have for folks out there who might be faced with some of the things you just described?
Well, my first thing is to remember that both things can be true at the same time. I can be Indian and American, right? Lean into the pride you feel within those cultural identities to learn how to blend them. And then find community in other people who might share and understand. And if you don't have that, I encourage people to open up to one person, one relationship where you will feel comfortable sharing your experiences a little bit more, so you're not dealing with them in isolation. And then the third one is to think about therapy, right? A lot of first gens hesitate to seek therapy, and a lot of therapists offer a free consultation. And I always encourage people to ask them questions. Ask questions about how your culture and identity will be integrated into the work. If that therapist has ever worked with someone from your background, and what specializations and sort of certifications they have to inform their work to see if it's a good fit.
Thank you so much for being with us. I learned a lot from talking with you, and I'm sure our audience did too. Sahej Kohli, thank you. There is much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
3 years ago, our NBC family celebrated a really special moment when our colleague Kristen Welker and her husband John announced that they were having a baby with the help of a surrogate. Well, little did the Meet the Press moderator know just how many people their story would touch, and that includes Fox sportscaster Erin Andrews. Kristen shares their emotional connection.
You know how much I cried over you?
And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning, thinking about this conversation. Yes.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, you two breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating like debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing.
Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF.
I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy.
Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice.
The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat.
All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real-life angel, so I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it.
Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias. Do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle.
Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season.
He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach, said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me.
All Erin, who is ever the interviewer.
How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it, she says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're gonna talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that.
Kristen Welker, NBC News.
I just want to thank both Kristen and Erin for sharing all of that so openly. It helps people. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zincle Asamoah is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, March 28th, 2024. Heartbreak in Baltimore. The city only beginning to come to terms with the catastrophic bridge collapse. 2 bodies have been recovered from the water. Now, growing concerns about some of the materials on that ship. Stabbing rampage. 4 people are dead after police say a man stabbed multiple people in Rockford, Illinois. What we know about the victims and the suspect now in custody. The buck stops here. Have you noticed dollar store items are costing you more than just $1? What's driving up those prices and how you can save. And must-see TV. A man says he got a second chance at life thanks to a story we ran here on NBC News Daily a year ago. The breakthrough surgery that saved his life. That story you really want to stay tuned for. It is incredible. But we do begin this hour with the Baltimore community trying to heal after that deadly bridge collapse. A salvage mission is now underway to remove the wreckage from the water. The search for victims has been suspended now until the salvage process is over because it is simply too dangerous for divers. The bodies of 2 of the 6 people who fell into the water were recovered yesterday. Today, the Baltimore Orioles are honoring the victims and the first responders during their opening day game. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is in Baltimore for us. Jay, let's start with the investigation. We heard from Maryland's governor earlier today. What is he saying about next steps?
Yeah, and we can tell you that NTSB investigators for the second day are on board that ship. I'm told they're spending a lot of time in the engine room right now. As you might remember, Kate, there was heavy smoke, black smoke coming from the stack of this ship. It had lost power and propulsion, we were told, right before impact. So as this investigation continues, the governor of Maryland today stressing that this is going to continue to be a joint effort and that it's going to take some time here.
Government is working hand in hand with industry to investigate the area, to clear the wreck, and to move the ship. This work is not going to take hours. This work is not going to take days. This work is not going to take weeks. We have a very long road ahead of us.
Yeah, very difficult as well. And look, as you talked about coming into all of this, divers not in the water anymore, just not safe enough. They still do intend to recover the 4 missing victims, say that will likely happen during the salvage effort.
And Jay, the wife of one of the collapse survivors I know is sharing his story with NBC News. What did she say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the wife of Julio Cervantes who somehow miraculously survived. She says he doesn't know how to swim. She also tells us, and this is a pretty important detail, that all of the workers, 8 in all that were on that bridge at the time, were on a break and inside their vehicles. 2 of the victims that have been recovered were found inside of a pickup truck. Sonar has indicated that the 4 still missing may actually be in their vehicles, but wrapped in all of that debris. She also says that her brother-in-law is one of those 2 recovered in the truck and that a nephew is still missing. So this really affecting that family dramatically.
Oh, that's just devastating. Jay, the NTSB I know says that there are hazardous materials on the cargo ship. What are they? Is there any danger to the public there?
Yeah. Well, what we've been told is there are 56 containers, which equals about 764 tons of hazardous material. Most of those corrosives or flammables. It does include some lithium-ion batteries. There are some containers that have been breached, some that have fallen into the water. What we are being told right now that there's a light sheen on the water and that they're investigating that, but it doesn't appear to have any impact or any threat, provide any threat for the public right now. None of this water is used in any of the drinking systems or any of the other systems in the area. So they've got that contained and they're continuing to look at that very closely.
Okay, a little bit of good news there. Jay Gray, thank you so much. Well, 4 people are dead and 7 others are hurt after what's being called a random and senseless act of violence that stunned an Illinois city. Police say a man stabbed several people Wednesday in a neighborhood of Rockford. The youngest victim, a 15-year-old girl. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins me now. Shaq, Rockford police gave an update earlier. What did we learn?
Yeah, Kate, we learned some really horrifying new details, not just about what happened, but about the impact this is having on the community. Such a strong impact that the grief counselors that were brought in by the city had to be reinforced. They had to bring in more people just because of the need that is being felt there in Rockford. These stabbings happened around 1:15 local time yesterday and happened at 5 different locations, including inside several homes where 4 people in total were killed. And we learned the names of those who were lost, starting with 63-year-old Ramona Schubach, 23-year-old Jacob Schubach, who police suggested the suspect knew, or at least told them he knew, 49-year-old Jay Larson, who was a 25-year veteran postal worker and letter carrier, and then 15-year-old Jenna Newcomb, who today is being called a hero. Listen to what we heard from officials.
Jenna's mom wants the community to know that Jenna died saving her sister and her friend and protecting them from further harm.
There were also 7 others who were wounded, including a police officer, someone who's being described as a Good Samaritan, and someone who's still in the hospital and is currently intubated, Kate.
Shaq, it all sounds so random. What do we know about the suspect so far?
We know his name. He's 22-year-old Christian Soto. We just got from court, and I'm looking at a note right now, that he was denied pretrial release until his next hearing. He's facing very serious charges, so that's not surprising, including those 4 counts of first-degree murder, 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 2 counts of home invasion. And Kate, one of our colleagues, got in contact with his mother, who said that she was shocked by this, that he is not someone who appeared to be aggressive in any sense in the past. And I'll tell you, that shock is something that you're hearing repeated from many people in that community.
Yeah, across the whole community. Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much. Well, the man behind a failed cryptocurrency exchange is now set to spend the next 25 years behind bars. Former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced late this morning for his role in that multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme. SBF, as people call him, was accused of stealing $8 billion from customers and lying to his investors. Prosecutors were seeking up to 50 years in prison. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins me now. So, Brian, break the sentence down for us, and what did we hear from the judge in court today? What was the reaction from Sam Bankman-Fried?
Yeah, well, this, marks the end, if you will, for the time being, to this long saga of what's been going on with Sam Bankman-Fried after the spectacular collapse in 2022 of that cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Now, the prosecutors in this case had wanted to get him with 40 to 50 years in prison. Their argument, and they pointed to the many people that lost thousands, millions of dollars in some cases, whereas his defending counsel had tried to push for a maximum of 6.5 years. So the 25 years is kind of in the middle there. But what was interesting was that Judge Kaplan said that he found the arguments from the defense to be misleading, logically flawed, and speculative. And some of the things that his defense were trying to argue was, for example, that they could recuperate the money and that it wouldn't be as bad for consumers because they would ultimately get their money back, and that they were trying to paint a picture of Sam as kind of a socially awkward, depressed person that wouldn't be able to handle a long sentence. Now, clearly 25 years, though, very substantial, and that's what he faces after.
Yeah, a lot more than the 6 that they had asked for or lobbied for. In their argument for that reduced prison sentence, I know his lawyer said that there's a chance that some people could actually see some money back, which is one of the big questions here. Is anybody who got harmed going to get their money back?
Yeah, and there are separate proceedings happening in a court in Delaware where a bankruptcy administrator who was put in place after the company collapsed in 2022 has been trying to make the effort to basically plug the $10 billion hole. $8 billion of it was customers losing money, but then there was another $2 billion of fraud. So they're trying to find all of that money. Now, the question is, can they get it all dollar for dollar? That's not the case right now, but it seems like there's some optimism that at least those that have legitimate claims, again, according to this court in Delaware, should be able to be made whole. But how long that takes, Kate, is an open question.
All right, Brian Chung on that for us. Brian, thank you so much. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Robo-taxis could be heading to the Big Apple, and an unexpected deal for 2 major sports teams. Steve Kovac has all that. He joins me now. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, Kate. Yeah, let's start with New York. Mayor Eric Adams announced today that the city is opening permit applications to test autonomous cars. But there are some conditions. Companies need prior experience testing in urban environments to get approval, and there must be a safety driver in the car at all times. Also, Ice Cube is offering NCAA women's basketball star Caitlin Clark a reported $5 million to play 10 games in his Big 3 league. The hip-hop mogul who co-founded the 3-on-3 league confirmed the offer while responding to a TMZ story on X, calling it a, quote, historic offer. But he said he was still waiting for the answer from Caitlin. In February, Clark became the NCAA's all-time leading scorer in men's and women's basketball last month. And the nation's capital is holding on to hoops and hockey. Local officials in Virginia ended negotiations to bring the Washington Wizards and Capitals to Alexandria. That's a stunning reversal after months of back and forth. Hours later, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser announced a deal that would keep the teams in Washington until at least 2050. Kate, I'll send things back over to you.
I know that's a big deal in Washington. Used to live there. Big deal. Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, still to come, play ball. It is opening day for Major League Baseball. The changes to the game that all fans need to know about. Plus, March Madness outrage. One women's basketball team harassed with racist comments. How their coach is now responding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Both President Biden and former President Trump are in New York City today, or New York today, creating a split-screen moment as both look ahead to November. President Biden is holding a star-studded fundraiser at Radio City Music Hall. Former Presidents Barack Obama and Bill Clinton are expected to attend, along with musical guests. Former President Donald Trump was on Long Island. He attended the wake of a New York City police officer who died in the line of duty on Monday. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is outside Radio City Music Hall in New York City with us. Mike, it's rare to get three presidents in the same room together. This is a high-ticket event, yeah?
It's a high-ticket event. It's a tough ticket as well. It's sold out, we're told, by the Biden campaign. $250 is the cheapest ticket just to get yourself into the room tonight. There are tickets as high as $500,000, Kate. That gets you not just in to see this event tonight, but also to get a photo with two former presidents and the sitting president, taken by Annie Leibovitz, the famous photographer. There's also going to be entertainment from the likes of Lizzo, from Ben Platt, Mindy Kaling, Queen Latifah. So a lot in store tonight, to say nothing of the conversation that's going to happen between the 42nd, the 44th, and the 46th President of the United States. Now, organizers for this event say this has been in the works for months. They really hope to send the message, especially to Democrats, that this party is fully behind President Biden. One of the challenges, of course, you're looking backwards by going down memory lane. These three former presidents going to be doing that, of course, today, but also talking about what's at stake in the election and what's in the future if Biden wins the second term. We remember Bill Clinton was called the Secretary of Explaining Stuff for his role in the 2012 campaign for Barack Obama. He and Barack Obama will try to play that role tonight for Joe Biden.
And Mike, let's talk about former President Trump's trip here as well. Crime, one of his key campaign issues. He's drawn specific attention to crime in New York. What are we hearing from the former president as he attended that wake?
Yeah, Republicans obviously have long styled themselves as the party of law and order. They've really leaned into that, especially some progressives talking about defunding the police. Of course, President Biden says he doesn't agree with that position. But the former President Donald Trump taking advantage of an opportunity to try to showcase his bona fides, his support for law enforcement by attending the memorial service today for Jonathan Diller, NYPD officer killed in the line of duty. Let's listen to what the former president had to say as he was leaving that event.
It's such a horrible thing, and it's happening all too often, and we're just not going to let it happen. The Diller family you'll never be the same. You can never be the same, and we have to stop it. We have to stop it. We have to get back to law and order. We have to do a lot of things differently because this is not working. This is happening too often.
The White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying President Biden did call the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, to express his condolences to the New York Police Department on the loss of Officer Diller. We should note Donald Trump only spent about a half an hour at that memorial service today.
All right, in and out. Mike Memoli, thank you so much. Well, imagine standing on the street minding your own business and suddenly you're punched in the face. That is happening in New York City. Women say they are being attacked entirely at random, but their descriptions of the assaults are quite similar. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
What's striking about these stories is how similar they are. In the last month, multiple young women here in New York City have described being hit in the head in the middle of the day, just walking down the street, some falling and even suffering from concussions.
The stories are harrowing. I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my God, it hurts so bad.
College student Michaela Tonato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home. He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as the concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming. You've got some visible signs. You have the black eye, but Michaela, emotionally, how are you feeling?
No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
The NYPD confirms it is looking into at least 4 similar cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City, in Times Square.
But the police have not linked the cases to the videos. In recent days, dozens of accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling stories surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains, too. But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in this city and expressing concerns that social media is stoking fears.
I know a city out of control because I visit some of them in this country. This is not one of them.
77% of Americans believe crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
Michaela says one reason she is sharing her story, she wants women to be vigilant and more aware of their surroundings and hopefully prevent more women from getting hurt like this. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good lesson for all of us. Stephanie, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the alarming rise of gambling among teenagers, what parents should watch out for and what can be done. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Haiti, political turmoil and gang violence are fueling an all-out humanitarian crisis. In recent weeks, scores of people have been killed and thousands more left homeless. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber visited Haiti. She spoke to people at an orphanage about how the upheaval is affecting them.
From the outside, Haiti is a nation on the brink of total anarchy. Getting out is a major feat, and getting in takes time, too. It took days for our team to get clearance from the Dominican Republic's government to cross their border into Haiti.
We're crossing into the border this side. Once we walk through here, we're in Haiti. We'll get in this car and make our way to the next location. These people, they're waiting, but they've been told that they can't cross today. Gracias. Because the market inside is not open today.
We made our way through Guadamente, Haiti. Violence in Port-au-Prince is relentless. Police and gangs battling it out in the streets almost every day. But in the country's north, within the gates of Mission Life International's orphanage and birthing center, you don't hear gunfire. You hear laughing, playing, dreaming.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a doctor.
I hope to be Haiti gonna be better. That's what I hope, and I always pray for that too.
I want to have a family, like, so I can travel with them all around the world. That's my dream.
At the birthing center, we meet women trying to care for newborns in a country on the brink of famine. Sarael is just 3 months old. She is Jean Nelande Cadet's fourth child and first baby girl. Jean tells us she is a nurse, but she doesn't have a job right now. She has a pharmacy, but these days doesn't sell much. And finding clean drinking water or affordable food is a Herculean feat.
Have you had any moments where you've worried that you might not be able to keep your kids safe or to feed them?
Every day, she says. Every day. We pray that God will keep us safe, our kids. God is the only security.
So there are midwives and nurses like this woman who are working hard to care for patients, but one of the challenges in Haiti, whether it's a small nonprofit like this or a big humanitarian organization like the World Food Program, is getting in supplies that they need. You see this? Empty spaces where there should be more medical supplies. They have it, it's here, but because gangs currently control the majority of the ports in this country, and most of them are closed, humanitarian aid, medical supplies, it isn't getting in as fast as it's really needed in places like this.
When we ask people what they think of Haiti's gangs and notorious gangsters like Jimmy Barbecue Cherise, almost immediately they stop talking.
I don't think about that.
They'll tell you they do not want to live in a Haiti like this. They want to elect new politicians who hold legitimate elections and are not corrupt. They want some help from the international community to reestablish security, but ultimately they tell us true change will come from Haitians. Military intervention will not be the real solution, she says. And second of all, we don't like for people to give us fish. Teach us how to fish.
Because Haitians are able to do it themselves.
We only need to be standing on our own feet.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Really important reporting, Ellison. Thank you. Coming up, our own Kristen Welker sits down with sportscaster Erin Andrews to talk about their shared experience using surrogates to have a baby and the hope that they have found in each other's stories. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Don't be fooled by the orange hue you see here. NASA says that this photo is actually a supermassive black hole. It's located right at the center of our galaxy, they say. Researchers say it is a never-before-seen view of what's called Sagittarius A. The twisting and the turning spiral is actually a magnetic field gobbling up nearby light and matter. Scientists say the image may even suggest that all black holes share a similar pattern. It is beautiful in its own way, isn't it? More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Israel has asked the White House to reschedule a high-level meeting over military plans in Gaza's southern city of Rafah. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu abruptly called that meeting off earlier this week after the U.S. allowed a ceasefire resolution at the United Nations to pass. The White House says it is working with the Prime Minister's office to schedule a new date. Longtime Connecticut Senator and Vice Presidential nominee Joe Lieberman has died. According to a statement from his family, he passed away after suffering complications from a fall. Lieberman served in the Senate from 1989 to 2013. During that time, he also made history as Al Gore's running mate in 2000, becoming the first Jewish American nominated on a major party's ticket. Lieberman's funeral will be held on Friday. He was 82 years old. Beyonce is getting ready to drop her new country album tomorrow, and she's given the Beehive plenty to buzz about. Queen Bee shared the Cowboy Carter track list on social media yesterday. It appeared to hint at a possible cover of Dolly Parton's iconic song Jolene and a nod to Linda Martell, the first black female artist to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. The album also expected to feature collaborations with a handful of stars, including Post Malone and Miley Cyrus. Fans can listen for themselves tonight at midnight. That includes Zincle Esamoah. I know she will be listening. She's a huge Beyonce fan. There's growing outrage today over an alleged incident of racism aimed at a women's basketball team playing in this year's March Madness tournament. Police are investigating after the University of Utah's women's team say they faced racial threats near their hotel in Idaho. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin.
Racism is real, and it happens, and it's awful.
What was supposed to be a thrilling start to the NCAA tournament turned a shocking racist experience for the Utah women's basketball team as they walked from their hotel to a nearby restaurant.
The vehicle drove by and several racial slurs were yelled by the occupants of the vehicle.
The team, made up of Black, white, and Latina athletes, was staying in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 35 minutes from the Spokane, Washington arena. Surveillance video shows the team inside the restaurant and later leaving, but not the actual incident. After dinner, it happened again. According to the police report, the drivers of two trucks revved their engines and yelled the N-word. Coach Lynn Roberts addressed the incident Monday night following their loss to Gonzaga.
For our players and staff to not feel safe in an NCAA tournament environment, it's messed up.
The NCAA and Gonzaga helped the team move to a new hotel as a safety precaution. The FBI says they are prepared to investigate.
To the young women who endured racial slurs while visiting, I offer my most sincere apology.
A press conference Monday to denounce the hate cut short.
You're out of order.
After a man the mayor described as a known white supremacist interrupted.
This press conference is ended.
The area has a long history of racial conflict. The latest, a new stain many locals want no part of.
It is not who we are. It's not what we want to represent.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
With Major League Baseball in full swing today and college basketball's March Madness well underway, millions of people are expected to wager money on the games, including teenagers. Experts say they are noticing an alarming trend. More and more young people placing bets online. And joining me now to explain is NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro. Valerie, I know you spoke to teenagers about what they're seeing, what they're hearing in their circles to kind of get a sense.
Well, they say this has become ubiquitous, especially when it comes to the fantasy league apps. In some states, you only have to be 18 years old to play. And the teens say they really feel like gambling has become normalized. And when you watch TV and turn on any sporting event, it's not hard to see why.
The ads are everywhere.
BetMGM is for everyone that loves sports betting.
March Madness mania. Now a sports betting craze, with Americans estimated to legally wager more than $2.7 billion on the college basketball tournament.
Fans can pick if I'll make or miss for $10 million.
But with sports betting legal in 38 states and D.C. and more apps than ever making it easy to sign up, critics worry putting money on a game is going too far and skewing too young.
It's getting to be normalized at such a young age that we're seeing high schoolers specifically getting hooked to it.
25-year-old Rob Minnick says he learned the pitfalls of wagering money the hard way as an avid Philadelphia sports fan.
There were wins, but never a win that was satisfactory enough to say, okay, that's enough. That all culminated in the last day that I gambled. In that 12 hours, I created 6 months worth of debt.
Experts say people even younger are playing a losing game. Approximately 60% of high school-aged adolescents report having gambled for money in the past year.
They don't think about the consequences.
Gary Schneider with Gamblers Anonymous says support group members keep getting younger.
Prior to online gambling, to have somebody to come in at around 24 was a rarity. What's going on currently now is that we're getting people in as young as 16 years old.
Some are using social sportsbook apps and daily fantasy leagues, two categories of gaming that aren't as regulated as traditional sports betting. In most cases, you only have to be 18 to sign up, but experts say digitally savvy kids can easily get around those restrictions. We tried out an app called Fliff, considered a social sportsbook or sweepstakes app. I was able to sign up easily without even having to prove my age.
18. Create account.
That's all it took.
You use virtual currency to play, so it's not considered true gambling.
You're using in-game currency. It's not technically real money, but you can buy the in-game currency. So it kind of skirts around that law of being old enough.
In a statement, Fliff said users could not make a purchase until they verified their identity, but that their platform allows individuals who are interested in having an opinion on sports to do so without actually having to spend any money. Daily fantasy leagues are not considered sports betting, in part because federal law considers fantasy sports a game of skill, not chance.
How much money are kids losing?
Well, let's say they do like 4 different leagues, all $20, and they don't win any, then they lose $80 just like that.
Connecticut high schoolers Marissa Marks and Nate Testone concerned the trend has become the norm among their peers.
I truly feel like it's getting worse.
Before you place that bet on March Madness, listen to my story.
Minnick using social media and his experience to help other young people avoid the risks and seek treatment.
Some people say that these apps are grooming or training young people into gambling. Do you agree with that?
I do. If we're constantly being shown something as glamorous, normal, profitable, we're going to believe that. No one's showing you why you shouldn't place that bet.
Calling it a losing bet in the wrong hands.
And experts say early intervention is key. They say parents should be talking about the consequences of gambling with their children in the same way that they would talk about the consequences of drugs or alcohol.
Kate? Really good point. Valerie, thank you so much for that report. As we mentioned earlier, today is opening day for Major League Baseball. Hope springs eternal for the league's 30 teams and their loyal fans. My mother-in-law, Kathy Bro, a devoted Chicago Cubs fan. This is her today. She sent me this photo earlier in her front yard. The league's biggest names are set to square off in some marquee matchups all afternoon and into the evening as they chase a championship. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas, home of the reigning world champions, the Texas World Series champions, the Texas Rangers. Morgan, okay, hi. Not every team's playing today, right?
Hello.
Hello. A couple of teams have postponed their games because of the weather, but what do we expect today? And let's talk about the season.
Yeah, let's talk about all of it here, Kate. Well, some fans are already disappointed because we know that Braves and the Brewers and the Phillies and the Mets, they're not going to have baseball today. Those two games have already been postponed due to rain. They're going to be picked up on March 29th. But for fans of everyone else, it's a good day because baseball is officially back. We're here inside Globe Life Field where the Texas Rangers will soon take on the Chicago Cubs. No offense to your mother-in-law, but an awful lot of fans here are hoping to see the champs start off this season with a win. That big World Series banner expected to be coming down here within just a few short hours. I had a chance to speak to their manager, Bruce Bochy, the other day, and he said he wants his team to just soak up every second. He's now won 4 World Series, and so he knows these moments are precious before the grind of the season comes back. But when the season does kick off, it might look just a shade different than it did last season, Kate, because we saw that polarizing pitch clock come into play during 2023. We had a tweak to that rule for 2024. So if there's nobody on base right now, pitchers have 15 seconds to deliver the pitch. If there is someone on base, instead of having 20 seconds like last season, they now only have 18 seconds. I know 2 seconds may not sound like a lot, but they're trying to compress the game as much as possible while keeping true to the baseball roots. And when I talked to fans, I said, are any of these new rules taking away from the enjoyment? They said, absolutely not. If anything, it helps them enjoy it even more because they have a chance to get home or not sit in the sun for hours on end during one of those long summer games. Another change, Kate, mound visits cut from 5 to 4. So a little bit different sport here, but it's still the same old baseball, and that's why everyone's excited. Kate?
Yeah, Morgan, I married into a Cubs family, so I'm going to have to say go Cubbies. Morgan Chesky.
There you go.
Thank you. We all know $1 doesn't go as far as it used to, but now that is even the case at the dollar store. Dollar Tree says it is upping its prices again. That means pretty soon some of its items will cost as much as $7. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans on what's driving the change.
Everything's $1, so everybody leaves happy.
Call it the dollar-ish store. At Dollar Tree, true dollar prices are a thing of the past. The discount giant is raising prices again, some items as high as $7. The company also announced sister brand Family Dollar will close nearly 1,000 stores starting this year.
Tell me the truth. Are you still going to be shopping at Dollar Tree when prices raised to $7 an item?
Shoppers taking to social media to complain about higher prices.
Yo, at this point, I am just so sick of everything.
Okay, change the name. Wealthy Tree.
fortune tree.
In a call with investors last week, the company said to expect a $5 bag of dog food next to a $1.25 bag of pet treats, calling it a multi-price assortment. The reason? A combination of inflation and an influx of higher income customers who can better afford it.
Why are people who are making $100,000 a year or more shopping at a dollar store?
So there's a lot of price pressures that are impacting consumers. They're going out to buy goods and services and looking for places to cut.
It's been a few years since things were actually $1 at the dollar store. After 35 years in 2021, a dollar minimum price became $1.25 at Dollar Tree. Now, over 300 new items will range from $1.50 to $7. Other famously cheap deals also undergoing recent changes. Trader Joe's raising single banana prices from 19 to 23 cents. And what about that $1.50 Costco hot dog and soda combo? According to Axios, an outgoing Costco executive says proof of membership will soon be required at some outdoor food court locations. At dollar stores, the most likely price hikes will be on food, pet supplies, and personal care items.
Once you have the consumer in the door, they are going to make that purchase.
More than a pretty penny for many cash-strapped families. When it comes to deciding between a trip to the grocery store or the dollar store, think about what you're planning to buy. Canned goods, for example, might be cheaper on sale at a regular grocery store or big box store. But for household items like wipes or diapers, a dollar store may be the better bet. Back to you.
All right, Christine, thanks. Much more news right after this. You are watching NBC News Daily. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. We report a lot on life-saving innovations here on NBC News Daily. Well, about a year ago, we aired a story about a groundbreaking new treatment for lung cancer. And it turns out this man that you're seeing here was in California watching and says that story saved his life. As a pulmonologist based in California, Dr. Gary Gibbon has seen his share of lung disease, but he never expected to be diagnosed with cancer himself.
I developed a cough, I lost weight,
And I went to get a chest x-ray and then a CT scan of my lungs. And I was like in a state of shock that I had, advanced stage lung cancer.
Gary's doctors at UCLA tried everything, immunotherapy, chemotherapy, radiation, but it wasn't working. He was in the ICU when his wife Nola got a call from Gary's doctor.
He started sadly and terribly, and I was like, I'd heard it, and that was just it. It was something like, there's nothing, we've exhausted all of our options.
But in that darkest hour, Gary remembered a story Nola had shown him.
Thankfully, we are cancer-free, right?
About a year ago, I reported on 2 lung cancer patients who'd had a groundbreaking double lung transplant at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago. Dr. Barat puts patients on full heart-lung bypass, keeping them alive while carefully removing both lungs at once. He then washes the airways to remove any remaining cancer cells before 2 new lungs are transplanted in.
You made our year when we saw that story.
How much difference do you think it made that you happened to see that piece?
It was 100% everything.
What would have happened if you hadn't seen it?
He would be dead. I'm not joking.
Gary asked his LA doctors to contact Northwestern. He was airlifted to Chicago. Gary's cancer treatments had damaged his lungs and liver. Gary would need not just a double lung transplant, but a liver transplant too.
We had the technology to do it. We had the know-how to do it. We had the skill set to do it. This patient needed it, and we were the only place in the world that could do it.
Dr. Satish Nadig, chief of transplant surgery at Northwestern Medicine, focused on the liver, working side by side with Dr. Ankit Barat, director of the Northwestern Medicine Canning Thoracic Center, who pioneered the double lung transplant for cancer patients. Dr. Barat, were you confident going in that this would work? You'd never done it before.
There's always a little bit of risk when you perform something for the first time. So we felt like there was a pretty high probability that would work, but certainly we recognized that there were certain risks involved.
Risks like keeping the donated liver alive for 17 hours in a box while Dr. Barat replaced Gary's lungs.
We used a machine where we put the liver on the machine and it's pumped through with normal temperature blood. And it's actually working in this box. And this liver is just functioning on the side of the room.
The surgery was a success.
He was sleeping after surgery, and I could see his chest going up and down. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen that in months. I hadn't seen him breathing.
6 months post-surgery, Gary is now cancer-free.
One of the choices I made right up front with Nola was that I said that I am going to spread the word about this. As soon as I came out of surgery and I was able to talk properly, I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this wherever I can. And
because you want to help the next person find it.
Yes.
Right. Northwestern Medicine says that it is the first time in the U.S. that they know of that this triple transplant has been done on someone with advanced lung cancer. Gary and Nola say they hope to inspire other patients to ask questions and look for trials or treatments at other hospitals because doctors in one region don't always know what's happening in other parts of the country. And one way to do that, find trials, visit www.clinicaltrials.gov. There's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
3 years ago, our NBC family celebrated a really special moment when our colleague Kristen Welker and her husband John announced that they were having a baby with the help of a surrogate. Well, little did the Meet the Press moderator know just how many people their story would touch, and that includes Fox sportscaster Erin Andrews. Kristen shares their emotional connection.
You know how much I cried over you?
And how much I've cried. I got emotional, honestly, this morning, thinking about this conversation.
A conversation months in the making.
I remember Kristen Welker's announcement on your show, YouTube breaking down, and I actually watched that the morning after Mac was born because that just hit me.
One of the things that touched me so much was that you talked about the fact that sharing my journey really gave you strength.
Because I see myself in you. Kristen, the video of you moderating like debates after you're waiting on bad news or maybe you had just received it, that's me. I can tell you every stand-up I've done at a football game where I've gotten the news that it didn't work. I'd be talking about Tom Brady going for this record, and my record is that, I still was failing.
Erin faced some dark moments, a battle with cervical cancer and 9 years of IVF.
I would have chest pains every time I was waiting for the call if it worked. And I knew it wouldn't work.
She turned to surrogacy.
Did you feel like it's a surreal moment to think about someone else carrying your child?
I knew I didn't have a choice.
The first surrogacy attempt failed, devastating the couple. But soon after a second try, Erin was listening to that priceless sound. A heartbeat.
All I wanted to hear was, it's a good one, it's strong. And it was cool. I'm videotaping it for Jarrett. And then I got to run downstairs because I got a call with the Dallas Cowboys player because we got Green Bay Dallas that weekend for a huge matchup on Sunday.
I think people don't realize about surrogacy is you're so excited to have a child.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily take away from your sadness that you can't carry the child. Did you experience that?
I've been a little insecure and worried that maybe my bond with him isn't as good now because I didn't carry him. There have been thoughts like that.
I had those thoughts too.
Yeah.
And those thoughts go away once he starts really talking.
Yeah. My surrogate is amazing. She is a real life angel. So I know if I couldn't do it, I'm so glad she did it.
Erin, her husband Jarrett, and her surrogate welcomed baby Mac in June of last year.
When it finally hits you that this miracle has arrived and is in front of you, what is that moment like?
Well, when they're screaming at you, it's not as special because you're like, do you know? I feel like Sally Fields in Steel Magnolias, do you know what your mother went through to have you? No, it's a miracle.
Andrew's now cherishing every minute with her son during her off season.
He is, as Mike McCarthy, Dallas Cowboys head coach, said, wonder where he gets it from. He is vocal. He has a lot to say, and I'm just like, he's all me.
All Erin, who is ever the interviewer.
How have you thought about explaining to Margot about how your journey went?
So I talked to Margot already about her special journey here.
When did that start?
Actually, when she turned 2. I started FaceTiming with her surrogate, and every time we see someone who's pregnant, I say, this mommy is able to carry baby in her tummy.
Yeah.
But mama had a boo-boo in her tummy.
Yeah.
So a special angel carried Margot, and now she knows the name of her surrogate. She says it, she says it proudly. And have you thought about how you're gonna talk to him?
Yeah, I can't wait to tell him.
But Erin and I are keenly aware that surrogacy is a privilege and out of reach for so many.
It's already hard enough with the emotional toll, and then you add the finances on top of it, and I just got ticked off.
Turning her anger into action, Erin used the My Cause, My Cleats NFL initiative to put a spotlight on the nonprofit Baby Quest, which grants money for infertility treatments and surrogacy. Her shoes featuring the fingerprints of her family next to her surrogates.
I think people don't need to feel embarrassed that they have a surrogate or are looking for other help. And I think you started it, and I appreciate you very much for that.
Well, I appreciate you because I have to say, when you spoke out, I felt less alone. So thank you, and I really mean that.
Kristen Welker, NBC News.
I just want to thank both Kristen and Erin for sharing all of that so openly. It helps people. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, President Biden is kicking off a historic campaign fundraiser right now. With Presidents Obama and Clinton, Biden is raking in the cash, but still behind Trump in the polls. Plus, new details in the investigation into what happened in the moments before a massive cargo ship crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, as crews are now beginning the long process of clearing the disaster site, and Baltimore pauses to mourn the victims. And former crypto mogul Sam Bankman-Fried is sentenced to a quarter century in federal prison for masterminding one of the largest financial fraud schemes in U.S. history. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamisha Sender, reporting in Washington. Today, the center of the Democratic political universe is in Midtown Manhattan, specifically Radio City Music Hall. That is where President Biden will soon take the stage with the two most recent Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, in a historic show of Democratic force. The event is featuring a number of celebrities, from Lizzo to Steve Colbert, and is expected to raise $25 million. To put that into perspective, that's more than both the Biden and Trump campaigns raised in the entire month of February, and it will further increase the Biden campaign's cash advantage over Trump.
But the event will also highlight one of President Biden's most significant liabilities, his age. At 81 years old, Biden is older than both former presidents Clinton and Obama. Sources tell NBC News President Biden has remained in close contact with the former presidents, but Biden is even trying to use a twist on a campaign line from Clinton, answering question about his opponent Bob Dole's age.
My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas.
I can only tell you that I don't think Senator Dole is too old to be president. It's the age of his ideas that I question.
But while tonight's big event highlights some of Biden's key advantages, he is still narrowly behind Trump in the polls. A Fox News poll last night has Biden down 5 points to the former president, though that is still within the margin of error. While Biden has seen a slight bump in some other polls since his State of the Union address, he still trails the former president by a small margin. That Fox News poll also had President Biden's favorable numbers at 39% compared to Donald Trump's 45%. So right now we've got one candidate with a slight deficit in the polls and a big cash advantage, and another facing a cash crunch while slightly ahead in the polls. And it's 221 days until Election Day. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is across the street from Radio City Music Hall at NBC News headquarters in Rockefeller Center. So Gabe, take us inside tonight's event. What do we expect?
Hi there, Yamiche. Well, the security situation is really ramping up, of course. 3 former presidents, as you mentioned, and it's expected to be a star-studded event. As you laid out, Lizzo, Queen Latifah. The Biden campaign is really trying to, say that this is a huge fundraising event, first of its kind, and as you said, more than $25 million expected to be raised, and about 5,000 people. Of course, Yamiche, that will also mean that there will likely be protesters here. The NYPD will block off many streets around Radio City Music Hall, that iconic venue that you're looking at right now. But there's also a large protest scheduled for nearby Bryant Park as well. That's something that police are looking for as well. You see the video right there earlier today, President Biden and former President Obama walking side by side off of Air Force One, and this is the image that the Biden campaign really wants to highlight, Yamiche.
And Gabe, it is striking to see all these presidents together. We, of course, know that President Biden is older than both of these presidents. So I wonder, when you think about the fact that President Biden is now getting together with them, what's he hoping to learn from them, especially because, of course, they both won their re-election bids?
Sure. Well, we understand from NBC's reporting that, President Biden consistently stays in touch with former Presidents Obama and Clinton. Then in some cases, after they have private conversation, he directs his aides to, follow up on some finer points. So just a few days ago, former President Obama and President Biden recorded a video, talking up the Affordable Care Act. And this is something that we can expect in the coming months. Former President Obama, of course, like many Democrats, has been concerned, aides say, of what's at stake in this election and the possibility that former President Trump could be back in the White House. And we've really been seeing him now in the last few weeks, and over the coming months, we expect him to take an increasingly active role in the campaign, Yamiche.
Definitely going to be interesting to watch them take an active role. We have to say it over and over again, $25 million. It's how much they expect to raise today. When you think about that, though, I think about the idea that former President Trump, when he won in 2016, he didn't have the most money out of the candidates that he was able to best out. So how is the Biden campaign looking at this?
Well, look, and it is still early in the campaign. Yamiche, you cover them as well. And what they constantly say is that they really are looking forward to this part of the campaign late in the next couple of months, when people really start tuning in to this election. They think that everything prior to this has been a lot of noise. However, they are very quick to highlight their huge fundraising advantage at this point. They also tell me, according to one source familiar with the fundraising, that a good good portion of this is actually from small dollar donors. Of course, there could be some criticism today with former President Trump heading nearby to Long Island to visit the, sort of counter programming, essentially visiting the wake of a fallen NYPD officer. President Biden, will be seen with celebrities here at Radio City Music Hall. Some of his critics saying that, he's focusing on that instead of other priorities. But again, this is trying to get the excitement for this campaign, trying to show that the Biden campaign can raise this money and really kicking off this general election season following the State of the Union, Yamiche.
Well, certainly a lot to watch out for there in New York. So thank you, Gabe, for joining us. And joining me now is Democratic Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He is the chair of the Democratic Governors Association and is supporting President Biden's reelection campaign. Thank you so much for being here, Governor.
Pleasure to be with you.
So we know, of course, that this is going to be a big fundraiser. The Biden campaign is even calling this what could be what they believe to be the most successful political fundraiser in history. That being said, what's the significance of today in this event beyond the money?
Yeah, well, it's what the money can do. And we saw it out here in Minnesota, of course, a purple state out here. You know, this race will be won in the Midwest from here to Wisconsin, Michigan, over to Pennsylvania. And what it meant is three major operatives were hired out here. A campaign team is out here. We see the structure being put in place. What this money does, it translates into the folks who will be out there to knock on the doors, to get out the vote, to make sure that we're getting the numbers necessary. And that's exactly how you win these campaigns. People aren't paying attention yet. This is preparing for November, and this money and this kind of enthusiasm around it will translate into real votes. So I'm really excited about it. I think it shows they're taking it very seriously. It shows that enthusiasm gap will start to close as people recognize, look, this is a president who's delivered 15 million jobs, got us out of the mess of COVID that Donald Trump left us in, and they'll start being reminded that while this president's out there doing the work of rebuilding roads and bridges, the former president's in court trying to deal with his mess. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the event. I wish I'd be there.
Well, I have to ask you, when you think about the fact that both President Obama and President Clinton, they both were able to win their reelection bids, what do you think President Biden could learn from them when you think about the fact that he, of course, is now trying to do what they did?
Yeah, I think it's organization. I do think it's being serious about this, having been around for especially President Obama's second run. I was a member of Congress at that time, and I watched. If you recall, he was behind. His numbers weren't much higher than this. The polls had him done early in that, and of course, that's not the way it worked out, and we all won again. I think it's staying focused on the fundamentals. Vice President Harris was out here a couple weeks ago, was at a Planned Parenthood clinic, stopped at a high school softball game. They're starting to get that retail politicking goes. And look, the contrast between your revenge tour and the angry rants coming from Donald Trump versus this positive vision of what we can do. I think that's what they should listen to. I think they're doing it. I think President Obama's reelection proved that you don't have to look early on what the polls are. That's not an indication of where we'll end. So I'm feeling confident. And look, President Trump now taking and using any money they're raising, which is far less than this, and putting it towards his legal funds. The Republican Party in Minnesota has $52 in the bank. They have less in Michigan. Those are real liabilities when it comes time to a campaign, and I just don't see how they're going to turn that on a dime. So I'm excited about it.
And Governor, you bring up former President Trump. We know, at least according to the polls, which are still in the margin of error, that President Biden is behind Trump, it seems, in a number of polls. Is the money enough to close that gap, the money that the Biden campaign is raising here?
Well, it's part of it. The other part will be is that people will be reminded what a disaster Donald Trump left us on. I was there when he was telling us infrastructure week every other day was going to be that. President Biden was just out here delivering $1 billion for a major bridge in northern Minnesota. So it's a combination of the money allows us to tell the story. This becomes the binary choice about our future of hopefulness, rebuilding, an inclusive place, reproductive rights being something that's protected, the ACA and affordable health care. That is all opposite if it's a Donald Trump presidency. And I think what starts to happen is now, this is somewhat at this time kind of a referendum on the frustration people feel. And while America's economy is better than any other one, prices are still up. So there's kind of a general malaise that gets attached to the president. But once the choice becomes clear and once we start to move into all of the positives that have been done, it'll clarify itself. So I'm confident we'll reelect President Biden and we'll have a much more positive outlook on things as we get closer to the election.
And you talk about the economy. This Fox News poll yesterday, about 20% of people said the economy is the president's biggest accomplishment, but about the same number of people said it's also his biggest failure. So how could the president square that? How can he get Americans feeling good about the economy, even if they see the numbers, but they don't think that they're feeling that?
Yeah, and they might not. I said, look, you know, we're coming up on an Easter weekend, and I saw the report about the price of eggs. Well, the price of eggs are up mainly because of bird flu, because of some of the things that have happened, and a president gets attached to that. But I think you start showing people what's been happened, the job creations, and to be very clear, none of those things, there's nothing that the former president can talk about that comes near to that. And I think as we start to see some of the inflationary pressures come down, we start to hear more talk about where it's at, folks will come home. Because, look, this is a choice. The world is struggling on all of this, but the choice is very clear. Democracy, protecting that democracy, the freedoms, the reproductive choices that can be made, versus this just dystopian just weirdness that's coming out of Donald Trump every time he gives something. That is going to be the choice at the end of the day.
Well, there is, though, this liability that President Biden seems to have. There was an uncommitted vote in your state show on Super Tuesday, 19% of people voting uncommitted. Is the president doing enough to address this criticism coming from Democrats over his handling of the Israel-Hamas war?
Yeah, look, this is, and Minnesotans are an independent people. We've elected independent governors, and I'm proud that our party can have this conversations. This is what campaigns are supposed to do, and I think so. I think you saw the UN resolution on a ceasefire. I think you see the president talking about a need to have a lasting two-state solution, the need to relieve the humanitarian crisis that's in Gaza, while also recognizing Israel's right to exist. So I think those folks were expressing a democratic frustration. That's healthy. But at the end of the day, they're certainly not going to go with Donald Trump. The question is, we need to make sure they're motivated enough to realize they need to come back, that they need to get back on the issue of what happens in the Middle East, but also what happens on reproductive rights, what happens on healthcare, what happens on environment. On all of those things, those are folks that are with President Biden. So, yeah, I think they're doing it, and I think it's healthy, and I think those people have every right to express their frustrations. But at the end of the day, they will come home, and that will help make the difference.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know you wanted to be at the event, but we appreciate you being here on Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for having me.
And joining me now on set is Mariana Sotomayor, congressional reporter for The Washington Post, former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley, and Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and an NBC News contributor. So, Mariana, I want to start with you. Right now, of course, President Biden seems to have the cash and the infrastructure. He's at an advantage there, but former President Trump, he's leading in the polls, even though, again, it's in the margin of errors, but he has a cash disadvantage. So who's in the better place here, you think?
Yeah, I mean, the cash disadvantage is a real one, and this is how stark it is. In just this fundraiser alone, Biden campaign is expected to make $25 million. The Trump campaign raised only $20 million in February. So that is pretty significant in and of itself. And, you know, what the governor was saying is true, that if you have money, you are able to open campaign offices. The Biden campaign is expected to open, I think, at least 100 around the country using some of this money in the very near future, things like that. And, you know, something that is kind of stark for Republican donors is the fact that the Trump campaign with the RNC just changed the rules a little bit to make sure that a number of donations go towards the Save America PAC, which supports Trump. And that PAC has been paying some of his legal fees. So, I mean, it is still early. Yes, things can change. There is definitely, in terms of the polls, serious concerns for Biden that Trump is able to, you know, gin up his base. But at least when it comes to right now, that financial picture is telling us some things.
And Mark, what is this financial picture telling us, in your opinion? Is former President Trump's campaign healthy right now?
I think it's struggling to raise money, but I think it's also exaggerated in the press in many cases. As you mentioned before, Hillary Clinton outraised Donald Trump as well. He's going to run a smaller personnel campaign. He doesn't suffer from the ability to attract media attention. And so I think that the traditional campaign is not what Donald Trump's going to run. It's not what he ran in 2016 or 2020. And so I think that we make too much a deal of this. I think a much bigger issue is, will there be third, fourth, or fifth candidate on the ballot? Will Robert F. Kennedy be on the ballots? Will there be a no-labels candidate? Because Donald Trump's support is so intense in both sides, polarizing, that it's going to stay, it's going to have a high floor. But if you have the non-Trump vote that's split among multiple candidates, that hurts Joe Biden. I think that's the bigger issue than the money issue.
Well, Joe, I want to ask you, of course, there is that big money issue in terms of how much money Democrats are going to be raising today. But I wonder about the united front part of this, the idea that you have these three presidents that are coming out. That I can't even imagine a moment where you would have George Bush on the same stage as former President Trump. So what does it mean, just from a messaging point of view, that these Democratic presidents can come together like this?
Well, I think especially looking at former President Obama getting into the car, getting out of the car with Biden is speaking to a particular audience as well. I think it does show tremendous unity, with the goal being not to have Donald Trump reelected. And I'll just go back, and we talk about history. Go back to 1864. Abraham Lincoln thought he was going to lose the election, in his reelect. And this is going to be one of the longest campaigns ever. 200 some odd days still to go between now and election day. A lot's going to happen. I think money does make a difference to a degree. Yeah, I think Mark's right that, and I had my own campaign where I outspent my opponent, and we know what happened. But to have that infrastructure in place is critical for such a national campaign, and that's where I think the difference is going to be.
We've been talking about the sort of advantages of President Biden being on stage with these presidents, but there is also the disadvantage, which is that both of them, both President Obama and President Clinton, they were younger than their opponents, and they both won re-election against people who were older than them. Is there a risk here for President Biden putting on display the fact that he is the oldest person in the room here?
I mean, yes, there is that physical contrast, but I do think, bringing Obama in particular, he has always just ginned up the Democratic base and younger voters, which is just a group of people that Biden definitely needs to bring back into the party, get them enthused to be a reliable turnout base. So, yes, physically we will likely see that difference, but I mean, people are still going. They want to go see him and are tuning in online, too, to watch this fundraiser. So, and there might be a podcast. I want to also turn to, of course, the other person in this race. Trump is also in New York. He's in Long Island, Mark, at this wake for New York for the NYPD. He is talking about crime, even though crime is down in a number of ways. Is this as big an event as maybe a campaign rally for Donald Trump? Can he capitalize on this issue of crime while not holding maybe a big rally about the issue in the same way?
I think so, Yamiche. I think this today actually is a favorable contrast for Donald Trump. I accept the point of having three presidents on the stage with a lot of stars, but for the average voter, they're seeing Donald Trump at a funeral for a slain officer. And I accept your point that the statistics show crime is down in some areas, but for many perceptions for Americans, it's still high. And I think it's a huge advantage for Donald Trump. And it's one, candidly, Yamiche, that could have been a vulnerability. The reality is that, he partnered with many Democrats in passing jailbreak legislation. He also, I think, has attacked, officers that were attacked on January 6th and defended the rioters as patriots. And so I think it could have been a vulnerability. But the optics of him being there with the family of the slain soldier, who was arrested 22 times before killing an officer, is a stark contrast to what Joe Biden is doing tonight. And I think that favors Donald Trump significantly.
But, Mike, is there also a risk that it could be seen as hypocritical? Because obviously former President Trump is dealing with his own legal issues here.
Well, I share with you what I think are the hypocrisies of, in many cases, he partnered in legislation that I think let many criminals out. He also has attacked or has defended those who attacked police officers on January 6th. So I think there is a challenge there. But the optics, I think, are starkly different. And I think it favors Donald Trump today.
I have to have my New York up a little bit here. And as the grandson and the son of New York City police officers, my dad served for 22 years on the NYPD, was a detective. The notion or idea that Donald Trump cares at all for this officer or this officer's family is outrageous. He has not an ounce of sympathy in his body. it is hypocritical. I think people look at it as hypocritical, that he's using this grieving family for political purposes, for a political rally. It's outrageous. Where was that same empathy for the families of police officers and others who passed away as a result of the 1/6 attack? It didn't exist. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. And New Yorkers are sophisticated enough to know that. I hope America is more sophisticated to understand he's exploiting a grieving family.
It's interesting to bring this up because, Mariana, Republican voters haven't held this against Donald Trump. What do you think?
Yeah, and you know, from my perch on Capitol Hill, House Republicans have talked about, you know, defending the police. They make that an issue, especially in the House majority when they're able to pass certain bills declaring that. But at the same time, you have this party that is very used to also saying we need to defund the FBI, we need to defund the DOJ. Other types of law enforcement officials, which Democrats are now trying to point that contrast out. Okay, you say that we want to defund the police. Well, you all also want to defund a different kind of police.
Yeah. I want to ask you really quickly on the Congressman before we go. There's the third party and the no labels. Right now, they're having a lot of problems recruiting a candidate. Is that possibly just done, or are they not going to be able to get that off the ground, you think?
I'm not going to run on the third party line. I'm not. If not, I haven't been asked. But by the way, if they do ask, I'm not running. But look, it looks like they're running out of time. It's not easy to put together a campaign, to raise the resources, to do the things they want to do. And, I think we know who the two candidates are going to be.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
Well, but I think there's a third candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I think that hurts Joe Biden significantly.
But it's a primary right now. He's not on the November election.
Well, we are seeing him show up in polls, but we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Mariana, Joe, Mark. Thank you all for being here. And coming up, an emotional day in Baltimore marked by a moment of silence for those killed in Tuesday's devastating bridge collapse. We're live from Camden Yards with the latest on the investigation and the response next. Plus, we have new developments from Capitol Hill. House Speaker Johnson now says he will send articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate on April 10th. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. We're getting more information from investigators about the disastrous crash that brought down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And today, the people of Baltimore paused to honor the victims. The Baltimore Orioles kicked off their 2024 season about an hour ago. The team started with a moment of silence for those who died less than 10 miles from Camden Yards in Tuesday's bridge collapse. Yesterday, 2 bodies were recovered from the Patapsco River, but authorities have called off the search for the 4 remaining victims. They have shifted to what they're now calling a salvage operation. Meanwhile, the NTSB has released this video of its investigators who have now been on board the ship and have spoken with the crew members. NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles joins me now from Baltimore. So Ryan, what have NTSB investigators determined in the past 36 hours? What's the latest?
Yamisha, before we talk about that, I just want to tell you about a pretty emotional moment that took place behind me here at Camden Yard, where the Baltimore Orioles are opening the 2024 baseball season. And in between the third inning, in the half inning, in the third inning, 3 Maryland Department of Transportation officers were honored for their bravery. They were part of that group of officers that alerted the folks that were driving in and around the Key Bridge to not get on the bridge, to shut down traffic in that area, and to save lives. And while they thanked everyone for all of the recognition that they've been given, they said, quote, in a statement, that no amount of training could have prepared anyone for the events that took place on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And of course, even though there was a lot of heroic action that took place, and there were many lives that were saved, there were still 6 lives lost. And as you rightly point out, 2 of those bodies have been recovered. The search continues for the 4 others. In terms of the NTSB investigation, it is a lengthy process. They've been able to get on board the shipping container that is still in the middle of the Patapsco River. They've recovered that data recorder box that's been allowed them to at least start to begin to piece together the timeline of events. But one thing they have discovered while on board that boat is that it does contain hazardous materials, which is just going to continue to complicate the reclamation process there in the river before they can get the harbor back open. Yamish?
And Ryan, you talked about the fact that this is going to be a lengthy investigation. Do we have any idea how long it might last?
Well, the way that officials are framing it is to look at it in stages. The entire investigation could theoretically take years. It could take a long period of time before they actually close and shut down all the work that's going to go into finding out what went wrong. But they do expect over certain periods of time to learn new information. For instance, why this boat lost control. Why did it lose power? What led to that? That's something that they could discover in the next couple of weeks or months. But in terms of why the ship came down, or I'm sorry, why the bridge came down so quickly, what could be done to prevent that going forward, they're not really putting a specific timeline on that. They want to make sure that they do everything they possibly can to figure out everything they possibly can about this tragedy.
As we take in really this tragedy still, where there's also the fact that the ship is still in the middle of the river. What have authorities said about how long that ship might still be there and what it will take to move it?
Yeah, Yamish, I think with each passing day, that task becomes more daunting. When those investigators got on the ship, they realized just how much damage was done to the ship itself. And so there's 2 parts of this process. They've got to get the remnants of the bridge off of the ship, and then they need to begin the very careful process of removing the ship from the harbor. That's not going to be easy because, as we mentioned before, there are those hazardous materials on board. There's also the safety of the crew members who are also still on board at this point. So that they're also measuring in weeks. They really believe that there needs to be a sense of urgency connected to this because this harbor is such an important port in terms of the United States economy and, of course, the jobs that are associated with it. But they want to make sure that they do it safely because it is going to be a very delicate and in many ways unprecedented process. This is something that the folks dealing with this have never had to deal with before. Yamish.
Ryan, it's still just so hard to see those images, and you've been doing such a great job covering this story, so thanks so much for being with us. Joining me now is Alan Deal, a former investigator for the NTSB. Now, thank you so much for being here. Based on your experience, what would investigators be focused on at this point? What do you think is really happening here?
Well, there's probably several types of investigations underway simultaneously. The first question is, why did the engine fail? And how much did the engine crew, the people down in the engine room, diesels don't fail suddenly normally, did this crew communicate with the captain? Because obviously, if he knew that engine might fail, he probably would have said to the pilots, hey, look, let's keep the tugboats handy because the engine room's telling me we've got some issues there. That would have greatly reduced the dangers. Of course, they were facing a crosswind. If you look at the smoke, you've seen the video, the smoke didn't go up straight, it went off to the side. There was a wind from the north, which blew the ship to the south, basically. And I can envision, this was not unlike the Titanic situation, where you've got this monstrous mega ship, in that case, heading for an iceberg. When you lose your power, your rudder loses its effectiveness. And you've got to remember, these ships have a lot of area. The cargo and the ship is like a big sail that's pushing the ship literally out of the channel. So they dropped an anchor. The pilot ordered that. He ordered hard left rudder, I understand. But he could not arrest the momentum. So the communication between the engine room, the captain, the pilots, and the tugboats are going to be critical. And there's a type of training that they're supposed to have called crew resource management. I think that'll be one of the big focuses of the board in this inquiry.
And Alan, you bring up the idea that there were tugboats and that there's been a lot of conversation of whether or not they should have been used further here. I want to play for you sound of the head of the NTSB. Take a listen.
Tugs help the vessel leave the dock and leave the port and then get into the main ship channel, and then they leave. Once it's on its way, it's a straight shot through the channel. So there are no tugs with the vessel at that time. So they were calling for tugs.
So what do you make of what she's saying there? Could tugboats really have prevented this tragedy?
Well, that's what the NTSB will have to determine. Now, what Chair Humley was describing is a normal situation. If they think they've got engine problems, I don't think that pilot is going to allow that ship to proceed towards the bridge, because he's basically controlling the vessel in the harbor. So I think he would insist that the tug stay with them until we resolve whether or not we've got an engine problem.
I also want to ask you about this ship's black box. It's called the boat's voyage data recorder. What would you be most interested in, and what will investigators possibly be most interested in when they look at that box?
Well, it's kind of a combination of both voice and data recorders, but as Chairman Humley pointed out, it doesn't have many channels. It's not like an aircraft recorder with 1,000 parameters. The most important thing I would think, other than the voice, we talked about whether or not the captain was informed, we've got an engine problem, but the other thing is the velocity of the wind. Some of these voyage data recorders actually have a wind measuring device that feeds the data to the black box. And I didn't hear her mention that. But like I said, when I saw that smoke blowing horizontally instead of straight up, I thought, oh boy, he's in a strong crosswind. It's a high profile vehicle. We all know what happens to trucks on the road when they get in a crosswind. The same thing happens in even a bigger way with these high profile vessels.
Well, thank you so much for providing your expertise. We really appreciate it, Alan.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Up next, remembering the life and legacy of former Senator, vice presidential candidate, and frequent Meet the Press guest, Joe Lieberman. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. Mark your calendar. Today, Speaker Mike Johnson announced that he will transmit the House's articles impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on April 10th. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says senators will be sworn in as jurors the next day. Johnson announced the decision in a signed letter by the 11 impeachment managers, including Georgia's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is actively threatening the Speaker's job. This impeachment trial will look much different than the presidential impeachment trials we saw during the Trump administration, and depending on what the Senate Democrats do, this could all be very, very short. We also got some news on the other impeachment inquiry. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer is formally inviting President Biden to testify publicly, suggesting April 16th as a potential date. A lot happening at NBC News' Sahil Kapoor is on the Capitol Hill with the latest. So what can we expect specifically from the Mayorkas impeachment trial? What might that look like?
A lot of potential impeachments going on right now, Yamiche. On the Mayorkas impeachment, the House is finally going to transmit those articles after voting to impeach the DHS Secretary on April 10th. As you pointed out, the next day, Senator Chuck Schumer, the Majority Leader's office, said senators will be sworn in for that trial. We know the impeachment managers include 11 members, including a couple of committee chairs, including Mark Green, the Homeland Security Chair, as well as some far-right allies of Trump like Andy Biggs and Marjorie Taylor Greene. The parameters of this trial are very much unknown at this time. It's up to senators in terms of how to draw this out, whether it's going to be a full-blown extended trial with evidence submitted and senators considering all this stuff, or whether they might vote to dismiss it early. This is a possibility. It's something that the Republican Senator Rand Paul tried to do in the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. It fell short of getting the votes to dismiss, but Democrats control the Senate. They have 51 votes. If all those 51 members vote to dismiss, then this could be dispensed with very quickly, very early. And there's some signs of hope, for Democrats that might happen, because Senator Joe Manchin, the most conservative member of that Democratic caucus, told me a couple of weeks ago that he finds the Mayorkas impeachment ridiculous, and he would vote to dismiss if that were to come up before.
And Zaho, of course, there's also the other impeachment inquiry, the one, of course, against President Biden. Right now, it looks like Republicans might be preparing to end this whole inquiry with a whimper. How is that looking, and could you explain what's happening there?
Yeah, what's happening basically, Yamiche, is that Republicans don't have the votes right now to impeach President Biden. This is proving to be a much heavier lift than was the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, which was not easy. They squeaked that through after failing the first time around. But James Comer, the House Oversight Chair, who's one of the leaders of this impeachment inquiry, has been hinting recently at a potential off-ramp from actually voting to impeach Biden. Republicans are not going to bring this up if they don't have the votes. It would be futile. It would be an embarrassment to them. And what Comer has been saying in fundraising emails to supporters is that Democrats would block this anyway, even if the House does vote to impeach President Biden, that Democrats would do what they've signaled they'll do with Mayorkas, which is kill it on the Senate front. And Comer has instead hinted at the possibility of instead issuing criminal referrals. He's explicitly said that he hopes Donald Trump gets elected president this fall, and that he appoints leaders to the Justice Department who would act on those criminal referrals and prosecute members of what he calls the Biden crime family. It's extremely unusual to see prominent American officials say they hope one person is going to get elected so he can prosecute specific people, but that's where we are right now, Yamiche.
That is where we are all. So thank you so much, Sahil Kapoor.
Thank you.
We want to now take a moment to remember someone who was a fixture on Capitol Hill for many, many years. Former Senator Joe Lieberman, who represented Connecticut for 24 years, first as a Democrat, then as an independent. Senator Lieberman died yesterday in New York. A statement from his family said his death was due to complications from a fall. In 2000, as Al Gore's running mate, Lieberman became the first Jewish American on a major party presidential ticket.
Our opponents are decent and they are likable men. I'm proud to call many in their party my friends, but America must understand There are very real differences between us in this election. Tonight, I believe the next frontier isn't just in front of us, but inside of us. To overcome the differences that are still between us, to break down the barriers that remain, and to help every American claim the possibilities of their own God-given lives.
As a Democrat, Lieberman was also willing to buck his party at times. He famously criticized President Clinton during the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and later he was a vocal supporter of the Iraq War. He was also known for forging friendships across the aisle, most notably with Republican Senators John McCain and Lindsey Graham. They jokingly called themselves the Three Amigos. 8 years after accepting the vice presidential nomination at the DNC, Lieberman spoke at the Republican National Convention shortly after, endorsing the GOP candidate, John McCain.
What, after all, is a Democrat like me doing at a Republican convention like this? Well, I'll tell you what. I'm here to support John McCain because country matters more than party. I am here tonight for a simple reason. John McCain is the best choice to bring our country together and lead America forward.
Joe Lieberman was a frequent guest on Meet the Press, appearing more than 24 times on the Sunday show. Here's part of his appearance from December 1996.
The biggest challenge is to regenerate America morally, and part of that, part of the immorality, is the suffering that poor people endure. I'm optimistic at this time, and the very fact that more people are worried about the moral future of our country than the economic future tells me that the American people understand that we really don't live by bread alone, that even if we have more bread than most people around the world do, we still have to find the difference between good and evil, and truth and falsehood, and live according to that. I have a sense that there's a moral revival going on in this country.
Recently, Lieberman became a co-chair of the group No Labels, the group working to find a challenger to President Biden and former President Donald Trump in November. The group released a statement that reads, in part, Senator Lieberman was a singular figure in American political life who always put his country before party. He was a deeply principled and pragmatic leader who believed public service was a privilege and who dedicated his life to the betterment of others. Joe Lieberman was 82 years old.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
Welcome back. Today, disgraced crypto mogul Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 25 years in prison. That puts an end to months of legal drama surrounding one of the biggest financial fraud crimes in history. A jury found Bankman-Fried guilty of 7 criminal fraud counts following a months-long trial last fall after his cryptocurrency firm FTX collapsed and went bankrupt in 2022. The company lost billions of dollars of customer money. Joining me now is CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney. Thanks for being here, Kate. What did we hear from Judge Kaplan on his reasoning behind this sentence, and was it longer than expected?
Yamiche, yeah, great to see you. Well, it was kind of right in line with what a lot of legal experts did expect. 25 years to 35 years was sort of the range that folks were expecting. The maximum sentence was 110 years, roughly. So significantly less than even what the prosecution had recommended, which was 40 to 50 years. Bankman-Fried, meanwhile, had suggested 5 to 6 years, or at least his defense team did. So kind of right in the middle there. As far as what we heard from the judge today, the reasoning behind that sentencing, for one, he found that Bankman-Fried perjured himself on the stand. The judge thought that he lied on the stand, which adds to the sentence. And that was really one of the big gambles of him testifying in the first place. So came back to haunt him when it came to the sentencing. Also said that beyond not being trustworthy and perjuring himself, he said it was a risk that he would commit other crimes, and thought that the sentence needed to be long enough to ensure that he wasn't going to go out and do something like this again. Prosecutors called this one of the largest financial frauds in U.S. history. So those were the two main themes, and said in his 30 years on the stand, he hadn't seen anything like what he called a performance of Sam Bankman-Fried in terms of how evasive he was during cross-examination and a lot of the lying that went on.
And as you said, this is going to be remembered as one of the biggest financial fraud cases in history. What message do you think this sentencing sends?
That's really what the prosecution was trying to hammer home today, was that they're trying to send a message with this sentencing, this case in general, that things like this won't be tolerated, especially in newer technology industries like cryptocurrency, where it can be confusing. You can really get into the weeds on some of the investments, and it can sound confusing, but they said this was a good old-fashioned case of financial fraud, and they're trying to be clear that no matter what wrapper this, your financial instrument might be in, whether it's stocks or crypto or anything out there, they're saying fraud is fraud, and they're going to be tough on it. So that really was the message here.
Well, thank you so much, Kate, for breaking this all down. And still to come, Bibi backtracks details on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's push to reschedule an Israeli delegation's meetings in Washington. The latest reporting next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The White House says it is working to reschedule an Israeli delegation's visit to Washington to discuss Israel's planned offensive in Rafah. Earlier this week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu abruptly canceled the visit after the U.S. abstained from a UN vote calling for an immediate ceasefire, allowing it to pass. In a meeting with a bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers in Jerusalem yesterday, Prime Minister Netanyahu downplayed concerns over an offensive.
Victory is within reach. It's a few weeks away. Now we are told, this is it, last point. Now we are told, you can't do this. If you go into Rafah, you're going to have a humanitarian catastrophe. You're going to have, 30,000, all of the Gaza Strip north of Rafah. People move down, they can move back up. They don't have to go into north of Wadi Gaza, but there's still 65% of the Gaza Strip left open. And people just move. They move with their tents.
Those comments come as President Biden continues to face domestic pressure over his handling over the war. As the president is holding that fundraiser we talked about at Radio City, about 50 protesters braved the elements in nearby Bryant Park. And yesterday, a State Department official resigned in protest, citing U.S. diplomatic and military support for Israel. We'll have more from the White House in just a moment. We begin on the ground with NBC's Raf Sanchez in Israel.
Just days after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very publicly canceled a trip to Washington by a delegation of senior Israeli officials, he is now quietly trying to reschedule those meetings. Those talks were supposed to be about this very public disagreement between Israel and the United States over Israeli plans to launch a major ground offensive in the city of Rafah. Netanyahu says that is the only way to destroy Hamas, but the Biden administration has been very clear. It believes any attack on Rafah in a large-scale manner would be a disaster, would lead to major civilian casualties, and to the disruption of humanitarian aid flowing into Gaza. Now, whether American officials at this rescheduled meeting will be able to change Israeli minds remains unclear. The U.S. believes Israel can achieve its goals in a more targeted, more surgical set of strikes on Rafah, but every indication from the Israeli side is they are determined to go in. Now, amid this public feud between the White House and the Netanyahu government, a new poll from Gallup shows that 55% of Americans disapprove of Israel's military operation in Gaza. That is the first time this poll has found a majority of Americans disapproving. And it comes amid what is an increasingly public set of strains in the U.S.-Israel relationship. While all eyes are on Gaza, there was more fighting over the Israel-Lebanon border over the last couple of days. Israel striking what it said was a senior operative in a militant group aligned with Hezbollah. Hezbollah firing back, killing a civilian in a town in northern Israel yesterday. And among the many concerns among Israeli officials is that this one-front war right now in Gaza could spread to a second front up in Lebanon. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Raf Sanchez, for that report. Again, joining me now outside the White House is NBC's Monica Alba. Thank you so much for being here. So, Monica, the U.S. says Israel has agreed to reschedule talks on Gaza after calling it off just a few days ago. So why is Israel backtracking now? And how much is this Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the Prime Minister of Israel, trying to feel out how far he can push the U.S.?
It really feels, Yamiche, like this is sort of the all-time low in the relationship between the U.S. and Israel, which has already become quite strained. But the U.S. has been very clear, and the Biden administration has said it continues to stand by Israel. There hasn't been any kind of a conditioning of aid, no shift in major policy when it comes to the war in Gaza. But now the U.S. is being a little bit more blunt with its rhetoric, and it is saying that it was the prime minister who canceled this meeting that was supposed to take place this week, trying to pin it on that UN resolution and the U.S. abstention, when really they claim that was sort of a political move that really disregarded this larger need to have the meeting, that now the prime minister's office is saying, okay, we will work to find a new date. And I'm told that's likely going to be sometime next week. And what it really signals here is that the U.S. doesn't believe that Israel is preparing to go into Rafah imminently, that there is some time here, and that they haven't been able to observe any imminent military movement on the ground. So they still believe there's an opportunity to have a conversation here. But the big question, Yamiche, is what happens if ultimately Israel does defy the U.S. and the president? And could that perhaps lead to any kind of a shift in policy here? And that is what everybody is waiting to see. Now, if this meeting actually takes place next week, that will give us a little bit of a window into it. But also it may mean that that's just delaying, buying a little bit more time so that Israel can figure out whether they are going to go into Rafah, while there's still this major other question of whether there could potentially be some kind of a breakthrough that would lead to a temporary ceasefire and a hostage deal, since that's a major priority as well.
And how much is the Biden administration, they're stepping up, it seems, their criticism of Israel, really about dealing with the domestic pressure that they're facing and the backlash over President Biden's handling of the war in the Middle East?
It's certainly a factor in all of this, but this is also President Biden's approach from a foreign policy perspective. He has felt that this is the right way to handle it for months now, nearly 6 months since those terrorist attacks of October 7th. The president really believes that the way to try to influence Israel and its decisions is by keeping them very close and by embracing the prime minister. But we know that they have had very intense conversations on the phone in recent weeks, and that relationship has its own pain points as well. And so now the U.S. is still trying to use all these other sort of soft power approaches to try to really emphasize its position on all of this. And that's, again, what everybody is watching for, to see if that ever shifts. But the U.S. has also been clear, Yamiche, in recent weeks, raising these concerns about the humanitarian crisis in particular, saying that something absolutely needs to be done on that front. And that is what a potential ceasefire could deliver.
Well, definitely a lot to watch. We'll be continuing to look for your reporting. Thank you so much, Monica. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, but the news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, the start of a stunning 25 years behind bars for the king of crypto turned convict, sentenced for his multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme. What made a judge come down so hard on SBF? In just a minute. Plus, in Baltimore, new details and an update you will watch live right here on what is now a mission to clear away twisted metal and debris from that deadly bridge collapse. We're live on the ground with what we're learning. Then, what the survivors of a deadly rampage are telling us about the terrifying moment a man came after them in an attack being compared to a scene from Grand Theft Auto. And TikTok going on offense with a multi-million-dollar ad buy. So is that going to be enough to slow down a bill to maybe ban TikTok here at home? Plus, the new warning from doctors about the disease known as Mpox making a dangerous comeback. That's later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we start with the massive blow for the mastermind of a multi-billion-dollar crypto fraud scheme. A stunning 25 years in prison for Sam Bankman-Fried and an $11 billion fine. The judge deciding the sentence, saying he'd never seen, in his words, a performance like SBF's trial testimony, saying that if Bankman-Fried wasn't outright lying, he was evasive. Now, SBF is trying to paint a really different picture of himself before the sentencing came down, telling the court that what he did haunts him every day, that it's been excruciating to watch the consequences of what he did unfold, that his customers don't deserve this level of pain, in his words. His attorney says they plan to appeal with his parents there for the sentencing. In a statement, you can see him here, the family wrote they're heartbroken. They will continue to fight for their son, they say. Remember, back in November, SBF was convicted of stealing FTX customers' money and lying to investors in a fraud scheme that ended up collapsing what was once one of the world's most popular crypto exchange platforms. It was a huge trial. We've covered a lot of it right here on this show. But the prosecutor behind this trial now saying tonight this sentence is a warning to others who might be tempted to do something like this. Kate Rooney is joining us now. And Kate, this is interesting for so many reasons and historic for one big one. This is the first big sentencing in this crypto era, if you will. Talk us through why the judge laid the hammer down like this.
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, well, one of the big reasons that this 25-year sentence came to fruition was the fact that Sam Bankman-Fried committed perjury, according to the judge. The judge determined that Bankman-Fried lied on the stand, and that was really the big gamble of him testifying in the first place during his criminal trial. We talked to legal experts at the time that said it's a huge risk. It could come back in sentencing. That was brought up a lot. The fact that he didn't seem to show remorse. He was really defiant. We heard a totally different tone today, by the way. He was much more contrite and apologizing when he was kind of making his last pitch to the judge before the sentencing. Another reason was that the judge determined that he probably would commit another crime if he got as short of a sentence as the defense was looking for, which was only 5 to 6 years. He said he has the ability to go out and do this again, is sort of how he put it. And then just really the line came back over and over again. The judge said, you know, in his 30 years, as you mentioned, he has not seen anything like this. Talked about his ability to kind of dodge questions on the stand. All of that culminated in this 25-year sentence, although it is much lower than what the prosecution of the government side was looking for, which is around 40 to 50 years. The max sentence was over a century, more than 100 years. So in that context, sort of middle of the ground here between those two sides.
So talk us through that context, right? Because I think people think about what is like, how can we even think to compare this kind of a sentence, considering how what Sam Bankman-Fried did was in some ways unprecedented because it was crypto. In other ways, we've seen a similar movie play out a bit. I think people think about Bernie Madoff, right? That massive Ponzi scheme. And Madoff was sentenced to, I think, more than 100 years behind prison. So SBF has 25 years plus, by the way, $11 billion he has to pay. Does he even have that kind of money?
Yeah. Yeah, so the forfeiture is part of the sentencing, and I was talking to a legal expert earlier who said that that is sort of the ceiling. The government has to come out and put a number on the amount that they can eventually claw back from Sam Bankman-Fried. So the assumption is that they don't necessarily think that Sam Bankman-Fried has $11 billion. That's sort of the cap of what they could go and fetch if they could find that. And it's possible he has billions of dollars based on what he raised at the time and some of the ability to hide cryptocurrency. So that's sort of an insurance policy. If they do get that, it goes into this DOJ fund that's held, and it could eventually go back to customers. But you're right on the unprecedented nature of this. Bernie Madoff was really the high-profile white-collar crime of the last 2 decades. His sentence, was more than 100 years, which was largely seen as symbolic. And there were a lot of people who predicted that Bankman-Fried's sentence could be more on the Bernie Madoff side, and there's a lot of parallels, although Bernie Madoff, was much older. So that's also something that played into sentencing. Sam Bankman-Fried is 32 years old, and the defense in this case said it's the prime of his life. Don't take that from him, and really made this emotional plea to the judge, saying he's a really young kid, made some mistakes, but he's a smart guy, and it's a disservice to society, as they said, taking someone like Bankman-Fried, having him in jail for that long. Emotional day here in court.
No kidding. Emotional, fascinating for many reasons. Kate Rooney, thank you for being there with us to start off the show tonight. Appreciate it. Let's take it to Baltimore, because in just about an hour from now, we will get new details, and we'll bring them to you live right here on that huge salvage mission in Baltimore. Crews on their way to clear out tons of metal and debris from that catastrophic bridge collapse after it was hit by a cargo ship. And right now, no end in sight.
This work is not going to take days. This work is not going to take weeks. We have a very long road ahead of us.
We're also just getting a clearer picture of what happened in those key 5 minutes leading up to this moment, that horrific scene captured on camera of the bridge coming down, a construction crew working on it, being plunged into the water below. At 1:24 in the morning, the cargo ship totally lost power. The pilot, according to officials, called for a tugboat and called for the anchor to drop, sending out a mayday call just moments before the ship, which by this point was out of control, crashed into the bridge. The NTSB, leading the investigation, putting out this new dramatic video of investigators on board that cargo ship, still in the middle of this river, nearly 72 hours after the collision. Divers right now are not able to search for the bodies still missing underneath this debris, under the concrete, under the steel, because it's still too dangerous. With so many questions still on when the divers will be able to make that journey, how long it'll take to clean the wreckage up, and when this port and this critical bridge could be back open. We've got team coverage. Jay Gray live for us in Baltimore. Ryan Nobles outside Orioles Stadium in Baltimore, where the team just took a moment of silence to honor the lives lost here. Jay, let me go to you first with where things stand on not just the investigation, but as we've seen now, the mangled wreckage that sits in the middle of the Patapsco River, the process of the cleanup.
Yeah, and let's talk first, Hallie, about the investigation expanding today. And I've been told that investigators from the NTSB have spent a lot of time in the engine room today. That, along with interviewing the crew, 21 mostly Indian crew members on that ship. And they are, I should tell you, staying on the ship. They are staying in their quarters and have been since the crash and cooperating fully with this investigation. But in the engine room, they want to understand how the ship lost power and propulsion. We know that it was billowing black smoke from the stack just before the crash, so that's something they're paying close attention to right now. As for the salvage, of course, it can't start until the NTSB releases this site, gathers all the perishable evidence they can. But we already know that Navy vessels are heading to the crash site at this point, including a barge with a 1,000-ton lift and 3 more barges with massive revolving cranes. The Navy and Coast Guard will be the lead agencies on the salvage effort here. They'll cut apart what they can and haul all of that debris away from the shipping lanes here. That's going to take a lot of time. We've seen what's on top of the water and on top of that ship, but they still don't have a clear indication of what they're going to have to clear out underneath. And you talked about it. That's why divers are no longer in the water right now and likely won't be for quite some time. In fact, just yesterday, they found 2 of the 6 missing victims. The other 4, they believe, will be found during the salvage process.
So then, Jay, as we look ahead to, in just about 60 minutes from now, what we expect to hear, an update now from officials, what is the biggest question that is still unanswered in your mind?
Well, I think it's when is this going to open? When are they going to reopen what is the 11th busiest port in the U.S.? Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to take some time. What I've been told is it will happen in stages, that they hope to clear away at least 1 lane that they can use for bringing ships in and sending ships out. But again, it's all up to what they find in the water once this equipment gets here.
Jay Gray, live for us there at the base of the bridge, what used to be the bridge there in Baltimore. Thank you. Ryan, let me go to you now because you're further in. If people know Baltimore, they know Camden Yards, they know the Orioles. With this moment of silence here, honoring the lives lost, such an impact on the community there for not just Baltimore, but around the state.
Yeah, and Hallie, one of the things that Governor Wes Moore has really emphasized to his constituents is that this is going to take the entire effort of the entire community in order to deal with this recovery process. And people are going to be inconvenienced. It's going to be hard. It's going to be annoying at times. But they just need to understand that this was a catastrophic accident that is going to take time to build back from. And they really pointed to today here in this baseball game, opening day, Major League Baseball, a team that they have a lot of hope and optimism in, as a way to unify everyone in this community, to show that Baltimore, Maryland in general, is unified in this effort to get past this difficult tragedy. Listen to what some of the fans that were at the game told me today about why this game is important and why they know the community will rally together. How big of an impact do you think it's going to be to not have the bridge there anymore? How will it impact you on a day-to-day basis?
I think it's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge. Yeah. I mean, just for the people just to get to work in that area. I mean,
as far as the economy for Baltimore, it's going to be devastating.
And it's one of those things where if you live anywhere near this area, that bridge not being there is going to impact you in some way, shape, or form. It's going to be very directly if you work at the port or you work at a company that has a connection to the port. But even if it's part of your daily commute, we're talking about the difference between maybe a 10 or 15-minute commute now becoming an hour or longer, especially as they adjust to all of this. And Hallie, the first responders, some of the people that were initially there, were honored today during the third inning. You could hear a pin drop in this ballpark when they brought 3 of those police officers out. This was the group that stopped traffic from going over the bridge at 1:30 in the morning and likely saved lives. They said in a statement that there's no amount of training that it could have prepared them for what happened on that night. Obviously, they were given a huge round of applause by the crowd here in Baltimore. Hallie.
Ryan Noble's live for us there at Camden Yards. Thank you. So listen, right as we were coming on the air, President Biden calling a stabbing spree in northern Illinois an act of senseless violence, offering that community support with 4 people dead, 1 family. Telling our own Maggie Vespa the suspect went into their home and tried to kill them, too. They say the only reason they're alive now is because one of their family members saved them with a bottle of syrup. Listen.
We were fighting for a couple of minutes, and then she came upstairs, and he shifted focus onto her, went and clocked her a good one, and then he was getting ready to do it again, and then I grabbed a syrup bottle and started beating him with it.
If it wasn't for him, I don't think that I'd be standing talking to you right now. I really don't.
Wouldn't be talking to her right now. The victims, ranging in age from as young as 15 up to 63. You see their names here: Jay Larson, Ramona Lynn Schubach, Jacob Schubach, Jenna Newcomb. It happened in the city of Rockland just about 24 hours ago. Police say they went to the scene after getting multiple calls saying there were stabbings in the area. A 22-year-old is now in police custody, facing multiple charges, including murder. There's no indication that any other people were involved, according to police. Shaquille Brewster is joining us now. And Shaq, this was... It appeared to be a random act of violence that is now drawing comparisons to a scene out of Grand Theft Auto, just based on the sheer sort of senselessness of what happened here. The suspect in court today. Talk us through what we know and where this goes.
Yeah, one witness comparing it to Grand Theft Auto because of just how random it appeared to be. And investigators earlier today explained that from what they have been told, they believe that this suspect knew one of the victims and he was at the victim's house. And police say this started because Soto believed that the drugs they were smoking, marijuana, was laced with something and became paranoid and grabbed a knife. And that's what started this rampage that you saw on that map there. Ended up hitting 4 other locations and included this suspect being accused of breaking into multiple other homes, beating a 15-year-old with a bat, and then running over and stabbing a postal worker twice. So a really gruesome scene that was described there in Rockford. And he's now facing some 13 charges, Hallie, 4 involving first-degree murder, 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 2 counts of home invasion with a dangerous weapon. We saw that suspect in court earlier today, and the judge denied pretrial release.
Talk through the community here, which is reeling, and we heard it a little bit in that interview with our colleague Maggie Vespa, who, as you know, is out there talking to folks, but this has had such an impact on them.
Yeah, you really get the sense of just how much this has rocked this community, which, by the way, has been grieving another stabbing that was separate from this just last week. The mayor said that they've been calling in grief counselors and that they had to have more grief counselors come in because of the need in that community. And you really saw the emotion from the mayor during the press conference. Listen to one of the details that he mentioned involving one of the victims who was killed in this rampage.
Jenna died saving her sister and her friend and protecting them from further harm.
There is another victim who is injured and is still in the hospital, who is currently intubated, according to officials. And you mentioned that in the past couple of minutes, we just heard from President Biden, who, of course, offered his thoughts and prayers to the entire community. He also said that he's thinking of those injured and hope that they make a full recovery, and says that his administration will do everything in its power to help the people of Rockford and the broader community recover from this traumatic event. Trauma, Hallie, is something that you continue to hear over and over, in a sense that you felt as you listened to officials brief the media earlier today.
Shaq, thank you very much for having that reporting for us, for being there for us, covering this. We've got more on this story with Nightly News on Lester Holt. 6:30, you're going to hear more of that interview with those survivors that we showed you in just a little bit. Out east, they're getting slammed with some big-time rain tonight, with more than 12 million people at risk of flooding. It's making the commute home pretty ugly. Look at this live shot of Boston. Traffic's backing up. It always does, but it's Messier than usual, considering the weather is messier than usual as well. Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman for more. How long is this one going to last, especially with another storm coming right on its heels for the West Coast, right?
Yeah, Hallie, we can always count on some rain to give us a headache during that afternoon commute. That's exactly what it's doing, and we've got a couple of storm systems that we're watching in the east and the west. Let's start with the east. There's that rain that you mentioned that has lots of people under flood alerts right now. Parts of the coastal areas in the mid-Atlantic still dealing with that heavy rain. New York to Boston and points north of that still dealing with the rain as well. There's some of the flood alerts that we're looking at. Some of these are going to expire. Places like the mid-Atlantic, those will expire by the time today ends. The farther north you go, those will stick with us into tomorrow. And here's why. Places like New York, Philadelphia, you're going to see the rain wrap up tonight. But notice Boston to points into Maine, you're going to see the rain stick around for that early morning commute. You'll still see some rain in the 6 a.m. hour if you're headed out early for work tomorrow in Boston. And some wet snow will start to wrap around the backside of this system. We move out west. We've got not one, but two storm systems we're watching. The first one has been impacting folks across parts of the Pacific Northwest today. We're still going to see some of that rain continue into the late afternoon and evening hours for folks there. But here comes this system. This one's going to be a little farther to the south. So you'll see places like the Bay Area getting buckets of rain over the next day or next 2 days or so. By the time we get into Saturday, notice Southern California gets in on the action. We see this move into parts of the desert Southwest, Nevada, parts of Arizona will pick up some rain, and we could see some ample amounts. We're concerned about some flooding, of course, but the landslides, the mudslides, all on the table here as we get into the weekend. This is going to last through Sunday. Some of those spots 1 to 3 inches across parts of Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, and points south into San Diego. We could see the good amount of soaking rain. When it comes to the snow, parts of the Sierra Range, you're going to pick up anywhere from 12 to 18 and up to 2 feet of snow by the time we get through Sunday. Notice the Rockies get in on this action as well. We'll see some additional snowfall and some of those highest peaks for folks in that region as we head into the weekend and these systems start to move east, Hallie.
Angie Lastman, thank you very much for that forecast. Appreciate it. To New York now, some pretty big protests there right in Midtown focused on the war in Gaza. You can see some of those officers there with some demonstrators behind them, to the side of them, protesting right outside of what's expected to be a big money, multi-presidential fundraiser for President Biden, where he's going to appear with 2 of his predecessors, a star-studded event. It's a cliche, but in this instance, the shoe fits. It's going down at Radio City Music Hall with Mr. Biden, President Biden, joined by former Presidents Obama and Clinton, and some famous names, Stephen Colbert, Lizzo, Mindy Kaling, and more. The campaign expects us to bring in like $25 million. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is following this one from New York. You know, famed photographer Annie Leibovitz is taking pictures. We talked about the stars that are there. It's an event curated by Anna Wintour. And yet, just like so many other events that President Biden has attended, the specter of protests related to his handling of the war between Israel and Hamas is a shadow here.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. And look, you'll be able to hear it during this live report just behind the camera from me. You hear, these protesters that have converged here at Radio City Music Hall here in Midtown Manhattan. And this is something that the Biden campaign has been dealing with now for quite some time, and certainly has some Democrats worried heading into the 2024 campaign. But as you mentioned, Hallie, this fundraiser tonight, 5,000 people expected, according to the campaign. $25 million potentially. Again, that's a figure put out by the campaign. And those celebrities that you mentioned, Lizzo, Queen Latifah, Stephen Colbert, and this is all in an attempt to put up a united front against former President Trump after the State of the Union address, Hal.
It's effectively part of the start of the general election campaign. That campaign has already begun in earnest here. But the Biden team seems to be hoping to really start this off with a bang. Explain some of the context there for the Biden campaign. Because this is more than just like, steak and a side. Like, this is not your usual rubber chicken dinner. This is like big time, big lights. Oh, no. It's not Broadway, but it is, Times Square.
No, it is a big deal, and the campaign says that it's the first of its kind event. $25 million is quite a bit, Hallie, and as you know, over the last several months, Democrats have outpaced Republicans in terms of fundraising. But as you said, after the State of the Union, heading into the crux of the general election, the Biden campaign has really been ramping up its travel. Earlier this week, we saw the Vice President and the President in North Carolina. They have been to several battleground states, 8 battleground states since the State of the Union, and we've also also been seeing former President Obama take an increasingly active role in this campaign. Now, earlier today, you saw the former president and the current President Biden on Air Force One, getting off, coming here to New York. The Biden campaign hope that this gets a lot of attention. You're looking at the video right there.
Yeah.
This is a huge deal for the Biden campaign, and they are really trying to make a moment out of this as they try to raise as much money as possible.
And the Obama-Biden of it all is so interesting, considering the popularity that not just former President Obama, but former First Lady Michelle Obama has still inside the Democratic Party, despite polling showing that there is an enthusiasm gap with Democrats as it relates to President Biden, at least at the moment here. Part of that, Gabe, and I just want to, I don't know if you're like locked into that live shot there, but just to give people some context, you're right in front of Radio City Music Hall, which is right across the street from 30 Rock for folks who have been to New York. This is central in Manhattan. It looks like the police, I mean, this is obviously a demonstration that appears to be peaceful here. The police are allowing that to happen. I don't know if we can see anything else behind you on that.
Sure, Hallie. Well, let me set the scene for you. We are locked down. This is a very secure area, so we can't really move the camera. But you can just hear them. Basically, there's several dozen protesters, very loud protesters, right on the other side of the camera. And, you know, some of their signs show Free Palestine or else. Our resistance
and the president has been, Gabe, interrupted before. I was just going to say, he's been interrupted even in the room by protesters in the past at fundraisers, at events, et cetera. This is now part of, like, the regularity of his... Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's happened quite a bit. And listen, we were in Michigan not too long ago, and as you know, the protesters there mounted a campaign of their own of sorts to vote uncommitted as a protest against President Biden and his handling of the Israel-Hamas war. This is certainly a concern. And then you hear them saying, Biden, Biden, you can hide. They are directly going after President Biden. And this is something that the campaign is trying to counter, trying to get the enthusiasm by bringing in the big guns, so to speak, former President Clinton and former President Obama had.
Gabe Gutierrez with a front row seat, figuratively, if not literally, there at Radio City Music Hall. Gabe, thank you. Not too far from Midtown, a much more somber event attended by a different former president, Donald Trump, at the wake of an NYPD officer killed in the line of duty on Monday, Officer Jonathan Diller, who was shot after he approached a car parked illegally. The suspected shooter and the driver of that car are now in custody. Mr. Trump's attendance at this wake lines up with his rhetoric around crime in the city. He said late last year, violent crime there had, quote, hit unimaginable records. Fact check on that, the gut check, the reality check. NYPD data shows nearly pretty much all major crime is down in the city compared to this time last year. NBC's Rahima Ellis is outside that wake, not too far from the downtown part of Manhattan, of New York City. Talk us through what we're seeing today here, Rahima.
Well, there is a lull in activity right now, Hallie. Behind me is the funeral home where the wake is underway for this 31-year-old New York City police officer, Jonathan Diller, a fallen officer who leaves behind a wife and a young child, only 9 months old. And you talked about the circumstances under which he was killed. Earlier today, there was just hundreds of people who lined up in the pouring rain to come and pay their respects. There will be another viewing later this afternoon. And former President Trump was here also. I have to tell you, it seemed like his mood was more subdued and his tone seemed to meet the moment that people were in. And that was, this is a shattered community and a police department that is just shattered and angry as well over the death of this young officer. So the former president, he talked about having visited with the family for about half an hour and about crime, but in a much more subdued tone. Take a listen.
What happened is such a sad event, such a horrible thing. And it's happening all too often, and we have to stop it. We have to stop it. We have to get back to law and order. We have to do a lot of things differently.
One of the things that you mentioned, Hallie, about the crime in the city, while the former president is saying it's up, NYPD numbers show that major crime in the city is down something like 2.3% from this time last year. But for this family that is grieving, in this community that is mourning, those numbers mean very little to them today. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, live for us there in New York. Rahima, thank you. We've got a lot more to get to coming up on the show, including TikTok doing something More like something a political action committee would do. Big ad buy with lawmakers considering banning TikTok. We'll tell you which states the company's targeting and what it says about their strategy. Plus, Pope Francis leading a Holy Week service after months of health issues. What he's warning priests ahead of a busy weekend.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Uber's big Beyonce reveal this afternoon. Maybe a little less throw your keys up and a little more throw your phone across the room for some fans. We'll explain in the 5 things. But first, overseas, Pope Francis out in public today, perhaps trying to signal a show of strength ahead of the holiest week in the Catholic religion. This is the Pope leading Mass this morning in front of hundreds of Roman priests, and later on participating even from his wheelchair in the traditional washing of the feet at a women's prison. Remember, he's 87 years old, and there had been so many questions about his health over the past few months. He's been dealing with bronchitis. He's been dealing with the flu. Questions that only intensified ahead of this critical week for the Pope and for Catholics around the world. Josh Letterman is joining us now. So, Josh, you know, you look at the Pope, and observers said it seems like he was looking strong. He was able to participate in some of these things that always happen at the start of the Easter weekend here. Talk us through it and the spotlight on the Pope this week.
Well, it's been really up and down for the Pope in the last few months, as you laid out, Hallie. It was not at all clear whether or not he would give that homily today. It was only over the weekend when he, in fact, did not give the homily that was prepared, although he did preside over the service. And it was just 1 month ago today that the Pope was last brought to the hospital, as he's been dealing with all of these respiratory issues. But for now, at least, he did seem to be up to the task. We'll have to see how that plays out over the next next few days, as he has a really jam-packed schedule of other Easter events. Really, for the next 3 days, we expect to see him out and about every single day. But it was so interesting today to see how his message, as he begins this holy period of Easter, Hallie, was really not directed so much at Catholic followers, but really at priests. The Pope delivering a message to Catholic priests that he said he wants them to avoid clerical hypocrisy. He wants them to focus on mercy, on having respect and empathy for their followers as opposed to judging them. And as you know, Hallie, this is a pope who has faced a lot of criticism, especially from Catholic bishops in the United States who feel like he's too liberal, too lenient. Here, the Pope, as he gave this unexpected homily, making clear he wants to see more compassion, less judgment from his priests as he heads into this holy Easter holiday. Hallie?
Josh Letterman live for us there overseas tonight. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Tampa Bay Rays putting their all-star player Wander Franco on administrative leave until June. It's part of an agreement between the league and the Players Association. Remember, Franco is being investigated in the Dominican Republic over an alleged relationship with a minor. He has not been formally charged yet, but he hasn't played since last August when these allegations first came out. Number 2, the Senate set to get impeachment articles against the Homeland Security Secretary on April 10th, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson. It'll then be up to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to get the trial going. He's agreed to do that. Remember, House Republicans narrowly voted to impeach Mayorkas in February over his handling of the border. Number 3, supermodel Karlie Kloss and her husband, Josh Kushner, are planning to relaunch Life magazine. It's iconic, right? The front cover, always some of the best photography work in the world. It stopped publishing regularly back in 2008, but Kloss and Kushner say they want to start it back up as a print and digital brand next year. Number 4, Beyonce fans online. Not super impressed by Uber's promotional tie-in with Beyonce's new album release. So the rideshare company is offering 16% off your ride, up to $16 because of the single 16 carriages. That is like $2.50, maybe, despite teasing 24 hours ago an announcement that could rock the world. This is Lyft, our marketing team tonight. Sleeping like babies. Number 5, Billy Joel playing his 100th consecutive show tonight at Madison Square Garden. He's been doing a residence there for the past 10 years monthly, but he's only got a few more left. His 150th and final MSG show will happen in July. Also tonight, a big ad buy, not from a politician or a super PAC, but from the company behind one of the most popular apps in the country. Because TikTok is trying to fight back tonight, going up with a $2 million ad buy aimed at blocking that bill heading for the Senate that could ultimately ban TikTok in the U.S. if its Chinese-based owner doesn't spin off the company. Here's a little bit of the new ad.
Think about the 5 million small business owners that rely on TikTok to provide for their families.
The village is always there for the moms on TikTok.
To see all of that disappear would be so sad.
It's going to affect a lot of people's livelihoods.
So you see it there, real people, right? Small business owners talking about what a TikTok ban could mean for them. The ad's running in these 5 key battleground states, all represented by vulnerable Senate Democrats up for re-election. Brian Schwartz is joining us now. Brian, it's great to see you. And what's so interesting, this is so much more out of like the Washington politics playbook here than the playbook you typically cover on CNBC, right? Or the business playbook. Talk about the end game here, the way that TikTok is really trying to use some lobbying leverage to put pressure on these vulnerable Democrats.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it looks like the TikTok really is trying to push out this message of the need for the app to help small businesses. And, when you go through that ad, and I'm sure similar spots that are going to come out shortly, the message is very clear. They want their users to make it clear to the public and possibly lawmakers how important the app is to them in really a pressure campaign, and really an interesting and unique pressure campaign where it's not really directly, lobbyists going to Washington necessarily. It's more turning to the user and saying, listen, make this message clear to Washington that you want the app to remain as is, and see how it all plays out. And really, we don't even know where this bill is going to go in the Senate yet, but that makes this ad campaign even more interesting.
Help us put this into context, right? Because TikTok is worth a gazillion, bajillion dollars or whatever. It's worth a ton of money. So $2 million, that's a lot of money to me. Not so much to TikTok, but this does seem to be a signal of the concern that TikTok has. Is it also a sign of like more to come on that front?
Well, TikTok told us that this is, or at least it suggested to us, this is really just the beginning, right? That the 2.1 million is not going to be the full number once this is all done. You know, they didn't tell us the exact amount with that, whatever that means. But also, let's keep this in mind. So beyond the TV ads, you know, the company informed us that there are going to be billboards at train stations and bus stations. There's also going to be a digital ad component to this as well. So this is going to be a little bit more widespread, even beyond the television ads. And the impact of that, we'll have to wait and see.
Brian Schwartz from CNBC. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for being on.
Thank you.
When we come back, some storm clouds over MLB's opening day. And we're not talking about the weather. How the league's navigating this big gambling scandal right at the start of the season. Plus, take a look at this. Oof. A car flip. And then watch this. Good Samaritans rushing in to help. It's pretty incredible. We're going to show it to you in just a sec.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Georgia, former President Trump's attorneys today hoping for a long shot, arguing the First Amendment gets him off the hook in his election interference case, saying that what Mr. Trump said is constitutionally protected by free speech. Words the state says were part of a wide-ranging criminal conspiracy to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 election.
It's protected. The only reason it becomes unprotected, in the state's opinion, is because they call it false.
It's not just that they were false. It's not that the defendant has been hauled into a courtroom because the prosecution doesn't like what he said. These statements are part of criminal conduct that is larger than just the false statement on its own.
Now, the hearing comes after Mr. Trump's team failed to get Fulton County DA Fani Willis kicked off the case over an alleged romantic relationship with a prosecutor who was leading it, who has since recused himself. Blaine Alexander is outside court in Atlanta.
Well, Hallie, first I'll talk about what we heard inside the courtroom today, and then I'll kind of discuss the overall significance of today's hearing. So what we heard in the courtroom is just as you laid out. Basically, the former president, through his attorney, Steve Sadow, is making the argument that what's being alleged in this indictment falls into the category of political speech and therefore is covered and protected by the First Amendment. But the state, as you may imagine, is pushing back on that, basically saying that everything that's being alleged falls under the category of one of those acts, the supporting acts that basically make up an alleged criminal conspiracy. Here's a little bit of what we heard, the back and forth in the courtroom. Take a look.
What the state wants to do is say, we have a goal. We have an objective here that we have put forward. Steal the election in an unlawful fashion. I say change that for a second to legitimate concern about the validity of the election.
These statements made by the defendant were all employed as part of criminal activity, various conspiracies, frauds, intentions with deceit, and violations of the law.
So, Hallie, we should know in the days to come how the judge is going to rule on that motion. But I want to talk about the overall significance of today's hearing. What we saw in the courtroom is certainly not too unusual. It's something that defense attorneys doing what they do, trying to get charges dismissed, and we'll likely see it again before this case goes to trial. But what it represents is basically it shows that the Georgia case now against the former president is back on track. You know very well, for the past 2.5 months, all of the hearings and all of the discussion around this case had centered around that motion to remove Fani Willis from the case and those allegations of impropriety and conflict of interest. Well, now that the judge has basically ruled on that and kind of moved that aside, the case is moving forward. Now, as for where things stand with Fani Willis, there is still a possibility that we could see some movement there. That's because the judge has given a green light for Trump and his co-defendants to appeal. They've indicated that they certainly plan to do that, but they're going to move forward on parallel tracks right now. So even though this appeal is going to make its way through an appellate court, we also know that Judge Scott McAfee has made it clear that the Georgia case will continue to proceed as scheduled, and he will continue to hear motions going forward. Hallie.
Our thanks to Blaine Alexander for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, police in New York have arrested a suspect for allegedly punching a woman in the face. We've been telling you about this. Multiple women on TikTok saying they were attacked randomly walking around Manhattan in broad daylight. Police say they don't know whether these incidents are all related, but they are investigating. Also out of our Northeast Bureau, a robotic dog helping to save the day in Massachusetts. Police sent Roscoe, their animatronic canine, into a house during a standoff with a suspect. They say doing that let them figure out what was going on inside without risking the lives of human officers. The suspect eventually shot Roscoe the robot 3 times before police arrested him. The manufacturer now says it wants to keep Roscoe for research and that state police will get a replacement. And out of our Southern Bureau, take a look at this video out of Daytona Beach. This SUV flips on its side, bad crash, and then people stop. All these Good Samaritans rushing in to help. They go over there, they push, push, push. You can see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7 guys there flipping it back. Incredibly, amazingly, everybody is expected to be okay. Unbelievable. So, look at that. Baseball, opening day, crack of the bat, whip of the pitch. The big story today, as it has been for a lot of the offseason, is Shohei Ohtani making his first appearance as a Dodger at Dodger Stadium right now. He's got a hit, he's got a walk, he scored a run. Baseball is hoping the season will take the focus off the investigation into that gambling scandal with Ohtani, accusing his former interpreter of stealing millions from him. The commissioner saying today he's hoping MLB's investigation will be quick. But for fans all over the country, it's about the game on the field. Morgan Chesky is joining us now from one of those fields, the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. So listen, this Ohtani shadow has been hanging over the start of the baseball season. The Major League Baseball community is hoping that once things get going where you are and all around the country, after the first pitch goes off, people will focus more on the game itself, right?
Yeah, that's the idea, Hallie. I mean, opening day is opening day. For a lot of baseball fans, they say it's bigger than Christmas. People I've spoken to say they took off work months ago to make sure they were able to make it to this game here in Arlington for the Rangers, but all across the country, that's the case. Obviously, it's good to have this sport back, but as you mentioned, the Los Angeles Dodgers, if they don't win the World Series this year, a lot of people are going to call that a disappointment simply because of the roster they have constructed around Shohei Ohtani. And again, let's just take a quick peek at what that record contract entails. We're talking 10 years, $700 million, and it's the construction of that contract that's very interesting too, Hallie, because so much of it is deferred until the latter years of his contract, enabling the team to be a little creative in those first few years when he's on the team as they really make that push for a championship run. But here you have this $700 million man now somewhat caught up in this gambling scandal with his longtime friend and interpreter, accused by Ohtani of stealing $4.5 million to pay off a sports bookie that's now part of a federal investigation. We heard from Dodger star Mookie Betts earlier this week, kind of just reinforcing the fact that they just want to focus on baseball. And certainly that's just the vibe here right now Now, we know it's going to be a sold-out crowd here at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That includes standing room only, as everyone will look to welcome the World Series champs. There's a big banner that's going to come down not too far away from where we're standing. Hallie, they kept the roof closed because they don't want any wind to potentially be a problem for that banner to unfurl ever so perfectly and remind everyone who the World Series champs are.
Good for them. They earned it. So what happens after your live shots? You just get to hang out and watch the game?
No, the game's not starting here for another couple hours, but it's been very fun to people watch and just see the teams warm up on the field. It's no complaints at all.
Well, there's also a piece of this too, Morgan. Like, I think you should just hang. Like, I don't know who's producing it, if it's Amy or what, but you guys just hang and, like, watch. But the rule change is interesting, too, because, and I was at a spring training game not too long ago, I mean, the pitch clock, it goes, right? It tries to really make the game a little speedier, a little bit more enjoyable for some of the fans here, maybe get people to see a little bit more action.
Yeah, it's interesting how time changes things. Back in 2023, this pitch clock, incredibly polarizing. People were saying it was taking away from the game. Now that we've had 1 year in, they've tweaked it a little bit, but a lot of the fans I've spoken to say that they love it because what would have been a 3.5, 4 hour game, now potentially a 3 or 2.5 hour game. And because of the tweaks here, let's just touch on some of the rule changes here. So last year, if there was nobody on base, pitcher has to deliver the ball in 15 seconds. If there is someone on base, they had 20 seconds. This season, down to 18. They're trying to tighten that game even more. A couple notable changes from last season that people will remember are that particularly they had the larger bases because the drop in stolen bases had been happening. And then they banned the shift, so the fielders could not align a certain way here, Hallie. The game always evolving, but here is what the manager of the Rangers had to say about the sport changing. Take a listen.
There's more action, and so I think fans are enjoying it. They're having a lot more fun with it. I know you're seeing teams trying to steal more bases now, so it's all about entertaining the fans too. We can't forget that.
And they'll certainly be entertaining a lot of fans tonight. Baseball is back, and from the looks of things, people couldn't be happier. Allie?
Do those people include Baby L? Does she have a Rangers onesie yet?
Oh, man, that is a fantastic question because Olivia grew up in New York. So Eleanor's allegiance baseball-wise, it's still up for grabs.
I don't want to cause familial strife for you and the new baby. I don't want to cause any problems. Morgan Chesky had to ask. Thank you, Fred. I'm glad you're there.
Yeah.
Tell Olivia we said hi. Talk to you. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to. We are going from the baseball field to the rest of the headlines around the country, including why Mpox cases are on the rise again in the U.S. after that big outbreak a couple years ago. We'll tell you what officials are hoping will stop the surge soon.